Good morning. Good morning. Look like I'm still halfway asleep. Let's see here if I got this to working right. I look like I had it out there, but didn't have an alert out there. Maybe we'll see. I'll give it a couple minutes, see if I fix my little debacle of a mess here. Let's see. I guess in the meantime, in the between time, as people file in, I am going to go ahead and get our bingo card together and put that in here for us, guys. Okay, so let me get our bingo card together. Do, 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 do. Hey, Jason. Good morning. Oh, you really out here in the streets this morning, huh? Good morning. I know they got me up here early. You know why they got me here early? I wasn't gonna do it until later today, but I'm here. Let me see. I'm gonna get this bingo card up in here. He said, "You gonna hear from me?" He said, "Other than that, you would be in these streets." Yeah, I had I put the what is it called? I put the I had set up the stream, but I had it unlisted so nobody could see it. Duh. So when I came in this morning, I'm like, well, ain't nobody here. Everybody's still asleep. Hey, I can go back and get in the bed. Like I can go back and get up in my bed. But I figured out the problem. Cause I'm like, well, wait a minute now. Just was talking and I know Marilda ready to go on here, so I don't know what the heck is going on. So I'm gonna get us all set up. This case right here, it has so many moving parts. It is just amazing to me. It seemed like it was probably a really, really hard case to prosecute. I only say that because of all the different moving parts it has. So it's gonna be really good for us, even though I know that although I know that we really worked ass backwards, and I'll just say it. We really, really did. But it is what it is. I thought it was gonna be more like the Severs case that we just did, or we watched his motion. And when we were watching his motion, I mean, it wasn't like spread out over a long time period. It wasn't a lot of players involved like this case. I didn't know that this case was like that because, as I stated before, I never saw the first case. So, yeah. Hey, Morelda, good morning. So, I never saw the first case. So, I wasn't expecting for when we went into the hearing that it was going to be all these moving parts. And yes, we got a lot of moving parts. So, it's like we watched it backwards, but it's okay. We got to get this party in. Just so we can kind of understand why we here. And I noticed that, guys, just so you're aware, like we watched part of the Mays hearing yesterday, but um there are like 3 or 4 more days. So I got to get all of this stuff together, and we'll watch it accordingly. Because yeah, it's like 3 or 4 more days, Merelda. Like I was like, what the heck? Yeah, so it looks like they had court in May. Just so y'all aware, this is the post conviction. So they had court in May. They had court in August. They have court in November, the one that we just watched in November, most of it. Then they got court coming back in December. So a lot of stuff for us to get into in regards to it. So I am going to copy our bingo card into the thing. This probably will be a good one to play bingo on. The one good thing that I will say about when we are doing the bingo, it does have things on there on the card to kind of keep you up to date with the evidence. It's kind of like almost taking notes, but not taking notes, but playing bingo with it, with certain things that come on. So let's definitely play bingo. So we definitely going to start off our stream with the first day, right? And it's going to include opening statements. We should have plenty, of course, we got all the TiVo time in the world, right? Because we can zoom past a whole bunch of stuff. Oh, let me pin this to the top. I'm going to pin. And now we know what the problem were, well, what they are accusing, what the problem may have been, right? We know what the problem, what they're saying the problem is, right? So now, or what they claim, the defense, as far as his ineffective counsel. But now we get to see this stuff in live action. Like, was this really what was going on? Did she look frazzled? I don't know. We'll hear it. The whole testimony when they had somebody on the stand and the judge was watching football. And it wasn't even like the playoffs or anything, which is really weird to me, but it is what it is. Oh, thank you so much, Jason. I'm looking in the I wasn't looking in the comments. My bad. Yeah, like, are they gonna show that part? Because remember, a witness was on the stand being cross-examined by the prosecution team when that happened. So I wonder, are we gonna see that in live action? Like, hear the referees and guys, it wasn't even like playoff season. It was in the middle of the day, so he had to be watching a college football. I think I narrowed it down. I think it was Iowa or Idaho, unless he was watching a rewatch. But if it was live during that time in the daytime, like, that's not playoff time. That's like maybe college football time. And sometimes the times overlap depending on what zone you in or what, I guess zone, I can say zone that you in. So that'll be interesting to see. All right. So without further ado, let's get us into this courtroom. I'm gonna go ahead and get us into this courtroom, and we can get started with our opening statements. And our people that just join us later, they can rewind to watch the opening statements. But we're gonna get into them so we can see them. So this is the defense opening statement. No, this is the prosecution team opening statement. I'm not starting with the defense opening statement. I got confused. So I'm gonna start with the prosecution's opening statement, of course, and then we'll kind of do witnesses breakdown as we go through it. All right, guys, let's go.
He took her. He raped her. He killed her. He discarded her. He covered it up. He bragged about it, and he almost got away with it. He took her. He raped her. He killed her. He discarded her. He covered it up. He bragged about it, and he almost got away with it. He bragged about it. Zach Adams. He bragged about it. I couldn't have picked a prettier fish. It was fun. The world may never know what happened to Holly Bobo. I couldn't have picked a prettier fish. It was fun. The world may never know what happened to Holly Bobo. Holly Bobo, 20 years old, nursing school, working hard and doing good. She had a boyfriend that she loved, Drew Scott. She lived with her mom, Karen, her father, Dana, and her brother, Clint. Dana wakes up every morning real early to go to work. Karen wakes up early to go teach school. She's a school teacher. She's known in the community as Miss Karen. Clint, 5 years older than Holly, 25 at the time, went to school and had a job. That was the family. And they lived in a little house that Dana built with his dad. House was on a small street named Swan Johnson, off another smaller street, Miracle Town Road, outside of Parsons in Decatur County. It's where Holly and Clint grew up. It's where they were still living. It's where they were supposed to be safe. It was their home. I couldn't have picked a prettier bitch. It was fun. The world may never know what happened to Holly Bobo. Zach Adams, older than Holly, real different. Meth and morphine and the dark things that go along with it. Meth and morphine and the dark things that went along with it. That was his life. Yeah. His friends, Jason and Autry, older than Zach. Zach looked up to him. But just like Zach, meth and morphine and the dark things that went along with it. Shane Austin, same. Meth, morphine, and the dark things that went along with it. And his brother, John Adams, who lived with his grandfather right across the way from the house of Zachary, a younger brother who we treated badly, but the same. Meth, morphine, and the dark, dark things that went along. As dark as this life was, in the immediate days, April 11th, April 12th of 2011, it was even darker for Zachary Adams. Meth and morphine had become more and more and more. His girlfriend, he'd been with for some time, trying to leave him, trying to break up, trying to get away. On top of the meth and morphine, now threats and rage. Zach Adams in the days right before. I couldn't have picked a prettier bitch. It was fun. The world may never know what happened to Holly Bobo. April 13th, 2011. April 13th, 2011. That's the day on Holly's headstone. That's the day that she was taken. She woke up real early that morning, Wednesday morning, middle of the week, real early, to study for a test and to prepare note cards that she had to turn in that morning. It was a test that she wanted to do real good. And she was up real early in her little house in Swan Johnson with her family to study for it and to do her work. Dana up early to go to work. He sees her light on, the door shut, she's studying. He sees her light on and he talks to her through the door. Her dad didn't see her. The door was shut. He'll never talk to her again. Karen Bobo wakes up to get ready for school, where she teaches. She helps Holly pack a lunch, fixes a little breakfast. She sees her and she gets to talk to her. She gets to help her. She'll never see her daughter again. Clint Bobo. This is the one day of the week that he doesn't work or go to school. He's at home, in bed, asleep. Drew Scott, the boyfriend that she loved. That morning he had to go to work too, but before he was going hunting with his dad and his dad's friends. He was texting Holly. He was shooting back and forth, boyfriend, girlfriend. About 7:42 a.m. 7:42 a.m. The last text that Holly sends. You never hear from her again. Minutes after 7:42 a.m. Wednesday morning, April 13th, 2011, Holly walked out of the back carport door to that little house, her home, where her car was, to leave, to go to school, to turn in these note cards and take a test. And that's when it happened. Neighbor hears a scream and a call for help. Clint wakes up and hears voices in the garage.
gosh. That's like me. Sorry, guys. Wait a minute.
The male voice, female. He gets the flash of a man in camouflage walking with his sister into the woods. And there she goes forever. Gone. Only trace of her, the only evidence of her for anyone, drops of blood right there at the back carport door leading to her car. Drops of her blood right there. Right there at her car. Gone. Just gone. For 3.5 years. About the same amount of time you send your son or your daughter off to college. For 3.5 years. September 7th, 2014. Her skull, her teeth, some ribs, pop, found in the woods, off interstate, near cell phone tower, between two sawmills, just 4 or 5 miles from Zach Adams' house. Those 3.5 years didn't pass quick. There was eternity on top of eternity. For Karen and for Dana and for Clint, for family, for the community that volunteered and searched and searched and searched. For the men and the women in law enforcement who searched and searched and searched and followed lead after lead after lead after lead. They searched every outhouse, every well, every place they could, hoping against all hope that they could bring her back to Dana and to Karen. That maybe they could bring her back alive. 3.5 years. During the course of chasing lead after lead after lead, they had an idea. Not a bad idea. They had an idea. Let's check the local sex offenders. Holly's a beautiful girl. Let's check the local sex offenders. The law enforcement did, and they concentrated on one man, a man by the name of Terry Britt. A bad man with a history, man who lived in the same general area. And they ripped into his life. They ripped into his life. Talked to all his friends, all his family, his wife, and searched his house over and over. Followed him, watched him, tapped his telephones, tapped his house. They ripped into his life. But every time, absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. And so what did the men and women of law enforcement do then? Did they give up? They spent 1.5 years ripping into this man's life and they got nothing. There was nothing there. Nothing to it. Did they give up? Did they just give up? No. They rolled their sleeves up. They put their head down. They retrace their steps. They circle back. Early leads in the investigation. Zach Adams, Jason Autry, Shane Austin. Early leads from the first days of the investigation. Zach Adams, Jason Autry, Shane Austin. Mysterious scratches. Mysterious scratches on Zach and Shane. Suspicious behavior. Alibis that didn't check out at all. At all. A girlfriend. Zach's girlfriend. The one that was trying to leave. Who saw things. Who heard things. And who within 2 days of this bad thing happening was certain that her boyfriend Zach Adams had done it. They rolled up their sleeves. They rolled up their sleeves and they went into the dark world of meth and morphine and Zach Adams' friends. Interview after interview with people that we hope, we wish we'd never meet. And from them, they heard about Zach Adams. They heard about what he did, and they heard about what he said. I'll do you like I did Holly Bobo. I'll lie you in a hole next to her. You have to kill a bitch to get a $2 million bond. I did it. They talked to his friends and they heard his words. Those were his words. They looked at these alibis, Zach and Jason, and they were lies. After years, after mistakes, after a desperate search, they had it. They had Zach Adams, his own words, his own lies. They had his friends. They had him and Jason Autry, and Shane Austin, and John Adams. They had it. But even then they didn't stop. Because it wasn't enough to know who did this. It wasn't enough to know who did this. They rolled their sleeves up a little higher. They put their heads down a little bit more. And they said, we're going to get some answers as to what exactly happened to this girl. What they did to her. So if you want to find out about a bad thing, eventually, sooner or later, you got to go talk to a bad man. And after years of denying, after years of lying, they went to Jason Autry. And it told him what happened to that girl. He describes phone calls he had with Zach Adams the morning of April 13th, 2011. He describes how he wanted morphine and Zach wanted help. He needed Jason's help with something. This man Zach looked up to, old. Jason came to him, to Shane's trailer, Shane Alston, Zach's friend. When Jason got there, there's Shane, Zach, and Dylan. Something crazy's happening. Everybody's acting crazy. Shane's yelling. Zach's dark. Very dark. And Jason sees a blanket in the bed of Zach's truck. There's a body blanket. He sees the three of them, Zach, Shane, Dylan, and a body in a blanket in the back of Zach's truck. Within, give or take, an hour and 15 minutes of Holly Bobo being taken. Zach tells Jason, I need your help. I've got to get rid of her. Jason's a bad man. Jason's who he looks up to. Jason's a leader. At that point forward that morning, Jason will tell you he was in charge. We're going to take her to the river, to a place that Zach knew very well, under the I-40 bridge, the Tennessee River, near Birdsong. And we're going to gut her so she doesn't float off, and we're going to put her in the river. Jason's a bad man. At that point that morning, he was in charge. Him and Zach load him in the truck, and they drive to that place. They pick up the blanket from the back of the truck with her in it, getting it out of the truck. They put it on the ground on some rocks. And when they do, she makes a sound. She moves. She's still alive. It's a time for grace. She's still alive. No. Zach walks to the truck. He goes inside, and he comes out with a gun. He walks toward her. She's wrapped up in the blanket. Jason says, whoa. Whoa. Not to stop him. Not to stop him. Whoa. I need you to look out, make sure nobody's down. A bad man. He walks fast. Probably about 20, 30 yards. Gotta go about 20 or 30 yards so you can look down and see a long gravel road that comes this way, so you know whether or not somebody's coming or not coming. He looks down and sees nothing. He turns around. He starts back. He gives Zach the nod. Is it time for grace? No. Zach feels down into the blanket, finds her head, and fires a shot into her head and kills her. There'd be no grace. Jason and Zach would talk on the way back. Their own words. How did this bitch end up in the back of your truck. Zach will tell him. We took her. And Shane. Then we took her. Shot her up with drugs. We raped her. We thought we had killed her. And now Zach had killed her. So now after years of searching, after years of leads and false leads, after years of going into dark places and talking to dark people, not only did they know who, but they know what happened to that home. Could have picked a prettier bitch in this home. We'll never know what happened to Holly Bobo. You can understand that, Tom. You can understand it. The world will never know what happened to Holly Bobo. Because it had years. He had years to destroy evidence, to scatter evidence, to get rid of crime scenes, to build lies on lies. He had a 1.5 years, 2 year head start. You can understand why he was so confident that he'd never get caught. No DNA, didn't leave fingerprints behind. Crime scenes long gone. For years, the police were looking at the wrong person. You can understand why you can understand what he was saying. He thought he had gotten away with it. But we didn't give up. He took her. He raped her. He killed her. He discarded her. He covered it up. He bragged about it. And he almost got away with it. But he didn't. Because we're here now. Crime scenes long gone. No DNA. No fingerprints. A body that decomposed in the woods for years. Oh yeah, and a gun too. A gun. You see, when investigators talk to a bad man like Jason Autry, it doesn't stop there. They check in to the things he says. They check what he's saying against facts and witnesses. And over, the facts will cooperate. What he said happened. And he told him something else too. He told him about the gun that was used to kill him. He told him who they sold it to. And the investigators hunted people down. And over 6 years after this thing happened, the investigators literally dug and dug and dug by a little stream, a little creek, by a little road in Holiday, Tennessee. 2 or 3 miles from Zach Adams' house, and found the buried gun that had been there for years and years, that Zach Adams had used to kill Holly Bobo. Yeah. Crime scenes have been destroyed. Yeah. He had years to lie. Yeah. He scattered evidence, he destroyed evidence, but we're here now. We're here now. And this week, for these weeks, we're serious men and we're serious women to do serious things. We can't undo, we can't stop what happened to the girl, what happened to her. But here this week, we can do what's serious, what is hard, and what is right.
So, members of the jury, Zachary Adams is innocent of the 8 charges that he is facing here today. And it's worth saying at one.
So before we go into the defense opening statement, I did want to kind of like because I know it could be kind of hard to hear. Let me get myself on camera. Yeah, so okay, so just so we can listen as we're going, as well, keep in mind what things we're looking for in the trial, because I am really like a particular when it comes to in regards to did they present what they claim when we were in opening statements? So, of course, the state's theme is that this was a brutal kidnapping, rape, and redruming of Holly Bobo. They're saying Zach Adams did it with the help of his meth world associates, whatever that means. You know, all of them are sketchy people, right? Because he's a drug dealer. And what makes me wonder is, did we have where people were going after the Adams family, right? Because it seemed like they were not the most upstanding people as far as Zach and his crew. Like they seemed like they were very like the outlaws, right? I want to call them the outlaws. So what they told the jury is they're basically standing there open. Holly was taken from her home by Zach Adams, right? She was dragged into the woods, and Zach and his co-defendant, Jason Autry, moved her body. Now, they're saying that Zach is the one that actually did the pew-pewing with the 32 caliber gun that was passed around in drug trades, whatever that means. And they're saying Zach went around bragging about how fun it was, which doesn't make sense to me. The most famous quotes that the state did mention is, "I couldn't have picked a prettier bitch." You know, so that is going to be like their narrative. And that's one of the most famous quotes from what the state, and we heard that a couple times, right? So just so y'all know, our opening statements were provided by ADA Paul Hagerman. And I guess they're leaning heavy on Autry, right? And remember, now Autry is saying, hey, I recant all of that stuff that I said. I didn't mean those things. Remember, he has recanted his story against Zach. And I'm wondering if a lot of these things, as far as the peer pressure of wanting to get out of jail and just saying something about somebody, is something that they did. Now, also, at this point in time in the trial, this is a DP case. We know in hindsight that it did turn to a regular case, but right now, currently, it is a DP case. So that's the next thing. So in the opening statements is what I checked off on my list is that Hangerman said that the jury that Autry would explain getting the call from Zachary. Autry is going to tell us that he saw Holly Bobo in Zach's truck. He's going to talk about taking her to the river. He's going to talk about Zach shooting her and the plan to dismember her. You know, so this testimony is like the heart of the state. Like Autry's testimony is what convicted him. Because remember, we don't have any actual physical evidence. And I know we're going to hear some information in regards to some scratches, but you know, unless they like pull the DNA from up under her fingernails or whatever the case may be, it sounds like this is a rural part of the area where they might be in the woods a lot, doing different things, whatever they may be doing, that he could have got scratches from anything on him. And, you know, although they saying that they seen scratches a couple days after or something to that effect, but he could have had scratches from other things. Like maybe he like it rough. Who knows? Maybe he wanted Rebecca to scratch him. I have no clue. But to say that it's 1 + 1 = this, I just don't get it. Hey, Barbara. How are you? You say you stepping in. Good morning. Good morning. Hey, Rachel. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Just stopping in to say good morning. Good morning to you. I was wondering when you were coming in. How was your evening yesterday? Wait a minute. Oh, yikers. I don't know why today I feel like it's so hot. I just went to go warm up my coffee. That's what I do know. Yeah, let me see. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You see my bird? Yeah. Here comes Barbara in the chat, girl, she right on time. Sweet P got the trials rolling, Barbara dropping the lines. She's a mama to 2 boys, gives them love every day. Autism warriors in her home, and she leads the way. And her husband's been through storms, but she's holding them down. A caretaker with a halo and a medical crown. With that nursing background, baby, she knows the game. First aid on the timeline and receipts on the frame. She's looking for the missing kids, like a mission from above. Heart big, feet moving, she's a justice power dove. And generous as heaven, given spirit on display. Barbara lives this whole community in her own special way. Cause Barbara don't play. She's calling out lies in the courtroom hallway. She thinks P. Diddy's guilty as hell, okay. And she don't take crap from any man, no way. She's riding with Sweet P every single day. And take it to trial, she forever gon' stay. And when therapist, you know, starts acting up, Barbara busts chops like, boy, that's enough. Yeah, she be laughing in the chat, cracking jokes left and right. Keeping spirits lifted even in the darkest night. A supporter of the channel, honey, loyal and true. If Sweet P goes live, you know Barbara's there too. She brings fire to the panel, brings fun to the fam. Typing fast with that says, girl, she don't give a damn. If a troll tries to flex, she just swats him away. Not today, sweetheart, that's the Barbara way. When the courtroom drags, she keeps the vibe alive. When the mind squad's hard, she helps the tribe survive. She's the kind of chatter every channel hopes for. A legend in the chat room, say no more, cause Barbara don't play.
She's calling out lies in the courtroom hallway. She thinks P. Diddy's guilty, it's hell okay. And she don't take crap from any man, no way. She's riding with Sweet P every single day. And take it to trial, she forever gon' stay. And when therapist, you know, starts acting up, Barbara busts his chops like, boy, that's enough. So here's to Barbara, our queen of the screen, a hero, a mama, a courtroom machine for the missing, for justice, for family. She stands and she gives with a heart bigger than the whole damn land. Take it to trial, loves you, girl. Now drop that gavel in your hands.
I don't know. Did you hear your song, Barbara? She probably not even here. She probably dropped in just like she did. Let me see. She said, just stopping in. I'll be back around 1. When I see her come back in, I'll come back in. I'll get her. Okay. I'll get her again. I was trying to wait till she came in and play it because it was kind of like her walking in the room. You know, that's what the lyrics say. But for some reason, it was not on my playlist like the other one. So that's okay. I got it in there. When I see her come in the link, depending on where we at, when she comes speak, I'll go ahead and stop it and play it. Okay. So just to get back to where we were at in regards to this, so I can tell y'all now that I could see some key problems for the state. Much of what they promised the jury, it just really depends on this guy, Autry, right? Because they don't have no DNA. They don't have no fingerprints. Zach is really not linked to the evidence at the scene. And there was no weapon that was found, right? So this is very important for us to look out for, because I don't think we're going to be able to get this. So this is our girl, Jennifer Thompson. She's going to be delivering the defense opening statement. We seen Jennifer on the stand in the post-conviction hearing. So let's see. She's young, vibrant, full of life, and she got her red hair. Yeah, that's what it sounds like, Marilda, but we gonna see. I don't know how the jury convicted him. I don't know. We gonna see. You know, this is our judge back here. Y'all know he back there watching football, so he not really paying attention to none of this stuff that's going on. Yeah, she is really goofy. Like, she should have let this case go. But I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what her POV was. You say, look at him. That's a clip right there. Look, watching the game. You right. He ain't paying no attention. All right, let's go back and listen. I'm going to start this from the beginning. Let's go ahead and listen to our girl Jennifer's opening statement. Let's see what she was working with. Work it.
So, members of the jury, Zachary Adams is innocent of the 8 charges that he is facing here today. And it's worth saying it one more time. Zachary Adams is innocent of all these charges. So how is it that we got here today? As a matter of fact, not only did Zachary Adams, he did not murder Holly Bobo. He did not kidnap Holly Bobo. He did not abduct Holly Bobo. He did not rape Holly. He did not, as a matter of fact, know Holly Bobo and had never even laid eyes on her. The district attorney has already spoken about the fact that Holly Bobo was a good person. And this is a case that has certainly captured everybody's attention, because from all appearances, Holly Bobo was an all-American girl. She was a good student. She was a good daughter. She had a boyfriend that she loved. She was working very hard to be a nurse. She was a quiet, shy girl. She was kind to others. She loved her family, her country, and the Lord. And she was a good person. And we all like to think that if we're good people and we don't put ourselves in a bad situation, then nothing bad will happen to ourselves or our families. And this happens to be one of those tragedies in which somebody who was a good person, something bad happened to that person. However, Zach Adams is not the person who's guilty of this crime. And in the beginning, and perhaps also what has really captured everybody's attention about this crime is the fact that it was caught so early. And you'll hear testimony, the proof is going to come in, that you'll hear testimony that basically the police were called within minutes of Holly's brother and the neighbor having heard, the neighbor heard her scream. Holly's brother was outside or looking around. He had looked through the window, had seen something happening. And basically the police are called within minutes. The police are at the house within probably about 15 minutes, perhaps 20 minutes of the scream first being heard and Holly's last text that she sent out. And from that point on, however, they just were not able, even though the police reacted so quickly, through a series of events, they were not able to find her that morning. And so after that very first initial few hours when they were looking for her, what happened is law enforcement and the TBI came in very quickly on this. They basically have interviewed every person in Decatur County, many of these people twice, but they have gone through, it's almost just like trying to drink from a fire hydrant, all the information they got. They opened up a TBI hotline and people called in. I mean, they had thousands and thousands of telephone calls from across the country, from international calls where people were calling in with tips, with a possible sightings here. They had numerous psychics that called in, people who had had dreams about where she was, people who had their own theories about where she was, and law enforcement was working very, very hard to try to find Holly, one, hoping against hope that they could return her to the family, but they're also trying to solve the mystery of what has happened to Holly that morning, the morning of April the 13th, 2011. And so from there, they began to interview everybody. For years, they worked to solve the crime, and I think that the government touched on the fact that they had interviewed and talked to and investigated this person, Terry Britt. But that is not where the case started. So first of all, there's the next door neighbor, James Barnes, who heard a scream that morning. He heard somebody screaming from the direction of the Bobo house. And James Barnes, and he lived on the next door neighbor's property with his mother, Kathy Wise. And the first that the state really looked into was James Barnes. They investigated him. They searched his whole house. They spent months and months combing over them and making the Barnes family the big suspect in their investigation. They got their phone records. They just investigated them completely. And also, in the days before Holly had disappeared, James Barnes had had a friend over. His name was Keith Clark. Keith Clark had been at the house. The state investigated Keith Clark with a vigorous fury. They got his phone records. They checked into everything about him. Then the next person that the state turned an eye against was John Dodd. John Dodd was a grandson of some people that lived down the road from where Holly lived. Somebody that morning said that they had spotted him in this white pickup truck right there in the area, and he had a four-wheeler also in the area, and there was some talk that maybe the person that took Holly had gone through the woods on a four-wheeler with her, and so they turned to all their investigative powers on James Dodd, and they absolutely tore his life up. It was hard on him because he suddenly became the suspect that everybody was looking at as the one who had taken Holly Bobo. And in a community that small and everybody so very, very interested in what had happened to Holly, and people were genuinely very concerned about what had happened to Holly, that then rumors and just what was going on just spread like wildfire. So as soon as one person is rumored to have been involved, it was terrible. But the law enforcement investigations did all kinds of affidavits to get things on John Dodd. They searched his computers, they searched his telephone, they looked at his Facebook page, they were looking at his car, they investigated all of his property. As a matter of fact, they even had dogs that hid on his property and had allegedly traced Holly Bobo's scent to his driveway or his grandparents' driveway. So he was thoroughly investigated at some point. Then there was another person who was investigated thoroughly, Blake Barnett. And they turned all their attention to Blake Barnett. And at one point, we're putting a lot of energy into him. Next, they looked at Terry and Janet Britt. The state of Tennessee looked at Terry and Janet Britt. They really investigated them. They got subpoenas. They searched their house. They did wiretaps on them. They looked at them very closely. However, through the wiretaps and through the subpoenas, and they even put listening devices in their house, they lived in a trailer, they had a metal roof, they were never able to get any type of, quote, confession from them. What they were wanting was some type of confession, some type of discussion between the couple where they were acknowledging perhaps that they had done this. They weren't able to get that, even though they did get a lot of circumstantial evidence in that case. Then law enforcement turned to Jerry Evans. Jerry Evans was a man that lived down the road near Five Forks, just down the road from Holly's house. And they turned to this man, Jerry Evans. They did thorough search on his house. They did all kinds of affidavits on him to get all kinds of information. They looked at him. There's another man who may or may not come to testify in this case named Michael Alexander. At one point, they were very suspicious that Michael Alexander was involved in it. There's another man that they investigated, Jason Nichols. And the morning that Holly disappeared, and the case has been an absolute fire hydrant of information coming in. But one of the things they did is they got all the cell phone records from all the cell phone towers where Holly Bobo's cell phone pinged that morning. They got all the records of everybody else's phone who pinged at the same time her phone did. Jason Nichols came up as a person who was a registered sex offender. His phone pinged that morning, and his wife's phone also pinged that morning on two different towers where Holly's phone was. They investigated Jason Nichols. As a matter of fact, he had a potential possible kidnapping of another woman 1 week to the day earlier. And he'd also had he had accosted several women at the Hickory Mall, the old Hickory Mall in Jackson, Tennessee. So they turned their focus on Jason Nichols at some point. And then, of course, one of the more tragic things that the state did is they turned their investigation on Clint Bobo. At some point, the Bobos retained an attorney to represent Clint because the state of Tennessee was absolutely determined to show that Clint Bobo was somehow involved in this case. And they got all kinds of records on the Bobo. They got phone records. They oftentimes treated the Bobo family as though they were involved, limiting any kind of information that they shared with the Bobo family because they were treating them as though they were suspects in this case. And so all of that came up. And yet, at the end of the Clint Bobo, they really focused on at the end of 2012, all of this is transpired, and now as they're heading into 2013, and they're in the fall of 2013, headed into 2014. It's been 2.5, almost 3 years, and they still do not have a suspect that they can firmly go after. They don't have anybody that they've narrowed it down at this point as to who it is that has committed this crime. And at this point, and as it's been said many times by the TBI, this was the most expensive, and most exhaustive investigation in the history of the state of Tennessee. And yet, when they came to 2013, they had nothing. They had a great big goose egg. They paid all this money and they had absolutely nothing to show for it. And the citizens of Decatur County, the family of Holly Bobo, and the public at large all wanted answers to how such a crime could happen, how the police could be involved right away, and still, after all the resources and all the information they had, they could have absolutely nobody charged by that point. And it's also important to keep in mind that in the beginning of 2014 is an election year. Who's coming up for re-election in 2014? The district attorney. The district attorney who is in office, who's been in office for a while, Hansel McAdams. He is coming up for re-election. Who else is coming up for re-election? The sheriff of Decatur County Sheriff. Because at that time, actually, all the judges, all the district attorneys, and all the law enforcement is all coming up for re-election. So there's some additional pressure at that point. And Matt Stowe has just announced that he will be running against Hansel McAdams for District Attorney General of the 24th Judicial District. So what happens at this point? And the Bobo family had been estranged at some point this time from the TBI. So the Bobos reached out to a person that they knew, a man named Dennis Benjamin, who went to their family church. And he was a retired police officer through Memphis. He was a retired Memphis police officer. So the Bobos reached out to him. And many people had been volunteering to try to help the Bobos also. But this Dennis Benjamin came forward and was wanting to try to help the family. So Mr. Benjamin went around and made some inquiries as to what was going on. And definitely one of the people's names who had come up, or several people's names had come up in the investigation, and it was Jason Autry, Zach Adams, Shane Austin. Their names had come up because, as I said, there were lots and lots of people's names who had come up during the investigation. But one of the people, and there's a man named Victor Dinsmore, and one of the things that Victor Dinsmore specifically told, because Victor Dinsmore has a past rape conviction. And so Victor Dinsmore was one of the people that the police had looked at and lived close to where the body was, where they eventually found Holly Bobo's body. But Victor Dinsmore lived over there. Victor Dinsmore lived on Yellow Springs Road, and on the east side of his home and on the west side of his home, they found some of Holly Bobo's personal property thrown out on the road. And Victor Dinsmore tells Dennis Benjamin, well, I think that maybe Zach Adams did it. Victor Dinsmore had heard that Zach Adams was trying to use Victor Dinsmore as a alibi for that day, and Victor was disturbed at that point. I think he was erroneously told that Zach Adams had used him as an alibi, but one of the law enforcement had told him that. So at that point, he grew irritated. He said, I think that you ought to try to look at Zach Adams. And he says, Zach Adams has a brother. If you want to get anywhere with this case, what you need to do is talk to Zach Adams' brother. Because Zach Adams has a brother named Dylan Adams. And I want to be politically correct here. I want to say things, I don't want to be offensive, but Dylan Adams has a low IQ. He has low intelligence. All through elementary school and high school, he was in special education classes. He was, he has low intelligence, and he also has some problems processing information. He's not very smart. And so Victor Dinsmore even says to Dennis Benjamin, it's the brother is not very smart. And, he's a slow brother. And if you want to get anywhere with this, you need to go talk to him. So at some point and the case is complicated. Again, like I said, there's a lot of people involved, a lot of information. But at some point, it turns out that Hansel McAdams, and this is before the election, Hansel McAdams has a woman, an assistant district attorney that works for him. Her name is Beth Hall. And Beth Hall works as a part-time state prosecutor for the district attorney's office. And she works part-time as a federal prosecutor, and she works for the federal United States Attorney's Office, prosecuting federal crimes. So Dylan Adams is then charged in a series of federal crimes, federal drug crimes. Dylan has not been convicted of a felony, and however, he's arrested along with a friend of his. The friend is a felon, and he's arrested in possession of some weapons. And so Dylan is arrested then on some very serious gun charges relating to the fact that his friend is a felon and is in possession of a weapon, and Dylan may or may not have supplied weapons. I think they're arrested for burglary of the friend's mother's house. They broke into the mother's house and took some guns from her. And so they're arrested on these charges. The prosecutor in this case is Beth Hall, who's also the assistant prosecutor and working on the disappearance of Holly Bobo. So she charges Dylan to the United States Attorney's Office on some federal gun charges. And Dylan is in federal custody in trial on those charges. And the most amazing thing happens. Dylan, who is facing 120 months, and that's federal talk, it's 10-year sentence. But he's facing 120 months. And this is a crime, the crimes he is facing are crimes that you cannot get probation for. Probation is not allowed on those crimes. If you are convicted of those crimes, those are going to be sentences to serve in federal prison. And federal prison does not have a parole system. And so the most amazing thing happens. Dylan Adams has a guilty plea. He pleads guilty to these federal charges. He pleads to lesser charges. They modify the charges. He is released with no jail prison sentence to serve at all. He's released on a supervised release. But one of the conditions of his release is that he must go live with Dennis Benjamin. This is a condition that is agreed to by Beth Hall, the United States Attorney. At the time, Dylan Adams had a federal attorney who he had switched. Different people within the Federal Defender Services were representing him, but he had an attorney who had agreed to this, and Jeff Jackson, who's one of the prosecutors in this case, Brent Booth and who's the TBI investigators, two of the lead TBI investigators in this case, Jeff Jackson and Brent Booth. Both are very aware of the fact that Dylan Adams is now going to go live with Dennis Benjamin, a friend of the Bobo family who's been investigating the disappearance of Holly. And at this time, they've already had a series of interviews with Dylan Adams. And most of those they've had a series of interrogations, with Dylan Adams. Most of those interrogations have been where Dylan had no attorney present. So they've taken this man who has low IQ. They've had multiple, perhaps even as many as 15 interrogations with the police. They've used the information that Dylan's been giving them, or the information that they've gotten through interrogations, to go ahead and get an indictment started on Zach Adams, and that's in the spring of 2014. They've gotten a basic indictment for homicide. This is before they found Holly's remains. They've gotten an indictment for homicide. Dylan is then released in August of 2014 to go live with Dennis Benjamin, a man that Dylan Adams does not know. He is not related to Dylan Adams. He's not a friend of Dylan Adams. He is released to go live with Dennis Benjamin. So Dylan goes to live with Dennis, and 5 weeks later, after having lived with Dennis Benjamin, Dennis calls the 911 system and announces over the 911 to the 911 operator, I have somebody at my house who's here wanting to confess to the murder of Holly Bobo. And what happened to Holly Bobo. So they bring Dylan in for additional questioning. This time they videotape it. They videotape what's said. And based on what Dylan says at this, during this interrogation, they then get their indictment. This is when they get their next indictment, an indictment for the rape, the murder, and the kidnapping of Holly Bobo. And it's after this final session with Dylan Adams that they go ahead and they file their notice of death penalty. So now they have several people charged. They have charged Jason Autry. They go ahead and charge Dylan Adams with rape, murder, and kidnapping of Holly Bobo. And they charge Zach Adams with this. So now they have their indictments and they file their notice of death penalty. Well, turns out that there's some really big problems with this. One of the really big problems is that when they were getting Dylan Adams to do all this confessing, a lot of what he's confessed to doesn't match the physical evidence. After all, when they first start talking to Dylan Adams, they haven't done any searches on the Zach Adams property. Really, Zach Adams has a house that he inherited when his father died. It's right next door to his grandfather's house, and he owns it in part with his brother Dylan. But Dylan lives with the grandfather because Dylan's really not up to living on his own. So he lives, but they all live at the end of the same driveway and in a very close to each other. And so after Dylan begins to talk to them first, while he's still in federal jail awaiting federal charges, they go ahead and they get extensive search warrants to search that property. And a lot of it was even broadcast on TV. They had helicopters out there. And you'll hear testimony in this trial about all of the searches they did. They went through Zach Adams' house and they took over 500 items out of that house. They took all the material off of all the mattresses. They took giant chunks of carpeting out of that house. They took whole pieces of furniture, upholstered chairs, leather couches, all kinds of ottomans and pillows and blankets and shelving. They went in to Zach Adams' house, and in the living room, they cut a hole in the floor that's as big as a car. And they took that floor down to the joists. I mean, you can see dirt. So they took the flooring out. They took the vinyl flooring that was under the wood floor. They took the subflooring out, and they left a hole to the dirt in that house. They took over 500 objects. They brought in backhoes. They searched through Dick Adams' house. They searched some property across the street. They seized, I think they seized 3 cars from the Adams family. 4 cars. They seized 4 cars from the Adams family and went through all the cars. Through everything. They also got all kinds of telephone records from them. They had terabytes of discovery in this case to provide, just of all the information that they had. Well, turns out the state has a terrible problem in this case. And their terrible problem is that the story that Dylan Adams has told does not match the physical evidence in the case. Because after they finished going through that whole house, there's no DNA that matches Holly to the house. There are no fingerprints that match Holly to the house or to the cars. There's no hair from Holly that matches Holly to Mr. Adams' house. And the cell phone records don't jive with what it is that Dylan Adams says that day. So now the state, by now there's been an election. Hansel McAdams is out. Matt Stowe has been elected. And then at some point, Matt Stowe has declined or recused himself, and the Memphis District Attorney's Office has been brought in. You know, the Memphis District Attorney's Office didn't start this case, but they've been brought in to finish the case. And so at this point then, the state has a problem. And the problem is they have a story from a man with his special education from school. The story doesn't jive with the evidence, and they are going to have real problems going forward with this case. The state needs something. And it is at this point that they then decide they are going to buy and pay for testimony from somebody. They need to have somebody else to come in and testify. And what do? They buy. So Jason Autry basically sells his death penalty. He sells his death penalty to the state of Tennessee in the hopes that he will be released in a few months from now by Christmas. That's his hope. He's going to get released, and he no longer has a death sentence on him because he has now come forward and he has a story. He has a story that's different than Dylan's story, but he has come forward with his own story. Jason Autry has had, presumably, he's had access to the discovery in this case for several years because he doesn't come forward with his story until January 20th, around January 20th of this year. And remember, this case started back in March of 2014 was when Zach Adams was initially indicted. But Jason Autry now comes forward with his story. And his story, like I said, is different than Dylan's story, but his story does kind of, you might liken it to somebody who's already had floor plan of a building. Let's say it's an office building. They want to break into the office building. They have the floor plan. They know where all the cameras are. So they're able to kind of walk through the rooms of a building, a museum maybe, if you know where all the detectors are going to be, you kind of walk around it. That's kind of what Jason Autry's quote confession is, because Jason Autry's confession basically skirts around all the known evidence and the facts that can't be changed. It embraces some of the facts that are accurate and true, and then basically he says, yes, I was there for the killing part, the part that is death penalty eligible. Yes, I happened to be there. I happened to see the killing part. I can't explain to you the mysteries early in the morning of how Holly's kidnapped. I wasn't there for that, so I really can't explain the real mystery that everybody once solved is, who kidnapped her? How did she get taken? Where was she taken right after she was kidnapped? How did that happen? It's like, I can't really solve all those problems for you, but what I can do is I can be your witness for the murder. So that's what he does. He comes in, but there's real problems with his story because, again, the cell phone records in this case, which in a way the state wants you to believe, well, the cell phone records are accurate because the cell phone records show that Jason and Autry and Zach Adams are together that morning for a period of time, and it's over somewhere towards the area of the Tennessee River. So Jason Autry says, yes, I was with him at the Tennessee River. But the problem is the cell phone records, which is in this case is the real evidence, the really strong evidence that they have about where the phones were that morning. The cell phone records do not jive with people having their cell phones and also being the ones that take Holly Bobo from her home, because none of the four participants, none of the four people that are accused of being involved in this crime, Dylan Adams, Jason Autry, Zach Adams, or Shane Austin, their phones are not in the same areas and traveled together with Holly Bobo's phone. Holly Bobo's phone travels around that morning, and they know where her phone was. So their phones are not with them. So the state wants you to, as they're going to tell you their evidence, well, yes, you need to rely on the cell phones when it matches what Jason says, that they're at the river that morning. But don't you worry about the cell phones when it shows that Holly's phone is moving independently of the other people's phones. And that's something you're going to want to look very closely at, is the cell phone evidence. But as we go through, you're going to want to listen very, very closely to what Jason Autry has to say, because Jason Autry for years was innocent man walking. And then suddenly, January 20th, he has sold his death sentence to the state for what he hopes is going to be very little additional time to serve in jail. And that's going to be the true evidence in this case. As it shows, all the evidence will show that Zach Adams is not guilty of these 8 charges that he stands facing today.
Okay, let's start. Proof, tell your first witness to the state, please.
Okay, great. So we have got through her opening statements for our girl, for the defense, right? For Jennifer Thompson. Now, remember, we're going to have 2 Jennifers because we got Jennifer that's going to be the prosecutor on this case. And just so y'all aware, when we're thinking about this, she looked confused through her opening statements, guys. Like, she looked a hot mess during her opening statements. Like, she looked like she was over here, over there. Like, nothing was really concise to the point. It didn't tell a story or anything to me, you know, with different opening statements that we have saw and seen. You say, Tanya said she is talking like she's very confident about this case. So, you know, her theme is, hey, Zach never met Holly. He don't even know who Holly is. Never abducted Holly, never did anything. The state doesn't have any physical evidence, guys. The defense opening statements was, I mean, I guess I want to say, I mean, they don't have nothing, guys. All they got is another convict turning on another convict, from far as I'm concerned, because I think when we start looking at some of this evidence in regards to the phone data, different things that he's fighting for now, it may change our perspective. So the defense also hammered that the entire state's case is built upon other druggies, other snitches, other liars, you know, and that the Bureau of Investigations jumped to conclusion based off of rumors and pressure. We heard yesterday in some of the testimony how different people had already said, hey, it is this person. I'm not looking for anybody else. This is what I'm doing. Remember? And she was like, well, I pulled the file from him and people then got reassigned because it seemed like it was a lot of biases and they already had their mind set up, whether it was on Zach and his family or other people. I believe they all hung out together. So the state promised a story, but I don't know if they can deliver the proof. So the defense made it clear, like, there is no DNA for Zach, guys. There are no fingerprints. There are no hair, no fibers, no blood, no nothing to tie him to this crime. And then we're going to hear things in regards to this creeping truck that somebody seen. That it was a white truck near where she disappeared. Could it have been the person that was in this white truck? So there are so many alternative suspects. We got Terry Britt, right? He's the known SA in the area. We have another person that was allegedly had tried to do an abduction a week prior of somebody else. So it just seems like the investigation was really, really terrible. And then when we get to Autry, which is going to be the person that testifies against him in this trial, guys, he recants his story. So we know he a liar. Either he lying in, lying out, he's a liar. You know, he gets a benefit for doing this, right? And then he comes and changes his story and he invents details. And you know, we got Shane that was supposed to be being able to show them where their body is. Now Shane is the one that has unalived himself with suicide. I mean, so it just like a lot of this testimony is a lot of garbage, right? And that's what the defense is saying. I'm not saying that he may not be not guilty. He may be not guilty, right? I just don't know if he's guilty of that. So we have heard the opening statements from both sides. They are getting ready to call their first witness for today. So let's go in here and see what our first witness says, okay? Okay, Tanya, I'm going to have an open mind. Okay, boo. I think they all did hang out together. I think this is like a small area. Everybody know everybody, you know, Tom, Dick, and Harry. So everybody know everybody. And I do think it's a small community. I do think these were like the outlaws of the community, right? Because, you know, he got on there talking about, you know, how he just this upstanding drug dealer. But we'll see. I am listening and I am taking notes because SweetPGang here at Taking the Trial, we're gonna get this together. Good morning, therapist. How are you? Hey, Baka. Yeah, so we gonna get this together because we gonna know what's going on. So I'm actively taking notes. All right, guys, let's go back in. Let's get with our first witness.
It called Dana Bobo.
Dana Bobo. Raise your right hand, solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Be seated. I want you to state your name for the record and spell it for the court reporter.
Dana Bobo. Live at 681 Swan Johnson Road, Darden, Tennessee.
Spell your name for the court reporter, please.
Dana, D-A-N-A, B-O-B-O.
Thank you.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay, Mr. Bobo, I'm going to ask that you speak up. You have to lean forward. We'll get you to.
Fix it, say that mic is hot, so if you need to lean up to it, you may.
Oh, lean up to, okay.
Just, if you'll direct your answers to the jury, because every single one of them needs to hear what you have to say, okay?
Right.
And speak up, because you're soft spoken.
Okay.
You're Dana Bobo, correct?
Yes.
And I believe you just told the jury with the court reporter where your address was back in. And what is Darden compared to Parsons? Because I've heard both names.
It's about 3, we live actually about 3 miles out of Parsons going toward Lexington and then 3 miles off of 412,
And that's in Decatur County,
Decatur County.
Tennessee.
Yes.
I want to ask you some questions, a little bit about yourself and your family. Who are you married to?
Karen Bobo.
And is Karen in the courtroom?
Yes.
All right. And do you have children?
Yes.
And what were or are your children's names?
Clint Bobo, he's 25, and Holly,
He's 25?
he was 20, I'm sorry.
Oh, so then,
At the time,
are you nervous?
a little bit, yes.
Okay, let's go back. It's okay.
Okay,
You've never been in this position.
right.
You said Clint was 20 at the time.
Clint was 20. Holly was 20 at the time.
So what I want you to do is just take your time and just answer the questions as I ask them, okay? All right. You said you had 2 children.
Yes,
Your son was named,
Clint,
okay, and where did Clint live in 2011?
he lived with us at 681 Swan Johnson Road.
And your daughter?
Holly Bobo.
And how old was Holly?
Holly was 20.
And at that time, I want you to sort of describe for the jury what your family life was. For instance, did you have a job?
Yes,
Okay, and where did you work?
I worked for McKenzie Tree Service in
And what
Parsons.
did you do for McKenzie Tree Service?
I drove a mowing machine at the tree cutting company, and I drove the mowing machine.
Okay, and did Karen have a job?
Yes,
And what was Karen's job?
she's a teacher for Henderson County Schools.
Okay, what school specifically did she teach at?
She was at Scotts Hill Middle School, I guess you call it.
And what grade did she teach? Do you remember?
No, she taught so many different grades, I don't remember at that time.
And what was Clint doing back then?
He's a social worker.
Okay, was he still in school, taking some classes?
I think he was taking some classes and working part-time.
And what about Holly?
Holly was in the nursing school.
Okay, and was she in school full-time?
Yes,
Okay. Now, you said that all of you lived together on Swan Johnson Road,
yes,
681 Swan Johnson Road?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, how long have you lived at that house?
Me and Karen have been there since 1982.
Who built the house?
Me and my dad and one more guy. And Karen.
And Karen?
And Karen.
All right. When both of your children came home from the hospital, is that the house they moved into?
Yes,
And Holly was born in 1990?
90.
What was her birthday?
October the 12th, 1990.
So is it fair to say for her entire life, that's the only home she'd ever known?
It is.
You said she was in nursing school. Did she go to school about every day?
Yes.
And how did she get to school?
She drove her own car.
And what kind of car did she have?
She had a Mustang.
And in addition to her family, was there somebody in her life that was very, very special to her?
Yes, ma'am.
Who's that?
Drew Scott.
And who was Drew Scott? Who was Drew Scott? A friend or a boyfriend?
That was her boyfriend.
Okay.
Yes.
And was Drew Scott a familiar face in your house?
Yes.
In and out about every day?
Most of the time, yes.
All right. I want to draw your attention, please, back to a particular day in April of 2011, okay?
Yep.
April the 13th. Do you remember that day?
Yes, clearly. Pretty clearly.
Is that a day you'll ever forget?
Yes, ma'am.
You will forget it?
No, I'll never forget that
Okay.
day.
It was a Wednesday, wasn't it?
Wednesday morning.
Hey, did you work that day?
Yes.
Hey, what time did you get up to go to work?
5:30.
You got up at 5:30 to be at work at what time?
6:30.
All right. So when you got up that morning, was Karen already up or did she get up after you?
She got up. I got a little routine where I feed the dogs and stuff like that, and then I'll take my shower. And I met her as I was getting close to being ready to leave the house to go to work. I met her in the house.
When you say you met her in the house, meaning you passed by her?
Yeah, hallway or whatever.
So she had gotten up while you were in the shower.
Yes.
Did you see Holly that morning?
I didn't see her that morning.
Do you know where she was in your house?
I knew what she was because the bathroom is across the room from her door.
Uh-huh.
And I seen her light on as I come out of the shower, getting ready to go to work.
And did you, when you noticed her light under the door, did you say anything to her?
I spoke to her. I asked her if she needed any lunch money or anything that day, or gas money or whatever. She said yes. And I said, I'll leave you a $20 bill on the kitchen bar.
After having that, I guess, exchange with Holly, how did you end the conversation?
That pretty much ended the conversation with Holly that morning.
Did you tell her bye?
Yeah, I told her bye and I loved her. That's just normal for our house.
So after you told Holly goodbye and I loved you, did you go and put the 20 in the kitchen?
Yes.
Where you told her you
Yes. Uh-huh.
Is that the first time you've done something like that? Or
No,
is that kind
no,
of routine?
I do that all. I've done that all the time.
And did you go into work?
Yes.
And when you left your house that morning, which door did you leave?
The front door. I always use the front door of the house.
And where did you park?
I used it parked out front. I don't park mine in a garage.
And I'm going to ask you some questions about where people in your family parked in a minute. Are you the only person that was parking in the front at that time, parking your truck?
Yeah.
So everybody else was in the back?
Yeah.
How far from your house to McKenzie Tree Service?
Probably about, I'm going to guess 5 miles.
And when you got to work, did you all stay there at McKenzie Tree Service, or did you and a crew go somewhere else? Because you said you were a mower.
Yeah, when we get there, what we normally do, we'll fuel up our truck for a machine, our pickups that we're driving to work. We'll fuel them up, and if we have to pick up any parts we need that day to work with, we get them. We're usually there like 30, 40 minutes in the morning. That's why we get there a little early before we leave out.
All right, so did y'all go somewhere?
Yeah.
Where did you go?
We went to, at that time, we was working on the other side of Linden, leaving Linden, probably about 5 miles. I think it's east going toward Louisville, Tennessee.
And did you drive your personal vehicle or nothing?
Way before lunch.
Had you actually been there very long when something happened, or was it pretty early?
It was early on in the morning.
What happened?
I got a phone call. I can't tell you exactly what time. I got a phone call from Terry Brumley.
Okay, let me ask you this. Terry Brumley?
Yes, Terry Brumley is my,
Is Terry Brumley here in the courtroom too?
yeah.
Okay, so you got a phone call from somebody named Terry Brumley?
Yeah.
Was that usual or commonplace for Ms. Brumley to call you?
No, ma'am.
All right, so what happened?
I got a phone call from her, and I had some guys around me there talking, and she told me that I needed to come back home because Holly had been taken. And I said, what? And it was a guy beside me talking. I had to holler at him and tell him to quiet down, or I forgot what I said, but he quieted down. And she told me for the second time, and she was crying when she told me the second time. And I understood her the second time what she said. Holly had been taken.
Holly has been taken.
Yep.
4 words. What sort of an impact did Holly has been taken have on you at that moment?
That was the worst feeling you could possibly feel. That something bad has happened to one of your kids.
So you're out there outside of Linden without your own car. Dana, what did you do?
I have what you call a point man that he usually drives me to work and back in a single cab company truck. And I hollered at Danny, he's the one that drove me. And I told him that I forgot what the word was. He had to carry me back to the office quick.
And so did he drive you back to McKenzie Tree Service?
Yes, ma'am.
Were y'all going slow or y'all going fast?
He was going so fast in that Chevrolet truck that the motor was cutting off and back on. We passed everything from work back to Parsons, McKenzie.
Other than those 4 words, Holly has been taken. Did you have any more information?
That's it.
So that whole trip back to McKenzie, you didn't know anything.
Didn't know anything. I wanted to know, but I didn't.
So when you got back to your office, what did you do?
I got in my truck. I think I hollered and told Danny to tell Dennis, my boss at the time, what was going on. And I run from the company truck and got in mine and went home the back way. That's the quickest way I know to get back to the house.
This time you were alone. And did you see at some point whether somebody was following you or not?
Yes, as soon as I was pulling out the McKenzie Tree Service, my boss, Dennis McKenzie, was in his pickup right on my bumper. You might well say.
You said you took the back way home. You know, we're sitting in Hardin County and people aren't familiar with maybe the roads and
Right.
back there. Are these very populated roads or are they deserted roads, gravel roads, narrow roads, winding roads?
Some of them, they're definitely winding roads and some of them narrow roads. One of them is a popular road.
When you got close to your house, did you notice or see something that was going on that you had never seen before?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain to the jury what you saw?
Before I even got to the house, I could see the yard where I was coming in. The yard's on the left in the direction I come in. I don't know. I'm going to guess 50 to 100 people. The road was full of cars. It was cop cars. It was regular cars. The yard was full of people, cops and people. And I had to drive on past her. I was in a terrible big hurry, and I had to drive on past all that and go down on the side of the road where the county used to park their work equipment, and I had to park down there and run back to the house.
Now, is that because the road you live on is one of the narrow roads?
It's a very narrow road
And
in
it
front of
was
our
already-
house.
I'm sorry?
In front of our house, it's a very narrow road.
The Swine Johnson Road was so narrow, cars are already lined up, you had to actually
I
pack.
had to kind of weave in between them to get past them where I could pull over somewhere and park.
So you parked your truck,
Mhm.
right?
Yep.
And then went back to the house.
Yeah, I run back to the house.
You said you run back to the house. Did you run fast as you
I
could?
run as fast as I can go.
And as you got down the road and hit your driveway, did you have a plan? I mean, did you even know what you were gonna do, supposed to do?
The only thing I was thinking is get back up to the house and see somebody else, family member, somebody to tell me more about what I had heard had happened.
Do you remember who the first person you saw was once you ran up the driveway?
I saw a lot of people, and some of them was friends and neighbors, some of them was cops that I guess I knew. First person I saw that I thought I needed to talk to was my son, Clint.
I'm not gonna ask you what Clint said, but after you talked to Clint, do you remember the very next thing you did?
I talked to Clint and left him, and I'm pretty sure that Terry Brumley was the next person that I seen that I thought would have some information for me,
Okay,
and I talked to her.
all right. And again, I'm not gonna ask you what Ms. Brumley said, but after you talked to Terry Brumley, what's the next thing that you did?
I saw Karen and I talked to her.
Right? So now you've talked to Clint, Ms. Brumley, who called you.
Yep.
And Karen.
Yeah.
Then what did you do?
I went from Karen and straight into the front door of the house, and I went inside and I found my pistol, and I come back outside with the pistol.
Was the pistol loaded?
Yes, ma'am.
What was it? What were you?
9mm Beretta.
You said there were cops all over the place. Did anybody try to take your gun away from you?
No, ma'am.
You just had it.
I had it in my hand. I didn't even own a holster for it at the time.
And how long did you wander around your yard with a loaded pistol in your hand that morning?
I don't know how long, but it seemed like hours.
Initially, you said there were 50 to 100 people. Did more people just keep coming and coming and coming?
It seemed like there was more coming.
Do you remember what all or what agencies were represented by law enforcement? You said there were some local ones. Did other agencies come as well?
Yes, several more agencies that morning come.
Did TBI come?
TBI was there.
Did FBI come?
FBI was there. U.S. Marshals was there.
So U.S. Marshals, FBI, TBI.
A SWAT team. I remember them pulling up.
Were there helicopters in the air that morning?
Somebody told us, yes, there was a helicopter come in and circle the house and sit down on the pond levee.
How much property do you own around
Did you sit down
On the pond levee, we have a pond to the right side of our house, and it sit down over there. It's an open place for it to sit down.
And I should have already asked, how many acres do you own?
23,
Okay, and that's all right there around that house?
yes.
Were people wandering around in your front yard, your backyard, your house, your woods?
It was people wandering, standing, fiddling, just like nobody, no, it was kind of like nobody knew what to do. No, that's the way I took it at the time.
At some point in the middle of the morning, did you lose patience with an FBI agent and tell him what he should go do? What did you say?
I couldn't tell you who it was.
That's all right.
I told him, if y'all think one of us done it, I was talking about me and Clint and Karen that was still out there. I said, if y'all think one of us done it, 10 of y'all stay here with us and the rest of you go do something. And it probably wasn't that nice of words when I said it.
But you wanted somebody to do something.
Yes, ma'am.
You wanted Holly
Yes,
back.
immediately.
Your Honor, on passport, a photograph previously shown with defense counsel.
Okay.
Now approach or do you use your
That's him, Bailey.
Who is that a picture of?
My daughter, Holly Bobo.
And does that accurately depict what she looked like in 2011?
If I ain't mistaken, this picture was took about 2 weeks or less from the time she was getting out.
I marked that as exhibit 1, Your Honor.
All right, we moved into that, just one. Would you like to explain this to the jury?
I'm gonna put it on the overhead with Your Honor's
Okay,
permission.
okay.
Mr. Rackland's gonna help us keep the pictures up so that we can move along.
I didn't want to pass it individually, this work better. Oh, you need it? Okay. Put your hand down there.
And for the record, Dana, I'm gonna ask you to look over your left shoulder and tell the jury who that's a picture of.
That's Holly Bobo, my daughter.
I've asked you a number of questions about your house and your property, and I want to show you, I'm going to pass forward a group of 12 photographs.
Okay.
What I'm going to ask you to
Thank
do, Mr. Bobo, I'm going to ask you to keep them in that order, look at each one of them, and tell me when you're finished.
The first picture is of our house and driveway.
Mr. Bobo, I just want you to look at each one of them and tell me when you're finished.
Oh, okay.
You don't have
All
to tell me what they are yet.
Okay, I'm finished.
So I'm gonna ask you the same questions about those photographs as a whole, and then we'll talk about them individually. Do you recognize what is portrayed in each of those 12 pictures?
Yes,
Okay. And generally speaking, what are those pictures of?
that's all pictures of our house. 681 Swan Junction Road.
The house that you built?
Yes,
And do those pictures accurately reflect what your house looked like in 2011?
yes,
Your Honor, at this time I've asked that those be marked individually, 2 through 13.
Okay. Let's let me mark first and then.
And if you pass them to Mr. Rackler with the court's permission, I'll publish and ask questions
Okay.
at one time.
Okay. Start with exhibit 2. You can just give it to Mr. Ragland.
Mr. Bobo, I want to ask you now, not only to speak up so they can hear you, but I need you to look over your shoulder the next few minutes.
okay.
What is that a picture of?
That's a picture of the front of our house.
What, and we're looking at what's been marked as exhibit 2, from what angle?
That's from the road out in front of our house, looking back, looks like kind of to the right, to the front of our house.
So looking back just a little bit,
Yes,
okay, exhibit 3, you can just put them on top of one another. You keep different. What is exhibit 3 showing?
that's a picture of our house, sitting right at the end of the driveway, looking straight at the front of the house.
All right, so a minute ago, and I put the pointer up there, a minute ago, the picture was taken from looking back a little bit, right?
Yes, kind of to your right.
But if you were to sit directly at the base of your driveway on Swan Johnson, that's
Yeah.
what you'd see,
A straight shot of it from the end of our driveway.
all right? Next one, please. What is that?
That's a picture of the front of the house, probably, I'm gonna guess 30 feet from the front of the house, sitting in the driveway.
All right. Is your house an L-shaped house?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, right here to the left?
Yes, that goes back to the left.
Now, a moment ago, the jury saw a straight shot of the driveway. If you come up, look where my pointer is.
Okay.
When you get to the top of your driveway, how do you get to the back of your house? By going left or by going
You'll
right?
have to go around the right.
So does the driveway continue this way, around the side of the house?
Yes, around the right side of the house, like you're pointing.
Okay, next one, please. If you follow the driveway around the right side of the house, is this what you would see?
Yes, ma'am.
In fact, is this truck parked there? Whose truck is that? Do you know?
That is Kathy Wise's truck, our neighbor at the time.
Okay, and so Kathy, if Kathy Wise's truck had followed on around, this is where she would go?
Yes,
And that would be, this is the back of your house,
yes.
okay? Next one. I'm gonna ask you the same questions. There was a pool in the last picture. Is this the driveway as it goes on around behind the pool?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what is this building? And I'm holding it, it looks like a double door.
That's the detached garage from my house.
Okay. Whose truck is that?
That's my dump truck at the time.
And the pool.
Yes.
Does this driveway stop right here or can you go on around?
It goes on around the pool to your left and pulls into the carport
Okay,
in the back of the house.
next picture. With respect to the same pool, correct, on your left?
Yep.
Is this the detached garage they just saw?
Yes,
And you said it pulls on into the carport.
Yeah.
Is this your carport?
that's a carport.
Okay. When you got home, the morning of April the 13th, was this crime scene tape already stretched between your house and the building?
No, ma'am.
Did you take steps for some reason to block off something that you thought was important?
I did.
Tell the jury what you did before law enforcement.
Okay. When I was standing around in the front yard, it's sometime after I told some law enforcement to do something. I went back to back. People was wandering around as they pleased, all in the yard. Someone was headed back toward the back of the house. Sometime before that, I'd walked to the back of the house. I seen Holly's car still sitting in the garage.
Okay, let me stop you here. Was Holly's car parked in this detached garage, or was Holly's car parked in the carport?
I'm gonna call it the carport, the one on the back of the house.
Okay, so you had seen Holly's car still there.
Yes.
And so what did you do once you saw people wandering around?
Once I seen Holly's car still in there and something in the garage floor and people wandering around as they pleased, I used to cut timber on the side and I always kept pink tape. I took 2 lawn chairs off the back deck right there,
Okay,
and I put them across the garage. At that time did not have a door on it. It was open garage. I took 2 lawn chairs off the back there and I put them on each side of the garage open, and I stretched pink tape across the lawn chairs to keep people from walking in the garage.
okay. And then later on, law enforcement added this crime scene tape that we
Yeah,
can see.
that was added after
Okay,
later that morning, now, I suppose.
gotcha. Next one, please. And what is it? What is this?
That's the front of the detached garage, left-hand side of it.
Whose truck is this backed in?
But it's Clint Hunter Bobo's truck, my son.
Okay. And what is this vehicle next to it?
That is one of them. We had 2 4-wheelers behind. That's a Honda 4-wheeler.
You mentioned that the carport didn't have doors on it. Did this detached garage have a door?
That detached garage has always had 2 doors
Is
on it.
that what I've got the pointer in now?
Yeah.
Why- Does it just roll down?
Yes,
Okay. Do you remember now whether, when you got home, when you blocked off the carport, was that garage door up or was it down?
down.
Next picture. Okay, this is a different, you mentioned a deck a few
Yeah.
minutes ago.
Yeah.
Tell me where to put the pointer.
Tell you what,
Where's the deck?
the deck is on the right side of the pool, attached to the back of the house.
All right, so this structure right here on the far right is the carport, is that correct?
Yes, that's the front left-hand side of the carport as you pull in.
And there's a deck between this above ground pool and the house?
Yes,
All right, and if you will, looking there in the background,
Mhm.
what is the jury looking at?
that's the tree lines of the woods, separates the yard from the woods. And that's the playhouse that me and Karen built for the kids. And to the right of it is the swing set we bought, set up for the kids.
All right, and you mentioned this tree line, was this your property beyond
That, the
playhouse?
tree,
Hang on a second.
Okay.
She tries to write down everything we say.
okay.
So I know you have 20+ acres. Is your land back behind the tree line or is your land the other way?
Our land is this side of the tree line.
Okay, so is the tree line, is that the edge of your property?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Next one. So this is a little I guess, nearer you, is that correct, of the tree line in the woods
Yes.
and where your truck was parked? Okay? Now, we can see the edge of the swing set that was in the pictures. This tree line, if one were to walk back there, is the terrain about the same, sort of hilly with trees filling out in this April? Is that about what it looked like?
Yeah.
Next one, please. And what's this?
That's her back deck on the house.
This is a better picture of the deck. And is there, I know it's dark, and the jury will have these pictures later, can you see from the deck into the carport?
Yes.
And how is that? You said there was no door on the front, but how can you see there on the side?
The carport there is kind of on the right of your picture, above that shrub.
Right?
You can walk straight in off the deck. There's an open, I'm gonna say 4 to 5 foot open, cased out door open, and it has no door on it. So yes, you can see from right there, plumb in the garage.
Okay. One more. What is this a picture of?
That's her carport on the back of the house.
Whose car is that?
That is Holly's car with the trunk lid open.
What kind of car was it?
2006 black Mustang.
You said earlier in your testimony that you parked in the front. You just showed us where Clint was parked. Where did Karen park every day?
She parked in the vacant place on the right there where you're pointing.
So Holly parked on the left,
Yep.
Karen parked on the right.
Yes.
And was that a habit that pretty much everybody followed? That's your spot and that's where you put your car?
That was their spots.
At some point on April the 13th, were you asked to leave your own home?
Yes.
And I'm not asking specifically who asked you, but was it law enforcement that asked you to leave your home?
Yes.
And was it just you they asked to leave, or did they ask you to take Karen and Clint and Terry Bromley and everybody else that was there?
Yes, ma'am.
What was your understanding of why you needed to leave?
I think they told us they was going to process the crime scene.
So where did you go?
We went to my youngest sister's house, next road over.
So as close as you could be to home,
Yes.
but somewhere else.
My mom lived at town, which was 6 miles away, and my sister lived a mile and a half from us, back behind us, next road over.
Is it fair to say that from the time you got that call on April 13th of 2011, your life changed as you knew it?
Yes, ma'am.
How long was it before you went back to work?
It was either 7 or 8 weeks.
And during the 7 or 8 weeks after April the 13th, what did you do every day?
We searched for our daughter 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
What kind of places did you look?
In my mind, I looked at every place that I think she could have possibly been.
Like what?
I went to vacant houses. I went to vacant buildings. I went to houses that was occupied. I went everywhere I thought she might be looking for her.
Did you look in barns?
I looked in everywhere.
Did you look in sheds?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you look in the woods?
Yes.
Did you look in other woods?
Yes.
Did you go to places outside of your immediate area, your road?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know whether your phone number, y'all's private phone number, was it out there broadcast to the public so that people could call you with tips and leads? Or Karen's?
Karen's phone was.
And as a result of that, I'm not asking what anybody said, but as a result of that, did your family actually get phone calls from people saying, go look here, go look there?
Yes, ma'am.
When you got those kind of phone calls, what did you do?
We we took them down. It might have been 2 or 3 days after we was taking phone calls. I think 2 FBI ladies come and stayed with us after, I'm not sure on the time, maybe a day or 2 into it. Now, we was taking the calls ourselves. We had a house phone at the time, so calls was coming into our house and calls was coming into her cell phone once it got out there for somebody to call her.
And would you turn the calls or the leads over to the FBI, or did you just handle it yourself?
After a day or 2, we started writing it down when we kind of come to our senses of what we need to be doing. Every call that we got was turned into the TBI daily, just minutes after we took it.
Now, Dana, you said that you went in places that appeared to you to be abandoned, and that you went into places that appeared to you not to be abandoned.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you did that, did you keep that a secret, or did you self-report that to law enforcement?
TBI was at our house a lot of time during the daytime, and they was there every night briefing us. I told everybody everything I'd done that day.
And at some point, did you stop going into houses and sheds and stick to just knocking on doors and looking in the woods?
Yes.
Okay, what made you, I guess, change? That's your daughter, that's your baby. What made you go from one way of doing things to another?
We searched for, I guess it was, I don't know how long. We searched forever, it seems like, in the woods, sides of the roads, buildings and stuff. And there come a time, I don't know how long it was later, that we had searched everything, seemed like 3 or 4 times with dog teams and all. And you wouldn't believe how many people was helping us and come from out of state and all. But we searched. And there come a time where we just started going out as far as bunches gathering, and we was talking to people, knocking on doors everywhere and talking to people.
And when did you stop doing that?
I couldn't tell you. It was a long time we searched the woods and.
Did anybody ask you to stop doing that?
No, ma'am.
Law enforcement never asked you to stop doing it?
They told me to quit searching like I was doing.
That's what I'm asking.
Numerous times.
All right. And so at some point, did you stop doing that?
Yes.
What day did you give up hope for the very first time?
About 3 years into it, give or take, with the TBI come to our house with a whole bunch of them and took me and Clint carrying down in the living room and told us that was Holly, and that Holly had been found. That was her remains.
And until that moment, were you looking?
Yes,
Still hoping?
until that moment.
I don't have any more questions for you. The defense attorney's fine?
Okay.
Okay?
Your Honor, we have no questions.
All right. Step down. You may now remain in the courtroom if you'd like to not discuss your testimony with anyone, okay?
Thank you.
They said they'll have lunch about 12, so you have a brief witness.
I do.
Okay.
It is Drew Scott.
So I know that we just got finished with the dad's testimony, and I wanted to, kind of, because different things that we hear from people throughout this trial is going to be kind of important, considering where they are at now. Because we know what's going on. in regards to them, now filing for a new trial. Right. So that's very important. Yeah, I'm trying to give me a second here. I'm trying to see the stuff that she has on here for what we can do in regards to the photos, right? Because we can see the photos that they had, and I'm like, and so therapist has sent me some stuff. So give me a second. Let me see. Maybe I won't pull it up with this witness. Maybe I'll get it together and try to get it on my computer before the next witness, and then we can kind of like review over both summaries at the same time. Okay, guys? Okay, I'm gonna take us back in court and get this stuff pulled up on the computer, or at least put to the computer. Thank you, therapist. Okay, here we go.
Years ago, as an attorney, they had a short witness, said yes, sir, about 5'3". Attorney named Bill D, so if you get on that bill, or, yeah, okay. Raise your right hand, please. Solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Be seated. State your name for the record and spell it first and last.
Drew Scott, DREWSCOTT.
Mr. Scott, I'm gonna ask you to keep your voice up and direct your answers over here to the jury, okay? Okay?
Yep.
So will you direct your answers over here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Judge asked your name, you're Drew Scott, is that correct?
Yes.
I'm not asking what your address is, but where do you live?
Parsons, Tennessee.
And how long have you lived in Parsons?
All my life.
How old are you?
26.
And what is your birthday?
July 13th, 1991.
Do you know a man by the name of Dana Bobo?
Yes.
Do you know a lady by the name of Karen Bobo?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you see him in the courtroom?
Yes.
Do you know Clint Bobo?
Yes.
And how did you know?
Say 7/13, day of birth, what?
91.
91.
And how did you know, or how did you know Dana, Karen, and Clint Bobo?
I was buddies with Clint, and probably just out of high school, and
Well, did you also know him through another person?
Yeah, through Holly, yes.
Okay. And who's Holly?
Holly Bobo, their daughter.
And what was your relationship to Holly?
We were dating.
I'm gonna ask that exhibit 1 be put on the overhead. And just, if you'll turn around and look at the screen, who's that?
That's Holly.
You said you're dating. Did you love her?
Yes, ma'am.
You're a little bit younger than she was,
Yes,
just less than a year.
yes.
Did y'all actually go to school together or no?
We did not go to school together.
Did you go to a totally different school? Or
Ye-
just a different year?
Different school.
Do you remember when you started dating her relative to when she disappeared?
I was just freshly out of high school.
And when she disappeared, you would have been 19 then. Your birthday was in July, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
How serious were you about her?
I'm serious.
In fact, did you give her a gift for Christmas
Yes, ma'am.
before she disappeared?
Yes, ma'am.
May I approach your own? I want to hand you a box and ask you to open it up. What is that?
That's a ring I bought her for Christmas.
Was it a special ring?
Yes, ma'am.
What'd she call that ring, or what'd you call it?
Promise ring.
Did Holly wear that ring?
Yes, ma'am.
Did she wear it every single day? As best you knew.
Yes.
And Your Honor, I'm not going to introduce it into evidence. Frankly, I hope to return it to the family, but I would like it to be passed if nobody objects.
Let's do this. We'll make it an exhibit, but I will allow you to substitute a photo.
Okay,
Okay? Well, that
that's,
works.
that's perfect. So for the time until I substitute it, I'd ask that be marked as the next
All
number.
right, the exhibit, the 14.
And the permission to pass it to
All
the
right, you
jury.
pass it to the jury, and you can continue your questioning while it's being passed.
I want to ask you, Mr. Scott, do you remember back in the spring of 2011, what your routine was with Holly? Like, how frequently did you see her?
Every night.
Would you come to her house?
Yes.
She was in school then, right?
Yes.
Did that keep her pretty busy?
Yes.
Did you have more times on the weekend, more time to spend with her on the weekends?
Yes.
Did you spend the time with her on the weekends?
Yes.
When you weren't with her at night or weren't with her on the weekends, did the two of you talk, text frequently back and forth?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to draw your attention to the early morning hours of April the 13th, 2011. Do you remember where you were that morning?
Yes, ma'am.
Where were you?
I was on a piece of her grandmother's land, turkey hunting.
And her grandmother that's back here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You said on a piece of her grandmother's land. Where was it?
Bass Springs.
Hey, how far away from Holly's house was this piece of land?
20 miles, 25 miles.
Far. And what were you doing?
Turkey hunting.
What, were you supposed to go to work that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you go to work that day?
Yes, ma'am.
So despite, what time were you supposed to be there to work?
8 o'clock.
Despite having to be at work at 8 o'clock, you still turkey hunted that morning?
Yes.
With whom?
My father.
And on this piece of land owned by Holly's grandma, did you see people that morning?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you know who those people are?
I knew one of them.
But you actually had an exchange with them about hunting?
Yes.
And after this exchange with him, because you were on Grandma's land, right?
Yes.
Was there a series of calls or texts back and forth between you and Holly and Karen about your permission to hunt on Grandma's land?
Yes.
And you had permission to be there.
Yes.
Do you remember the last text or that you got from Holly that morning, what time it was? And if you don't, it's okay.
I don't.
Was it before you went to work though?
Yes.
And you had to be at work at 8?
Yes.
Were you early to work that morning?
Yes, ma'am.
So the last time you heard from Holly would have been before you even got to work.
Yes, ma'am.
And where did you work then?
City of Parsons.
You still work there?
Yes.
When's the last time you actually saw Holly?
The night before.
After that last text on the morning of the 13th, you said you went on to work.
Yes.
At some point in the morning, did something happen?
Yes.
What happened?
My foreman got a phone call and he came to me and had told me what happened.
And what did you do when you got the information about Holly?
I left work and went to where my dad worked and left from there.
Did your dad go with you?
Yes, ma'am.
And where did y'all go?
We went to the Bobos.
And over the next days and weeks, were you over at the Bobos a lot?
Yes, ma'am.
At some point in time, did law enforcement come and ask you where you were that morning, that kind of thing?
Yes.
And have you always been cooperative with them?
Yes.
And you were 20 miles away hunting with your dad,
Yes.
talking to some other people,
Yes.
and texting with Holly.
Yes.
One moment, Ron.
Yes.
Drew, I don't have any further questions. Defense may.
Just a second, cross-examination.
One question, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, I apologize. Can I put this sack with the box for later? The bag that I took it out of?
Your Honor, I don't think the exhibit number was actually read into the record for the ring.
It was Exhibit 14. I announced that it would be filed as Exhibit 14.
Oh, so we about to see Jennifer do her first cross. She didn't examine the dad. So we about to see her in action. Let's see what she working with. We know she a little razzle dazzled. So let's see how she cross-examines the boyfriend.
I think I did.
Mr. Scott, do you remember back in April of 2011 what your telephone number was?
No, ma'am.
Would it have been,
No, ma'am.
do you remember what it was?
Not at the moment, no.
No questions.
None? All right, you can step down, sir. You can remain in the courtroom or you're free to be excused. We're going to recess 12 o'clock straight up and down. How about that? Let's.
Well, dang, she ain't do nothing. She just asked him about a phone number and that's just it. That's it, lady. That's all you got for us? I waited all that time for that. I'm up here doing this public service announcement like, hey, y'all, we get to see our girl. Huh? I don't know what that means. I didn't do that. I don't know what that means. What okay, so what did it do, OnlyFans? Because I see it. I don't know how that did that. Oh my goodness. I don't know how I did that. I didn't put that in there. So I guess I got to find out how the Nightbot actually works. So hey, we just okay. So you use caps in the Nightbot. He called you out like that. So the Nightbot called you out. Oh, okay. All right. Okay, I guess. Oh, wow, wow. Oh, I didn't. I'm like, oh, oh, like y'all really fighting. You say no, come on, no. Oh, wow. I don't know if that makes your job easier or harder. Oh, wow. Oh, gosh, that's cute. Okay. I don't think I ever. I'm just so happy to have it working, in some way, because like we never like unless like therapists or Marilda during different points in time just remember to put the stuff in there, in regards to the like or the merch or joining and subscribing. It don't never, like I don't be remembering to put it in there. So I've been trying to get this Nightbot to work. It was on the other channel. I couldn't figure it out. I finally figured it out this morning. So I'm trying to make it where we can work smarter and not harder. It timed him out. Oh gosh. Wait a minute. Maybe the Nightbot got too much authority. Oh goodness. Really? Okay. Well, okay. With that being said, to the therapist that you know and I know, I will send you the information now that I figured out what my problem was. That way you can kind of go on there and tweak it to make it more suitable. You say you blocked it for spamming the other channel? You blocked my Nightbot? Don't block my Nightbot. Let me get this up. So, okay. Well, he is definitely there. So I'm gonna only because I would like to know, like when they were doing the photos and we could not see the photos, I do want to see, what they are looking at as we are going through this. So if y'all don't mind, I am going to pause right here just to look at some of the photos from the incident. Graphic photos, right? So make sure you examine the remains of Holly Bobo. I don't know what that is. Why is that so loud? Dang. Okay. So this is just to give us an idea of some of the stuff that they are talking about as we going through here and listening. Yeah, sorry guys. OnlyFans, did you log in with something different? Oh my goodness. It put them out for 10 minutes. Oh gosh, yeah. The Nightbot is very busy. Very, very busy. Okay. So let's look at these photos that they show from the scene. Warning: this is graphic content. Viewer discretion advised. Watch at your own risk. So I'm letting you guys know before I play it. Okay, let's see.
License. Shortly after Hodges finished her testimony, the state called forensic pathologist Dr. Marco Ross to the stand. The remains were taken to Dr. Ross's office for testing. Pictured as a skull, teeth, ribs, and a shoulder blade. Ross says the teeth found at the scene matched dental records of Holly Bobo. As state prosecutors continue to examine photos, Dr. Ross brings up a defect on the back right side of the skull.
The bone is beveled in an outward manner. And that's pretty typical for a gunshot entrance wound to create that pattern on the bone.
Ross says fracture lines on the skull are consistent with a gunshot wound.
Anything 0.36 or smaller could have caused that defect. So that would be consistent with a .32 caliber bullet causing that defect.
Experts say the cause of death was a gunshot wound to the back of the head and ruled it as a homicide. But the defense argues there's no scientific evidence to prove if the gunshot wound was received before or after death.
The only thing you can definitively say is that there was tissue inside the skull at the time.
Yes.
And if an individual is shot in the head after they have already deceased, you'll get the same kind of fracturing wound.
That is correct.
One of the ribs was sent for a DNA analysis back in February of 2015. Senior forensic analyst Crystal Rodriguez was able to obtain a profile from the rib after testing samples received from Karen, Dana, and Clint Bobo in May of 2011.
The DNA profile from this rib is basically the missing piece. It completed the pedigree.
Experts say the DNA samples go into a national database where all DNA profiles are entered for relatives of missing persons. And if a profile matches, the lab will be notified.
When I looked at the profiles, it is consistent with these remains belonging to a child of Karen and Dana Bobo and a sibling to Clint Bobo.
There was no cross-examination from the defense.
So wow. So that's definitely something there. Let me see what other photos we have in here. Will it let me show this one? Wait a minute. I'm trying to open them. I'm trying to show y'all the text. I'm trying to show y'all the photos without showing y'all all my photos. How about that? Y'all don't want to see anything that's if y'all thought was viewer discretion advised for that shit stuff. Boy, oh boy. If I showed y'all my photos in my phone, y'all would be blown away. Hey, Lynn. So let's not do that. I got to be very careful with these photos. Oh, give me a moment. I'll look and see. Look, I'll look and see. I got to make sure that y'all don't see any very inappropriate photos. Look. I got to put some in the bucket and then I got to figure it out and then I can get it to y'all. Okay. But we will look at some other photos that therapist said to me. That way y'all can see them. Okay. It was something else I wanted to talk to y'all about. Okay. Okay, so now we just heard from the dad, Mr. Bobo, and we heard from the boyfriend in regards to this case. What I would like to say from what I received from their information, from their testimony. I know that the dad was establishing the timeline, right? When she was last seen, what he did, far as seeing her car, different things like that. And then the boyfriend, he testified, to the fact that when the last time he talked to her, what he was doing that morning to kind of like eliminate him out of the picture. We seen that the cross-examination of the boyfriend was not really that much. It wasn't anything at all. Quiet as kept. Is what was your phone number? Thanks. How you doing? So those are the two testimonies we have had so far. Hey, Lynn, I got a bingo card up there if you see it. So I am going to take us into our next part of our testimony. Let me get that up for us. And the next person that we have coming up is going to be Holly Bobo's mom, y'all. Okay?
Calls James Barnes.
Oh, wait a minute. Something happened here. Wait a minute. I have put this in a...
Okay, let's start the proof. Call your first witness to the state, please.
The state calls Dana Bobo.
Dana Bobo.
Calls James Barnes.
Raise your right hand, please. Solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Be seated. State your name first and last, and spell them for the court reporter.
James Barnes, Jamesbarnes.
All right, thank you.
And proceed, Your Honor.
You may.
Mr. Barnes, you actually go by Ed, is that right? You have to answer out loud.
I would say not really. I mean, not since I
I've
was a
heard some
kid.
people call you Ed. You prefer
My mother.
His mother, okay.
Okay, gotcha. Well, that's probably where I heard it. I'm not asking for your address, your current address, but what city do you live in?
Darden, Tennessee.
Okay, and how long have you lived in Darden?
About 14 years now.
Do you know a family by the name of the Bobo family that lived on Swan Johnson Road?
Yes, I live next door.
And when you lived next door, did that encompass a period of time in 2011?
Yeah.
And I asked you about the Bobo family in general. Do you know that the husband and father in the house was Dana Bobo?
Yes, ma'am.
And the mother was who?
Karen.
Karen. And do you know their children by any chance?
Clint and Holly.
Okay. You didn't go to school with them, did you?
No, ma'am.
Was your relationship basically just knew them because they were your neighbors?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You didn't socialize with them? You weren't going back and forth grilling out or anything like that? No. I want to draw your attention to probably about 7:45 in the morning, approximately, on April the 13th of 2011, and ask whether you were home that morning.
Yes, ma'am.
And you said you lived next door to the Bobos. Is that next door, like you could reach out and touch your neighbor, or is there some distance between the houses?
It's about 750 feet.
Okay. And who all lived at your house or on your property?
At the time, just me and my ex-wife, Cassie Bates.
Was there a child there as well?
Yes, ever. I'm sorry.
And was it a young child?
Yes.
A baby?
He was 4, I think. 4 or 5.
And did your mother stay around there as well?
Yeah, I don't think she had moved off at the time yet.
So what does that mean? You don't think she had moved off?
Yes, she moved up here to Lawrence County.
Okay, so at that time though, she
Yeah, I
was
think she was still in,
on the property.
Yeah.
Right,
but she wasn't currently there that morning though.
she was not?
No.
Okay. But was there two places that you could live there, like a
Yes,
trailer
ma'am.
and a house? Which one did you stay in with your ex-wife?
The trailer,
Couldn't hear you.
the trailer.
Okay, and when your mom, when she was there, did she stay in the house?
Yes.
And were they close to one another?
Yeah.
In addition to the trailer and the house, were there any other, I guess, buildings or there on your property, like a barn or a shed or anything?
Not
like
at the
that?
time, I don't think.
I'm sorry?
Not at the time.
Okay. And you're gonna have to speak up because I'm having trouble hearing.
I'm sorry.
It's all right. Get in this big ring when your voice kind of goes away. Were you working at the time?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you work?
For myself,
Doing what kind of work?
construction contracting.
And were you in the middle of a project that April?
Yes.
And did that cause you to get up and leave normal time, 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you and your ex-wife have one or more cars?
Just one.
Right, and because you had one car, does that mean y'all shared one? In other words, you would take her places and
Yes, ma'am.
the child places? And what was your habit in terms of getting her child to daycare?
We took him to different places, his grandmother's, to the daycare center in Parsons, a couple different places.
Well, on April the 13th, do you remember where he was going at that time?
Yeah, we were taking him to his grandmother's in Perry County.
His grandmother's in what county?
Perry County.
Perry County. Now, do you remember something that sort of interrupted the morning routine with getting you and your ex-wife and the child to the right places? Did something happen?
Yeah.
Would you tell the jury, because they want to hear it?
Okay. About 7:50, sometime like that, I heard some arguing going on next door. So I kind of looked through the trees to see what was going on and couldn't see anything at all. And she started screaming a little, and then she quit. And my girlfriend came outside, so I told her to get in the truck, and we went down and we sat at the end of the driveway for a few minutes and didn't see or hear anything. So we went ahead and went on to work.
All right, before we go any further, were you were outside when you first heard the screaming?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember what you heard or what words you heard?
It sounded like she was arguing with somebody, and she said, "Stop." I said, "Stop."
Stop, I said stop.
Yeah.
Okay. And at that, when you heard that, did it sound frantic to you, or did you just think someone was messing around?
It sounded like she was arguing with somebody she knew. I mean, it didn't sound nothing serious, really. I mean,
At that point?
Yeah.
Okay, did something happen, or did you hear additional screams later that made you actually walk to the tree line?
yeah, she kind of cut out mid-scream, and it just didn't sound right. And so, and my dogs were raising Cain, so I kind of went over there to see what was going on. And like I said, I couldn't see anything from where I was at.
How long did the screaming last?
Maybe a minute and a half. I mean,
And other than no and stop, did you hear, and you said her, did it sound like it was a female's voice?
Yeah.
Other than the no and the stop, did you hear any other words?
No.
Got an answer?
no.
Thank you. All right, now you said that you finished loading up your car with your ex-wife and the child, and that you went down your driveway, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And went to the base of the Bobo's driveway?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you actually turn up in the driveway?
Just barely. I just kind of pulled my truck up in there and stopped.
Okay, did you pull your truck up in it, but still aiming like you were gonna be driving down the road, or did you pull it up facing the house?
Yeah, I actually pulled up facing the house.
Okay, how long did you sit there?
About 2 or 3 minutes.
Did you hear anything else?
Nothing. We turned the engine off. There were no vehicles, no nothing.
So at that point, you didn't have anything to worry about, I guess.
I thought so.
I'm sorry?
I thought so.
Okay, and so then you continue on your way?
Well, we left and we made it to Parsons, and which is about 4 or 5 minutes away. And me and my girlfriend just wouldn't drop it, so we called my mom and had her call Miss Karen.
You said you called your mom. Did you ask your mom whether or not she had heard anything?
Yeah, I asked her if she had heard them arguing earlier that morning.
And had she?
No.
And you said you had your mom ask your mom to call Miss Karen. Did you know where Miss Karen worked?
Yes.
Okay, and your mom used to work there as well?
Yes. And my previous ex-wife.
Okay. Your previous ex-wife.
Yeah.
So everybody coming to your family. All right.
Number 2.
And after giving your mother or telling your mother that information, did you go on to work?
Yes.
And later on in the day, did you, I guess, receive some information that you thought was probably related to what you heard?
Yeah, the TBI said that they needed me to come home because they had to question me immediately.
You got to speak up.
The TBI told me that I had to come home because they had to question me immediately.
Okay. And did you do that?
Yes.
All right.
I got there at 11:50.
And I think it's pretty obvious from the fact that who you're with and the baby, and you dropped the baby off to your ex-wife to work and were on the job, but you didn't have anything to do with what happened to Holly Bobo.
No, ma'am.
Right. Just you happened to have heard something, told your mom, and your mom called Kara Bobo.
Yes.
Let me fast forward two photographs. Let's take a look at the first one. Do you recognize what that is?
Sort of.
What does it look like?
It's the side of their garage or their house. The side of their garage or their house.
All right. And does it show the edge of where your property might start, or the direction that your property would be in?
I think I'd be more over here.
Okay. Let me show you the second picture. Do you recognize this?
Yeah. I would be right here, right below those 2 pine trees.
All right. Your Honor, I'm going to ask that these 2 photographs be marked as the next numbered exhibit.
All right, it'd be exhibit 15 and 16.
I'm going to ask Mr. Ragland to put the first picture up on the screen, and if you'll still speak up, but I want you to tell the jury what you were telling me. What do you recognize the side of this building to be?
I think that's their garage.
Okay. And would your house be to the left or to the right?
Over there.
This way?
Yes,
My
ma'am.
pointer is?
Yes, to the right.
And what is between the 2 houses?
A pond.
A pond? Now I'm going to ask the next exhibit be placed. And what do you recognize this to be?
A picture facing over towards my house.
All right, I'm going to pass you the pointer and ask if you can show the jury. It's that button. Look, right there. If you can show the jury where your house is.
Well, my house is about right there, but when the event happened, I was standing in the tree line about right there, right below those 2 pine trees.
Okay. And so from that distance, you said it's about 750 feet?
Somewhere in there.
It's quiet there.
Yeah.
And you were able,
Especially in the morning.
right, and you were able to hear the screams from the area of the Bobo house.
Yes, ma'am.
And you said your dogs heard them too.
Yes. Oh, you ain't getting it back.
One moment. Mr. Barnes, I don't have any more questions. The defense probably does.
All right, cross-examination, please.
Yes.
Can we turn this off so it shines the bright in my eyes? Mr. Barnes, my name is Jennifer Thompson, and I am representing Zach Adams in this case. He's the defendant. Now, I wanted to clarify a few things from your testimony. Maybe I couldn't hear you. You're somewhat soft-spoken.
I'm sorry.
Or maybe I misunderstood, but in fact, your mother was she was at your house that morning or on the property that morning, wasn't she?
Yeah, she had left pretty early that morning.
But she was, well, first let me just go through. You gave multiple statements to the police and different law enforcement agency over time, didn't you?
Yes.
Matter of fact, you were interviewed that very same day that Holly disappeared, April the 13th, weren't you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you'd agree with me that your memory and your statement that you gave that morning is probably the most accurate of all the statements, wouldn't you?
Yes.
Because it was so fresh in time to the incident. Okay. And in that statement, you agreed that it was around 7:45 that you were loading tools into your pickup truck.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, what kind of truck did you have on that day?
A really old 87 F-150,
Okay. And what color was it?
black.
Okay. And it had space in the truck for the car seat, you and your wife.
Yes.
Okay. And it was when you were outside when you're loading these tools in the truck, weren't you?
Yes, ma'am.
And it's while you were loading the tools in the truck that you began to hear a girl screaming.
Yes.
Okay. And it sounded like it was coming from the direction of the neighbor's house.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And your first thought was it was someone was playing or chasing a girl around.
Yes, ma'am.
And maybe even that they had a snake because of the way that the girl was screaming.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the girl was screaming, "Stop, stop, don't." Is that correct? Okay. And when you heard this, you walked a little closer to the property and the tree line, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You looked through the trees, but you did not see anything at the time.
Nothing.
And the screaming seemed to last for just 1 or 2 minutes. Sometime after the screaming stopped, your ex-wife, Cassie Bates, came outside. Isn't that right?
Yes, ma'am.
She got in your truck, and you asked her if she had heard screams.
Yes.
And she said no. And you started to leave. That's when you left.
The witness didn't answer that question.
I'm sorry. I think you nodded your
I
head.
said yes.
Okay. She said no, and you answered.
What did I say to Cassie?
Okay, strike
Is that what you're asking me?
It's. I just wanted you to repeat your last answer. I think your last answer was no.
What did you say? I'm sorry.
Okay.
Could you please repeat it?
That's where it gets confusing. She entered the truck. You asked her if she had heard anything, and she answered
No, she didn't hear anything.
correct. And there were 2 different ways that you could have taken off that morning to go to drop your stepson off at daycare, weren't
Yes,
there?
ma'am.
One way was a direction away from the Bobo home, and one way was where you would pass the Bobo home. Is that
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
And usually you took the other direction away from the Bobo home, didn't you?
Yeah, because it's a gravel road and
Right.
junky.
But because of what you had heard that morning, and it was so unusual, you decided to change your normal course of behavior, didn't you?
Immediately.
Because after the way that your dogs, I mean, your animals there around you even reacted to the screams they were hearing, didn't they?
Yes, ma'am.
Matter of fact, they put their ears back and they kind of cowered down, didn't they?
Yes.
And that meant something to you too also, didn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. So you decided you would drive past the Bobo house.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you drove past the Bobo house, you slowed down to look, didn't you?
And I pulled in their driveway.
Pulled in their driveway and paused for a few minutes.
Turned the engine off.
What?
I turned the engine off.
Okay. Turn
So
the
that way I
engine
could
off.
hear anybody. There was nothing.
Because had you heard anybody at that moment, you would have gone and further investigated, wouldn't you?
Oh, yeah.
And even when you heard someone screaming, you did not ever hear this woman that was screaming yell help, did you?
No, ma'am.
If you'd have heard somebody yell help, you would have gone to help, wouldn't you have?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so you heard nothing when you paused in the driveway and turned off the engine, did you?
Nothing.
And there were no cars in the driveway.
Nothing.
And from the time that you were in your driveway, you didn't see any cars pass your house, did you?
No, absolutely nobody came out, even going the opposite direction from their house, because I kept an eye on the place from the time that I went from the place where I was getting the tools till I got in the vehicle to go down there.
Okay. And so after you pass the Bobo's house, there's not another street between your house and the Bobo house, is there?
No, ma'am.
I mean, there's no T-bone or cross street or anything.
No.
And after you pass the Bobo's house, there's a small logging road on the left-hand side as you're driving north.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you look down that logging road?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see anything?
Nothing.
And did you see any cars on the right-hand side of the road?
No.
Okay. And then just a little further down, you get to a stop sign, don't you? Does that area there, that road down there have a name?
Five Forks.
Five
is what they
Forks
call
Road.
it.
Okay. And did you see any cars there?
No, ma'am.
And that's where you turned and you went on your way towards Perry County, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am. Through Parsons.
Through Parsons, yes. And then, but it's when you got to the Five Forks corner that you stopped and made a telephone call, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
Because even though you had seen nothing and you had heard nothing, you were still so disturbed by the screaming that you wanted to let your mother know about it.
Yeah, it didn't seem right.
And so you called your mother and asked her to call Karen Bobo.
Yes, ma'am.
And you used a cell phone that morning to make that call.
Yeah.
And are you aware that that call was made at 7:47?
I didn't know what time it was.
If your cell phone records show that it was made at 7:47, would that be accurate?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would say so.
Because I think initially, at some point, you said that you had heard that screaming sometime between 7:40 and 7:45 was when you heard the initial screams.
I was outside at the time. I don't know exactly what time it was. I went outside about 7:15 to start loading up. I mean,
Okay.
the best I can do is give you a guess of what time it was.
Sure.
I mean,
Because you weren't wearing a watch, you weren't keeping track of time. Okay. And at some point later that morning, your mother called you and told you to return home.
well, actually, I had numerous messages from.
So I'm just gonna pause right there, just really, really quick. This attorney is going to be Thompson, Sharon. So this is the defense, and I think she's actually asking some good questions from him. No, this is the defense doing the questioning, and I think she asking some real good questions. Go on, Jennifer. Jennifer with the T. We got two Jennifers, so she gonna be Jennifer with the T, or redhead Jennifer. But both of them got red hair. One, yeah, okay, whatever. Jennifer with the T up here asking all these questions so she can get out this T. My question to you guys is Law and Crime, is that the only place that air this that we are aware of? Because this and shout out to all my I don't know, this mouth movement, I can't, it's like really throwing me off. And I thought maybe if I pause it and start it again, that maybe we'll get on the same page. But or maybe Corti, let me see. Cause I'm telling you, like, this mouth movement is just it's like I'm sorry, y'all. Y'all know I really can't. I mean, we'll do it if this is all we got. But I tell you, it's hard for me to even look at him because I'm like, hey, you talking, but your lips ain't moving, fool. that's what I'm thinking when I'm looking at that old boy up here. Like, you talking, but your lips not moving. Okay, Holly Bobo. No, I don't think so. I mean, it's so off. It's ridiculously off. Oh man, I almost thought I had it good with this doggone bot thing. I don't know. I may have to turn off the timers on it because I just can't. I can't do too much or nothing at this point in time. Okay. Okay, yeah, I don't see anything on because I would think that this would be probably a legendary trial. I don't see anything, but I'll keep searching. But I'll keep us in there, okay, guys? Yeah, like I just wanted to get better. But okay, here we go, guys.
Her and the TBI and several
Okay.
others indicating that I had to come home for questioning.
Okay. And so you left and you came back to your house.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I know you said you heard somebody yelling, "Stop, stop, don't." But at some point, you even acknowledged that you had heard the person yelling, "Stop, God damn it, stop it." Do you remember that?
When it started escalating towards the end, yes.
So there were actually some curse words that were coming out.
One.
Okay. And so eventually you were questioned multiple times by the TBI and the FBI over this incident, weren't you?
Yes, ma'am.
At some point you became a prime suspect in this matter, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
And one of the reasons that they didn't believe you is because they thought that you...
I'm going to object about how can he possibly know why
Why they didn't believe you? Improper question,
Well-
objection sustained.
Okay. Was there an issue that they questioned about your testimony or your version of the story?
And I'm going to object to hearsay if she's asking what a TBI agent questioned him about.
The questions, I think, are
Objection
specifically...
sustained.
They're excluded by the hearsay rule.
Objection abstained. Sustained.
So,
If it helps you any, I don't know why.
what?
Said if it helps you any, I don't know why anyway.
Okay. Okay.
You can ask 4 different ways.
But you were brought in, and actually at some point you were questioned for hours.
Several times.
Several times in a small room.
Yes, ma'am.
And the TBI and the FBI continually came to your house and to your mother's house.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember that dogs that day you were tracking Holly's scent over to your house?
With my dogs?
No, other tracking dogs
Oh,
followed
yes,
a
ma'am.
scent to your house that day.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When the whole time you were not involved in the disappearance of Holly Bobo, were you?
No, ma'am.
And you were simply trying to be a good Samaritan by calling the neighbor, weren't you?
Yes, ma'am.
And you heard someone that you thought sounded like they were in trouble and you were trying to help them, weren't you?
Yes.
Okay. The TBI would eventually had you write out a statement, didn't they?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. In this statement, you wrote, "My name is James Barnes. I provided a
I'm
written..."
going to object. That's not an improper way to ask a question. We don't read statements.
Unless it's prior inconsistent or something like that, it's not used.
Well, I can ask him if these statements are true. I'd like to ask you if these things are true. to the
All right,
best of
then
your
don't go with the statement. Just ask if it's true.
I
Yes,
thought I already had to sign something to that effect,
okay.
And
saying that my statement was true under penalty of law.
Wait.
the
If
witness,
there's an objection, you need to just hold on for a minute, okay? Because I might
I'm
not
sorry.
allow the question, I might, okay?
sorry.
Thank you.
what I was going to say is she said she wanted to know if these things are true. She can ask him any question. If he answers inconsistently,
That's what I just said, okay? Let's move on.
You recognize the scream that morning as being that of a young girl.
Yes, ma'am.
You had met Holly before.
Yes, ma'am.
You recognized it as what you thought was Holly's voice.
Yes, ma'am.
You were outside by yourself.
Yes, ma'am.
Cassie Bates was still inside.
Yes, ma'am.
Your mother, Kathy Wise, was at home also.
No, she wasn't home at the time.
She was in her home.
No.
So your mother, Cassie Bates, your mother, Kathy Wise, you're now saying she was not at home?
I don't think she was at home.
Where do you think now she was?
I think she had went to town for something.
Okay.
If she had been home, she'd have been out there helping me load up tools. I know her.
Now, she didn't live in town, did she?
No.
Okay. She lived on the property?
Between there and her new place in Lawrenceburg.
Okay. Okay. When she lived on the property, did she live in the barn behind your house?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So now I'd like to ask about a prior inconsistent statement, Your Honor.
Hey, all right. Does it follow what you just asked him?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you may.
So, when you made your written statement, didn't you in fact say that my mother, Kathy Wise, was in her home, the barn behind my house?
I don't know what I put in the written statement. That was 6 years ago, but if she was home and I said she was in there, then she may have been, but I don't recall her being home.
Okay, so now it's just a fuzzy memory for you.
That's what 7 years does.
Yes. And just in case not everybody knows, Perry County is east of Parsons, Tennessee, isn't that right?
Yes, ma'am. The next county over.
Towards the Tennessee River.
Yes.
Do you remember what your telephone number was at the time?
No.
Okay. At some point, things grew very uncomfortable between your family and the Bobo family, didn't they?
Yes.
And it grew uncomfortable between your mother and the Bobo family, didn't it?
Yes.
Do you still live on that property?
Yes.
Okay. Did your mother live there anymore?
No.
Okay. And you said earlier she'd moved to Lawrence County.
She was in the process of it.
Okay.
I'm not sure what part of the process she was at that time. I don't remember. Like I said, it's been a long time.
Okay. If I could have one. Would it be accurate to say that for over a year, the TBI continually came around your house to attempt to get you to confess?
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions.
Anything else for the director?
Very briefly.
Okay.
Would it also be accurate to say that you didn't have anything to do with it?
Yes, ma'am.
One last question about the series of questions about how you perceived the screams. They were frightening enough to you that when you heard them or when it stopped, you actually got a cold chill.
Oh, yeah. My hair stood up everywhere, and I looked around, and every one of my dogs, they were on the ground. Their ears were up. And Cassie walked outside right then, and I just told her, I screamed at her, I said, get the truck now. And she thought she'd done something wrong or something.
It was that,
But we got down there within about 45 seconds.
it was that impactful to you though.
Yes, ma'am.
That's all, Your Honor.
Anything else?
Nothing further.
All right.
I'm gonna pause it right there. So far we didn't heard from Dana, right? Holly's father. We heard from Drew, Holly's boyfriend. James. Now this is the neighbor. I guess what I would have to say in regards to this, when I'm listening to his testimony, I'm not saying that he was involved in it, but he said that he heard Holly yell, stop, no, stop. So, I mean, I guess it proves the states that a violent abduction happened, right? He said just now he got down there within 45 seconds. And that it was so drastic and so loud and so alarming, the hair stood up on the back of his neck or whatever he just said in regards to that. But I guess on the defense end, and what I like that our girl Jennifer T did is that she proved that, hey, they were looking at you for the last year. They kept coming out to your house the last year. They kept trying to get you to confess. And what that stands out and seems to me like they were trying to get this case cleared. They were trying to solve this. They were trying to do whatever they could to solve this. And so that's what makes me worry. 3 years later, why does it go to Zach? Like, why does it go to him and his crew or whatever the case may be? And the defense, I think this helps them because he got down there in 45 seconds. He heard the stop. No, it doesn't sound like he heard a male's voice, but he was unable to identify any type of attacker. So he didn't see anything. Okay. Well, I'm just taking notes down on what stuff that I'm seeing out of this case. And we'll just continue. I believe Holly's mom is next. I think that's who's next. Okay, so we'll go into her testimony.
You can step down, Mr. Barnes. You're free to excuse or you remain in the courtroom. Call your name.
Karen Bobo.
Karen Bobo. Oh, she's here. I forgot she's your rep too. Raise your right hand, please. Solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Be seated and state your name for the record and spell first and last.
Karen Bobo, Karenbobo.
Let me see counsel up here just a minute. One second. We'll close our door first, maybe. I think everybody already knew what I mentioned, but did you stay on?
I did, sir.
Was it okay?
It is okay.
Thank you.
Just breathe. Earlier, you were in court, present in court earlier when Dana Bobo testified,
Yes, ma'am.
and that's your husband.
It is.
How long have y'all been married?
35 years.
You got children together?
2 children, Clint and Holly.
And Holly's date of birth?
10/12/90.
And the whole time that she was alive, where did you live? And you also, well, I should just speak up. I know it's hard. But I want everybody to cover you and be able to hear, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Had Holly ever moved out of the house, or did she, once she graduated from high school and started college, did she stay in your house?
Yes, she had always stayed in our house. She never moved out.
There's been some mention today about her being in a nursing program. So let me ask you, when did she graduate from high school?
She graduated in 2009.
Did she go to college first?
She did. She actually took a couple classes in high school, college classes, and then after graduating high school, she went to college for a year.
Where did she go?
Jackson State, Lexington campus.
And after that year, did she transfer to a different program?
She did. It was a bridging program a 12-month program that bridged into the RN program. And they were a handpicked, I believe, 25. And they called and asked her if she would be in that program.
Okay, and where did she take classes after her first year in Jackson?
The nursing class was at UT Martin Parsons campus,
And how far away from your home was this UT Martin Parsons?
about 6 miles.
Was it a rigorous program?
Very rigorous.
How many days a week did Holly go to school?
Holly went to school 4 days a week. She was off on Friday.
How did she spend her Fridays?
She spent her Fridays house cleaning. She would usually get up pretty early, clean the house so she could have the afternoon to do something else.
What were Dana's hours back in that time?
To the best of my memory, he probably left home around 5:30 and got home around 5:30 or 6 in the afternoon.
And he was working for McKinsey Tree Service?
Yes, ma'am.
And what about you? How did you spend your days?
I spent my day teaching second grade at Scottsville Elementary School. I usually tried, my goal was always to leave at by 7 o'clock, and I got home around 3:30 every day.
And what about Clint?
Clint was working part-time and going to school at UT Martin in Martin 2 days a week, Tuesdays and Thursdays.
Your husband said that he was a social worker. Was he already a social worker at that time?
No, ma'am. He was working at the nursing home.
Studying to be what?
Studying to be a social worker.
So is it fair to say that during the day, Monday through Friday, except when Holly was off, on Fridays, generally, was everybody gone?
Yes, ma'am.
Who left first most days, Holly or Clint?
Tuesdays and Thursdays, Clint left early, like at 6 o'clock. I think his first class was at 8 at Martin. And then on Monday and Wednesday, I believe Holly left first.
And this routine, this family life, was that did it just repeat itself week after week? You guys
Yes,
going to
ma'am.
work, Holly going to school, Clint doing both?
Yes, ma'am. Very routine.
You saw me put a picture of a young lady up on the overhead earlier. Who is that?
That's my daughter, Holly.
Now, I want to draw your attention April 13th of 2011, okay? And ask, do you remember what day of the week that was?
Wednesday.
And was that Wednesday very much like every other Wednesday in your household?
It was.
Do you remember if Holly had anything special going on in school?
When I got up that morning, Holly's door was closed. Clint's door was open. So I closed his door. He snores, plus he had a surround sound. I think the television was on in the surround sound, so I closed his door and opened hers. And she was sitting on the bed studying. I think she told me she'd been up since 4:30 that morning studying. So I went on about my business, getting ready. And then later, I packed her lunch. And then she asked me to get her some muffins.
Let me stop you here.
Yes, ma'am.
So, this conversation that you had with her when she was sitting on her bed, did she see herself?
Yes, ma'am.
Everything was normal.
Everything was very normal.
And you said she was studying for a test?
She was. They had a test just about every day, but depending on what they were studying as to how much she had to study extra. So it must have been something pretty hard.
Because she was already up.
Because she was already up.
Now, you said you went on about your business. At some point, did Holly leave her bedroom and go somewhere else in the house?
She did. She left her bedroom and evidently had taken a shower and put her clothes on.
Why do you say that?
Because when I left, she was sitting at the dining room table studying. And she asked me, could I grab her some muffins, because I usually fixed muffins every other morning. And I remember telling her yes, and I got them out of the refrigerator and put them in the microwave. And I said, just heat them up. I'm in a hurry, gotta go.
You said you made her lunch. What you did with that?
I think I stuck it back in the refrigerator. So that's what I did every morning. Made her lunch and then stuck it back in the fridge.
And did you notice or see lunch/gas money that had been left somewhere in the kitchen by your husband?
Yes, at some point in time, I picked up the $20 bill. And I guess Holly must have been in the shower because I went into her bedroom and I was afraid she would forget it. Because that's just how I was, always doing everything, making sure nobody forgot anything. So I took the money and I actually put it in her wallet, in her purse.
And did you tell her goodbye?
I did. Told her goodbye and I loved her.
Where was she when you told her that?
She was sitting at the dining room table studying.
Do you remember what time you left for work?
Around 7.
And when you left, what door did you go out of?
I went out the back door, the door I always used.
Now, there have been some pictures of the attached carport. Did you see those pictures today?
I did.
Is that the area that you parked your car in?
Yes, ma'am.
If we are standing outside of the carport looking at the cars, who parked where?
Holly parked on this side.
Left or right? If we're looking at the rear of the cars.
If you're looking at the rear of the cars, hers will be on the left and mine would be on the right. So I had to walk past her car to get to my car.
Is your car there?
Her car was there.
Everything seemed normal in your garage or in your carport?
Yes.
Did you see or hear anything that concerns you?
No.
You said you left approximately 7. When you got there, how long did it take you to get to school?
It takes me about 25 minutes.
Did you do anything special while you were in the car driving?
I talked to a friend of mine, Tina Cruz, on the phone.
And frankly, was that something you did nearly every day?
Yes. She had a long drive. I had a long drive. So we usually talked every morning on the way to school.
And did any texts or any calls come in while you were talking to Tina that interrupted that conversation?
Yes, Holly tried to call me.
Did you hang up with Tina or did you not pick up on with Holly?
I can't remember if I waited till I got to school to call Holly and pulled in the parking lot or if I let Tina go and talk to Holly then.
But you talked to Holly on the phone after you left your house about the time you were getting to school?
Yes.
Okay. Did you talk to Holly once or more than once?
More than once.
And what in the world were you talking about since she had a test and it's time for you to go to work?
Well, she told me that she had spoken with Drew. She had talked to Drew on the phone and that he was on my mom's property turkey hunting and he had run into my cousin's son and that they had questioned him and wanted to know who gave him permission to hunt.
So he had permission to hunt, right?
He did. It was just kind of a blanket permission.
So based on that conversation, did you make some other calls, reach out, call your mother, do that kind of thing?
Yes, I don't remember in which order, but I called Drew and asked him, was everything okay? And he told me that Bo had asked him about who gave him permission. He told him that Holly's grandmother and told him that he was Holly's boyfriend. And then I called my mom and told her that Drew was over there hunting. And then I called Holly back and told her everything was okay.
And when you called her back to say everything was okay, did you know at that time whether she was still at home or did you think she had left for school?
No, she was still, I think she was still at home.
I mean, that's not, you didn't ask her.
I didn't ask her, no. But by the timing, I thought she was still at home.
So did all of these sort of back and forth calls with your mom and Holly and Drew, did that cause you to be a minute late to get into your classroom or to get into school?
Yes, it did. And we're not supposed to have our cell phones with us. So I left my phone in my room and I walked to the cafeteria where my students already were and the other second grade teacher was watching both classes.
And so the other teacher had actually had to carry your kids to the cafeteria.
Yes.
Right. And you said you left your phone in your room.
Yes.
Your classroom.
Yes, ma'am.
And do you remember about what time breakfast at Scotts Hill, is it elementary?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. happened? Like, what time was that when you were in the cafeteria with the kids?
We usually went to breakfast, I think about 7:35 or 7:40, somewhere around there.
So they were already there and you walked in.
Yes,
Nevertheless, was it before 8?
yes, ma'am.
Was your plan that you would be the one to take the kids back to the classroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you do that?
No.
Tell the jury what happened.
I hadn't been in the cafeteria very long, and the secretary of the school came to the cafeteria, and she said that the neighbor had called and said she didn't want to alarm me, but she thought she heard screams coming from the house. So that's not a phone call that I got every day. I never gotten a phone call like that. So I almost instantly got into a panic at that point, walking pretty fast back to in the school, because our cafeteria is outside the school. So I go back inside the building, and I went and used the phone, and I called.
Where did you go? Did you go back in the building? Where?
To the library, to the closest phone I could get to, which was normally would have been the office phone, but I must have looked over there and there were parents bringing their kids in, so that's why I used the library phone. But I called Clint and I asked my son Clint what's going on, and he said, "Did Holly not have school today?" And I said, "Yes, why?" And he said, "Well, I think she's out here with Drew." And I don't know what made me say it. This instant panic came over me, and I said, "That's not Drew. Call all the neighbors," I think is what I said. And then I ran over to the office and I called 911. I don't remember exactly what I said, but I remember they said it was Henderson County. We live in Decatur County, so I hung up. I think I fell on the floor at that point. And I guess I called Clint back, but I don't really remember now if it was from the library phone or the office phone. And he was still talking about, was Holly not going to school today when she turkey hunting with Drew? And I said, "That's not Drew." And at some point I said, "Get a gun and shoot him." And I remember Clint saying, "You want me to shoot Drew?" And then a friend of mine and co-worker, Terry Bromley, I think she pulled me up out of the floor, and she was pulling me to her. We were trying to get to her vehicle, and as soon as we got to her vehicle, I called 911 again, and I got Decatur County that time.
So Terry Bromley is a friend and a co-worker?
Friend, co-worker, used to be Holly's basketball coach.
So somebody that had known Holly
since she was in 6th grade, maybe.
You said Miss Bromley was pulling you towards where?
Toward the gym. She parked in front of the gym.
So she was going to take you?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you in any shape to drive at that point?
No.
Did you have your cell phone?
I didn't.
Because
it was down in my room.
Did Terry start heading back towards your house?
Yes.
And you said 25 minutes if you're not speaking.
Yes, ma'am.
And you made another phone call. Whose phone did you use?
Terry's.
And who did you call?
I called 911 with her phone.
And you got somebody that time on the phone?
I did.
Look at a disc and see if you can tell us if you recognize it or not.
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize this disc as opposed to every other disc?
Because I initialed it.
What is it?
It's my 911 call.
Your Honor, ask that we mark this as the next numbered exhibit.
We are 17. Did evidence exhibit 17.
I think you initialed it. Did you initial it after listening?
Yes, ma'am.
And does this truly reflect what you told the 911 operator on your way back home?
Yes, ma'am.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Yes. Okay, you know Karen? Okay, good. Okay, look, I got officers on the way right now, okay, Karen? They're on their way, sweetie, right now. This is Robert. They're on their way, sweetie. I got everybody on their way right now already. Do we know? Say, Clint, seen them? Are they in a vehicle? Okay. Okay. All right. I've got officers in there. I'm gonna let them know. Okay. Okay. They're on their way, sweetie. They're on the way right now. Okay, and this is going, hey, what's your daughter's name again? Okay, this is Holly. Okay, and she's what, 16, 17? Okay, she's 20. All right. 20-year-old female, blonde hair. Yeah, male perfect, camouflage. Drug her off with the woods. That's gonna be behind your house here? Okay, it's gonna be right there, next to her house. Yeah. Okay, I got them on the way, you know, everybody is on the way.
Did Terry drive you on home?
Yes, she did.
When you got there, what was going on at the house?
I think I remember seeing two. I remember seeing Jeremy Pratt because I knew him. He went to church with us.
Who was that?
He was a police officer for Decatur County. And he told me I couldn't go around to the back of the house. I couldn't go in the woods. I remember just slinging him off on me, and I took off running. Terry and I both took off running. I do remember seeing Clint when I got there. I think he was standing out beside the cop car. I remember seeing Kathy Wise, my neighbor. I remember her saying, "You can't go around to the back of the house." And I think I fell down then too.
As the morning wore on, did more people come?
More people came.
Did the law enforcement come?
They did.
Do you have any idea how many people were out there at your house, the yard, the roads, woods?
I don't know.
At some point that day, were you asked to leave your house so that law enforcement could do some work there?
Sometime, I think it was around lunch, maybe.
Did y'all do that?
We did.
How long was it before you went back to the house?
Friday night. That was on Wednesday. And we went back and got some clothes. Maybe the next day. But we didn't stay at our house again until late that Friday night.
You said you took off running through the woods with Terry. What were you doing? What were you trying to do?
I was just trying to find Holly.
And is that what you devoted yourself to from that moment forward?
Yes, ma'am.
Over the next days and weeks, did your life change dramatically from what it was when you got up that Wednesday morning?
It did. It went from just a average family, very routine, to it was day and night, and that's about it. We didn't keep up with the time. We were just looking for Holly, and our house was full of people once we got back home, and then I started keeping notebooks and keeping notes, and we'd turn all the tips and leads in, but then we'd also follow up on them too. And we went people's homes, questioning them, and then the people weren't home, and we thought a building looked abandoned or something. We would just go in it. We were just constantly searching day and night.
Not just you though, right?
No, it was
A lot of people.
a lot of people. I don't think my sister or some of my teacher friends went back to school the rest of that year. And then we searched all summer, and then I didn't go to work. I didn't go back that whole next year.
You said you didn't go back, you didn't go back to work.
No, I didn't. My mom moved in with us and lived with us because I wasn't capable of taking care of myself, basically.
I'm going to pass you a stack of 8 pictures. Keep them in this order and look at them and tell me when you're finished, okay? Do you recognize what is in each of those pictures?
Yes, ma'am.
What do they show?
They show the inside of our house.
Just parts of the inside of your house or all of it?
No, just parts of it.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that those be marked as the next numbered exhibits.
18 through, what's 8?
Where do we leave off? 18? 26.
18 through 26, okay.
We can begin with number. We can begin with number 18. I want you to look over your left shoulder. We need to do the lights a little bit, because it's.
No, they're out in the hallway. I told her yesterday to get the clear mark through it. I think it is.
Okay, looking at, while they're fixing the lights, looking at what's been marked as exhibit 18. What is the jury looking at right in this room?
That's our living room.
And this door?
That's our front door.
All right, so if you come in the front door, you walk directly into the living room?
Yes.
What is this open door at the rear
That's
or the left?
mine and Dana's bedroom.
On the other side of this wall is what? If you were to go around?
That's our bedroom and then bathroom and closet.
Where is the carport in relation to this room?
Behind at the back, going that way at the back of the living room.
Okay. Next one, please. Is exhibit 19 the same room but from a different angle?
That's the same room. That's our front door.
Had this right here.
That there were side lights on each side of the door.
You're saying the word side lights?
Side lights.
And was this structure on both sides?
Yes.
You could stand on the inside and see outside
Yes.
without opening the door?
Yes.
And what is this room down here?
And that's our den.
Okay. This one? Again, is this the front? Same
Yes.
front door?
Yes.
Different side light?
Yes.
What's through this door?
That's where you walk into the kitchen, then dining room, then the other bathroom, and Clinton Holly's bedrooms.
Next one. This doorway, whose room are we looking into?
That's Holly's bedroom.
And is this the view you have from standing in the hall?
Right when you walk through the door.
Okay. Next one. What is this?
That's her bed, and
What are these and what's this?
that's where she had her pillows up against the wall studying that morning. And that's her comforter and her cowboy hat.
And is this the way her bedding and room looked when you last saw her sitting there
Yes,
before she moved to the kitchen table?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. You mentioned the bathroom, but
That would be the bathroom that Clinton Holly used. And if you come out of the bathroom, you can see into Holly's bedroom.
this door frame right here,
Yes,
looking into Holly's.
yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. What is this?
And that's the dirty clothes hamper beside the vanity in Clinton Holly's bathroom.
Who pretty routinely left her hair dryer there on top of the dirty clothes?
That would be Holly.
And is this the way, I guess, what this looked like to the right of the vanity? Is this where she actually put her dirty clothes?
Yes,
And the last one, you didn't put that yellow placard there, did you?
no, I did not.
Were you asked, but nevertheless, this is the same dirty clothes basket?
Yes, that's the same one. That's Holly's jeans, and that's that pink. That's her T-shirt.
All right, we can turn the lights back up. Were you asked to retrieve something? Were you asked to retrieve something out of the Holly's belongings or out of the dirty clothes basket? By law enforcement,
Yes,
what were you asked to find?
they asked me to. I think they asked me to get a pair of her panties.
And did you find a pair of her panties
Yes, I did.
out of that basket?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you provide those to law enforcement?
I did.
I'm looking for gloves. I'm sorry, now. I'm not. I'm gonna pass forward the bag and gloves. If you don't have to take them out, you don't have to. But look in there and tell me if you recognize,
Those are Holly's panties.
are those the panties that you provided to law enforcement?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, ask this to be marked as the next numbered exhibit.
Okay, so that's me stopping the thing. I just have to, I'm gonna have to look this up because I really don't understand. Why would they need panties? I don't understand it. You don't get DNA from a toothbrush or mom and dad. Why do we need panties? What do you want to know how it smell? Like, were they looking for discharge? Like, what are we doing here? I've never heard of that. Unless it's like after a grape. Oh, I got a fruit fly. Now I don't know how I got this fruit fly. Throw away all the fruit in the whole house. Dang it. I don't know. I don't know. Like, unless you were raped and they want the undies off of you after you've been raped or something for evidence, but why are they trying to get some of her old dirty laundry panties? Ugh. And now she got to be shown the panties as evidence in here. Like, I'm not. They have lost me with this whole panty thing. For the dogs. Okay, well, Dad, you can't just get a pair of pants, Or a shirt. I mean, like, what if you didn't have no old panties? Like, what if you had just did laundry and all your panties were clean? No. Okay, note to chat. If something ever happens to me and I'm redrummed or anything, please don't. I don't want my panties to be on display. Tell them to figure out a different way. If it got to be for dog scent or whatever the case may be, please do not. Look, do not. You know, it's so crazy because I'm real retarded. And sometimes I be thinking like, oh, okay, I cannot have holes in my undies, because what if I go to the grocery store and I pass out and they need to take me to the hospital and they see these holes in my drawers? Like, so it keep me from really not wearing holy drawers. So once my drawers get holy, I definitely throw them away. So just so it's just different things that, you know, like I don't want to be caught with holy socks. Like, so it keeps me together in some ways. And boy, oh boy, if they probably find me now, they may not like me at all. Because they be like, oh, she may not wear them at all. But that's neither here nor there. Just please, if something happens to me, please, can we not? And if you gonna do the draws, make sure they some pretty lacy ones or something. I don't know. I just do not want them to give up my draws. Yeah, that's what you got to make sure all that's together, because you never know what may happen. Okay, so hopefully it's because of the dogs. Okay, I didn't think about that for the dogs then. Okay, let's see, because now she got to see her daughter's panties, and I'm like, y'all can't have nobody else bring this evidence in. Like, how you supposed to know if they was dirty or not? Like, because they had to be panties that were used to get a smell, right? I guess the mom went through the laundry and just found some dirty panties. Oh, gosh. Okay. TMI. Sorry.
Exhibit 27.
Is it 26 or 27?
It's 26.
It's 26.
Somebody had it.
I probably said it.
Somebody told me
I think I did.
8 plus 18 would be 26, but if it starts with 18, it's actually 25, so this is 26.
And were you, did you know why they wanted that particular item of clothing from Holly?
I did not.
They just asked you for it and then you turned it over to them?
I did.
I asked you a few minutes ago what door you left when going to work that morning.
The back door.
So if you walk out your back door, are there any steps down to the carport, or is it smooth?
You walk out onto the back deck, and then directly to your left as you're going out, you'll go down 2 steps into the carport.
To get to your car, how did you get to your car? What did you pass by?
I passed by Holly's car.
And in passing to get to Holly's car, did you go down those steps?
I went down those steps in front of her car, around to my car.
I'm going to pass forward 2 photographs. Do you recognize the steps concreted in the front of a car?
I do.
In fact, the front of one of the cars is a license plate tag that you recognize.
Yes.
And what are these pictures of? Whose house, whose carport?
That's ours.
Are these the steps that you walked down to get to your car on April the 13th?
Yes.
Ask if you mark is your next numbered exhibit, Sharon.
Okay, did you wish to publish the last two or not?
Oh, that published.
27, 28 didn't been published.
Oh, did you order more? Yeah, we gotta get it, when we get a sticker on it first,
Right,
and then yes, sir.
27.
Placing, exhibit 27 on the overhead. Karen, when you went down the steps that morning,
That blow is not there.
when you walked, are these the steps you talked about?
Those are the steps, but that blow is not there. But I did see it later that day.
When you left that morning, this is directly how you walked?
Yes, ma'am.
You've seen it?
I would have seen that blood. It was not there.
All right. Next exhibit, please. So this is the way you came out the back door, walked down the steps, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Steps down. What
Yes.
about these drops?
They weren't there.
Can't hear you.
They weren't there.
You said that over the next weeks and months, you didn't go back to school, you just sort of did a lot of searching and following up on leads, is that right?
Yes.
Did you actually look in abandoned buildings and get structures that weren't abandoned, just whatever you could look, you looked?
Yes.
Was your number, your cell number, like out there in the public? And had it been,
Yes. I think I even had it put on a card at some point in time
so that people could call you?
so that people could call.
And at some point, did you get a call from a young lady that identified herself as Adnisha Pressure?
Yes, I did.
Can you describe that phone call for the jury?
She called me and she said, I think I have Holly's, this is Holly's, I'm not sure exactly what she said, but I think she said, is this Holly's mom? And I said, yes. And she said she had Holly's SIM card. And so I told Dana and Clint, and they agreed to go meet her.
Okay, let me ask you this. When you got that, did you actually think that somebody did have her SIM card?
I did, but Dana didn't.
And so did Dana go someplace to meet this woman who had called, or this young lady that had called?
Yes, him and Clint went, and
Did they return with something?
they did. And while they was gone, I called. I don't remember if I called the TBI or the local law enforcement and told them about it.
And did the law enforcement come to your house?
They did. They came and got the SIM card that night.
So you sort of answered my next question. Did they bring a SIM card back?
Yes, they did.
And then you turned it over to law enforcement that night?
Yes.
Did you put it in a phone or check it out to see if it was hers or not?
No.
You just turned it over?
Yes.
Did you, in the course of, I guess, trying to help law enforcement look for Holly, did you even provide them a list of things that were in her purse?
I did.
How did you know what was in her purse?
Because I'd put the money in her purse that morning, and I knew what was in her purse because her wallet, she and I bought when we went to Maurice's together, and her purse. I'm sure I probably bought the pencil bag, or we'd gotten it together because Holly, she never wanted to go. She hated to shop. So usually if she shopped, we went together. I'd just pick up something and it was fine with her.
So were you able to give law enforcement a whole list of things that they should be on the lookout for that would have been in her purse?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you also describe for them what she was wearing that morning, since you saw her studying at the kitchen table?
Yes, I did.
And what was she wearing?
She was wearing a pair of jeans and a girly girl t-shirt.
What does that mean?
That said name brand, and in the back of it said, I think it said, "Don't squat with your spurs on." And then I didn't know what kind of shoes she was wearing because she didn't have her shoes on. But when I went to her closet, I was able to tell them by what pair was missing. And I didn't, of course, see her in her bra and panties, but I was also able to tell them what bra and panties was missing because I did most of the laundry. Even though Holly house cleaned, she didn't do much laundry.
Okay. And what kind of shoes did you tell law enforcement that Holly was wearing?
A pair of black Old Navy flip-flops.
So,
And we had actually talked about that morning because she had, not that she was going to wear flip-flops, but she had asked me what the weather was going to be. I said, I think it's kind of going to be cool this morning, but hot in the afternoon.
and that was during the time when she was studying for her test?
Yes.
Do you remember today what kind of test it was or what she had to turn in that day?
No, I don't.
I want you to look at one document and ask if you recognize it.
I do.
What is that?
That's her, because she had to study for her drug, names of different drugs, I think, but that is definitely her handwriting.
Is there a date on the paper?
4/13/11.
Your Honor, ask that this be marked as the next time we consider it.
Right, the 29.
If we can publish that.
And that could have seen was thought you being.
You said, while we're doing that, you said she had been working on some note cards for different drugs. This says drug card rate sheet, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Whose writing is this?
That's Holly's writing.
And what's the date?
4/13/2011.
That's the last morning you saw her.
That is.
You said you,
Inform the jury, when you go to deliberations, you don't have all these physical exhibits. You don't have these. So I mean, if you can't see it as clearly as you like, you'll actually have the exhibit up there.
did you pack your lunch that day?
I did.
What her lunchbox look like?
I remember it had polka dots on it, and it had her initials.
Across the sack, and ask you to look at the contents of the sack. You can pull it out.
It's her lunch.
Holly's lunchbox.
Yes, ma'am.
I want you to unzip it. Is that the sandwich you made for her?
Yes.
Is that her lunch?
Yes, ma'am.
You left that morning, that was in the refrigerator. Your Honor, I'm not gonna pass it. May I have permission just to hold it up?
Yes.
Miss Nikki. I asked you a little while ago whether you were able to provide law enforcement a list of things that Holly had with her in her purse, if her purse was with her, right?
Yes.
You felt pretty comfortable that you would, with the items or what you told them that she had, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, show you one more item. What is this?
That looks like her purse.
Is that her purse?
It's her purse.
The straps are gone, and but you recognize that as being hers. Ask it to be marked as the next
And
number.
then the exhibit, and the evidence is exhibit 31.
Your Honor, I'm sorry that I'm having a hard time. I know it's very emotional, but it's hard.
You might have to get a little closer to the mic.
That is her purse. It's very hard to look at all that stuff all tattered and torn because it didn't look like that morning. But that's her purse.
Did you tell TBI that there would be a camera in her purse?
I did.
Do you recognize this?
That's her camera.
Next number to exhibit, Your Honor?
32.
Holly's car was still there though, right? At your house? You got back,
Yes, it was.
but did you tell TBI that she had keys? She had a key ring in her purse.
Yes, she did.
Did you describe for them, or can you describe what her
It
she
was.
looked like?
It was a big H and it had like rhinestones. And it and the Browning symbol.
And the what symbol?
The Browning, like she had on the back of her car, the pink Browning symbol and that H. That's her keys.
Is this her car key?
Yes, ma'am.
Permission just to hold it up, Your Honor?
Yes.
Like that, please. You mentioned earlier in your testimony that you told them about her wallet because you were there when she purchased it.
Yes. That is her wallet.
I'm gonna open it. There appear to be several cards in here. What is that?
That's her prescription card, medicine card.
What is this one?
And so Jackson State ID. That's her doctor when she goes to the doctor.
Her insurance card?
Her insurance card. That's her driver's license.
Ask it to be marked as
33. 33. Unless I'm off, I think it's the keys. Car keys, yeah, I was 33 is the keys. This is 34 wallet and content.
And permission to publish on this?
Yes.
I'm gonna ask that the wallet be passed back to, but not the contents, passed back to Ms. Bobo. And I want you to look in it and tell me if there's a $20 bill where you put one that morning.
No, there's nothing in it.
Holly have an inhaler?
Yes, you did.
Did she have
Take
asthma?
just a minute. I'm feeling sick.
Let's take a look at this. I want everyone to remain with me while the jury files out, please. Got a nurse? Come on. Let's let the jury go ahead and file out. Get some lights, Clark, please.
Watch yourself. Come here, Karen. Come here, baby.
Everyone else remain with me, please.
I feel like I can't breathe.
We'll bring them back in a minute. Defense counsel indicated that they wanted a jury out. I'd be glad to hear him. Zachary Adams. At this point, we ask make a motion for this trial.
But the record to reflect that at the time that Ms. Bobo was being cross-examined, Ms. Nichols was at the
She wasn't being cross-examined,
direct examination. She was being handed certain items, very personal items. And at that time, apparently, Karen Bobo suffered a panic attack. She passed out in front of the jury. She required medical attention. And under these facts, I think it's going to be impossible for her to get a fair trial, for Mr. Adams to get a fair trial from an impartial jury. I think they're so tainted at this point that the proceedings should be stopped and a new jury should be called.
All right, let me say this. The witness was within 5 feet of the court. She first started, she said words to the effect that she was not feeling well. Before I could get a recess called, and we had a little problem I was trying to solve media-wise, that I'd almost called a recess. I dealt with that during the recess. But before I could get a recess called, she in fact had a medical event, and she passed out cold. This chair is fixed, so they had some difficulties extricating her. The jury was in passing or filing out the door at that time. This was clearly a medical event. There's no question. This was not something fake to gain sympathy. This lady had a medical issue. Had a couple of, a nurse came up immediately, thank you, whoever that was. And then they've had paramedics on call. The sheriff he's had them here arranged since day one. They won't give us an ambulance, but they will give us paramedics close. They have dealt with her. They feel that she's ready to go now. They said extremely low blood pressure when they first started, as I understand. Very rapid heartbeat, the types of things that are consistent with syncopic events. Okay? And I know because I've had it, and they're no fun. But this was not something that was done in an effort to achieve any type of sympathy or anything. If you want me to, I'll instruct the jury that they are not to give any sympathy whatsoever because of the fact that Ms. Bobo apparently had a medical event, but your motion for mistrial goes through.
Yeah, Your Honor.
If you want me to instruct them for that?
Yes, Your Honor, I would ask for it. And also, Your Honor, after they finish their direct examination, we would like, of course, to have an opportunity to cross-examination because of the medical event. We would ask that we have a recess until in the morning to begin our cross-examination.
I'm not going to do that. I will continue to watch. Basically, the paramedics have given me the thumbs up at this time. So I'm trying to march this case toward conclusion. I don't know any reason to lose that kind of time. I'll make sure that you have an adequate opportunity to cross-examine, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. No.
So I just want to pause right there briefly for a second, guys. As we can see that Holly Bobo's mom, after looking at all this evidence, like, I don't know why the prosecution team did this in this type of shape, way, form, or fashion. But they did. Okay? And in all fairness, I mean, the defense now asks for a mistrial. And I don't know. I'm going to put a poll in the chat because I wonder how y'all feel about that. Because I think in some ways, like, I think you can't get past that. Because they didn't put this person, Zach, on in front of you. Remember? So we got Zach in front of us. We are all human. They are saying this is the guy that's guilty of doing this to this family, doing this to this young lady. And as the jury, we see her collapse. We see her very emotional. We see all of this. Right? So when we're in the deliberation room, even though they tell you you're not supposed to use emotions, feelings, all of these different things, but how could you not? You want somebody to pay for this because it's something that didn't happen in your community, right? You want to see justice for the family. This is who they brought before you. Are we convicting off of that? I mean, because that doesn't happen in court all the time. I mean, absolutely. She had a panic attack and she collapsed. Like, they had to call professional medical people in there for her. We didn't get to see a lot of it because everybody stood up once they seen that but they kind of like, they kept egging and egging. I don't, I almost want to know if Jennifer from the prosecution side was trying to do this, like get this emotion, get this stuff out, get, right? And then the judge doesn't grant the mistrial. So the jury is like, hey, this is who they brought to us. This is who they saying is guilty. We don't have any evidence. Everything is circumstantial. And I guess we'll figure out what is circumstantial and what is brought in. But this is what we brought with, and we want to see justice served for this family. And this is who we have. This is who they told us did it. I think that I'll put a thing in the chat for everybody. And y'all let me know if y'all think that a mistrial should have been granted. I'm going to put this back. I'm going to put this back in the courtroom.
Let me say this, we've been on recess about 30 minutes. Immediately prior to that recess, the witness had a medical event that necessitated us getting a recess. Everything should be good to go now. I want to tell you and instruct you that you're to have no sympathy or prejudice for either side of this case. The mere fact that she had a medical event, please don't sympathize with that side of the case because of that. Listen to the testimony, give it the weight you think that it deserves, but just basically set aside the fact that she had a medical event. Okay, will each of you do that? All right, thank you. All right, you can continue. And I instructed the attorneys to speak up. Ms. Bobo, you might have to get on that mic, okay?
Yes, sir.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
I had my hearing checked last Wednesday to make sure I wasn't going down. And believe it or not, it was pretty good. But I've lost a little bit of high frequency. It said it might affect hearing the higher pitched females, or said something like the grandkids. I said, you don't know my grandkids. There is no problem hearing them. All right, go.
Ms. Bobo, you
Did we
said,
get 34, Mark? Well, okay. Yes.
you indicated that during in the weeks and months that followed, that you, I guess, were tracking down a number of leads.
Yes,
Or
ma'am.
tips or people that became of interest to you or that you heard from. Is that true?
Yes, ma'am.
Included in those people that you talked to, did that list of people include Zachary Adams?
Yes, it did.
Do you see him in the courtroom?
Yes, I do.
Would you point him out to the jury, please?
Right there.
There's a number of people sitting on this side of the courtroom. Where is he sitting?
He will be sitting second from the podium.
Okay, for the record, the defendant.
And where did you encounter him?
Clint and I went to his house.
Did you go, are you familiar with Adams Lane?
I wasn't.
Okay, but you became familiar with Adams Lane?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that like a long driveway and at the top there's two houses?
Yes, ma'am.
Who lives in one house?
The first house you get to is Zach's house, and then his granddad's house.
And what is the first house that you went to at the end of that driveway?
We went to Zach's house, and he didn't come to the door, and that was me and Dana and Clint, I believe. And so we went on to his granddad's house, and Dylan was there, and his granddad. And I asked him, was Zach at home? He said he was at home. And I said, well, he didn't come to the door. He said, well, maybe he left.
I'm going to object to this. And we're not offering this for the truth. It's just simply to show what her response was.
What she did.
Yes.
All right. It's not hearsay. You have to show objection overruled.
All right. So you said you knocked on Zach's door. He wasn't there. Then you go next door to Dylan and Dick Adams' house?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And who answered the door?
I don't remember.
One of the two of them?
One of the two of them.
All right. Did you have a conversation with them?
We had a conversation with both of them.
Okay. Did you ask about Zach?
I did ask about Zach.
All right. And what did they say?
I don't remember too much about what they said.
I'm talking about whether they said he was home or not.
Dylan said he was at home, and I said he didn't come to the door.
Okay. And then what happened? With respect to Zach?
I left my phone number and told Dylan that I wanted to talk to Zach.
And did Dylan indicate that he would give Zach that message?
Yes, he did.
And do you remember when this happened? How early in the investigation?
I believe it was July.
July of what year?
July 2011.
So despite the fact no arrests were made for quite some time, you, investigative leads, had already gone to that house.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you leave the message with Dylan. Did you ever hear back?
Yes.
Call you?
Zach called the next day and
did you know him before? Did you know Zach Adams?
I had Zach in the 4th grade. I was his 4th grade school teacher.
Okay. So when you left a message for him to call you, it was call Karen Bobo. You're somebody he knew.
That's correct.
Okay. So you said he called you in?
He called the next day.
And what, if anything, did he say you say?
He said, I hear you wanting to talk to me. And I said, yes. And he said, well, you can come on over to my house. And I said, well, I'll be bringing my son because that was a work day. Dana was at work. And so Clint and I went over there, but I called Dana's boss to tell him that we were going over there.
Okay. So
Dana, I believe, was working in Benton County at the time, around holiday.
So, but David didn't get there in time to go with you and Clint?
No, I didn't even tell Dana we were going.
Just told his boss?
Yes.
So did you and Clint actually go to Zach Adams' house?
Yes, we did.
And you say that was in what month?
July 2011.
Right. And what happened when you got there?
When we got there, I can't remember if he came to the door or the front door was open. And so he invited us in, and we went in just the living room part. And we sat down. I'm not sure he ever sat down. His behavior was, his voice was low one minute, loud the next. I don't remember a whole lot about what he said, but 2 things stand out to me that he said.
And what is the first one?
He asked Clint to describe what the person looked like who walked away with Holly. And when Clint described him, he said that was Shane.
Okay.
And I just found that odd.
Okay. Did you know who Shane was?
I did.
Did you have him in school as well?
No, I did not.
Just knew who he was. All right. What was the second thing that he said?
He told me, this is just out of the blue.
Hey y'all, we really taking a deep dive into this case. Remember, our girl Jennifer with the T on the defense said, hey, there was a lot of objections and things that I should have did that I did not do because she had felt so defeated by the judge because of different things that went on in the trial. I guess my question is how are these statements coming in, y'all? I don't know. It seemed like a little hearsay to me, but all right. Here we go. I'm gonna look at. I'm not a lawyer, but I'm gonna look it up.
That he could call someone with his phone and make it look like it was coming from my phone.
So, did he use the word spoofing, or is that a term you're familiar?
He did use that word, but I didn't have a clue what it meant.
So those are the 2 things that you remember him saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any other encounters with him? I should have asked. Did you go there to ask about your daughter?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And that's the information you came away with, was you described one individual as being Shane?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you know that there are other people charged with raping and kidnapping Holly and killing
Yes,
her?
ma'am.
Did you meet with any of those people in the course of doing your own investigation?
Yes, all of them.
When you say all of them,
All 4 of them. The first one being Shane.
You talked to Shane first,
Yes,
on one or more occasions.
more than one.
And do you know Shane's parents even?
I do know Shane's parents, yes. I had Shane's sister in school. I did not have Shane.
So you talked to Shane, what is his last name?
Shane Austin.
Okay. And who else did you talk to?
We talked to Jimmy and Rita Austin. We went to their house because we thought Shane lived with them. And his mom told me that they had to move him out because they would come home and their house would be full of drugs and people on drugs.
All right. So after talking to her, you talked to Shane at some point, not gonna ask what he told you. What about Dylan? Now, you told the jury that when you went to see Zach the first time, you actually had a conversation with Dylan and with his grandfather, Dick. Is that correct?
Yes,
Is that the only time that you talked to Dylan?
yes, it is.
Did you know Dylan before going to the house that day?
I knew what he looked like, but I didn't have Dylan in school.
What about Jason Autry?
I had Jason in the 7th grade at Parsons.
And did you go and talk to him?
Yes, we did.
How many times did you talk to Jason Autry?
At least twice.
And will you tell the jury where those conversations took place?
The first time we were getting ready to walk out the door to go to early church, and we got a phone call from a girl at the Shell station, I believe. And she said she had someone she wanted us to speak with.
Wait. Objection.
To the hearsay, Your Honor.
It's not a hearsay, I was there.
You're describing a conversation someone had with you.
Yes, sir.
Is it being offered for the
It
truth?
was not. It's offered for what she did when she got
All
this
right, your
information.
objection overruled. By definition, that's not hearsay.
You understand, you got some information from a lady over the phone that said she was at a Shell station?
She said she worked at the Shell station, and so we went there.
Okay. And when you got there, was anyone there? Did you encounter somebody?
It was some guy that she wanted us to meet.
Okay.
So we went out searching all day, and then we were hot and tired. This was in August, and
August of what year?
2011.
Okay.
And so we go back to one of those gas stations, I'm not sure which one, to get us something to drink, and we're getting ready to check out. And I think Dana said, look, come in there, and it was Jason Autry. So he gets in line behind us to check out, and I turn around and tell him I want to talk to him.
Okay. Now, you can't say what he said, but did you talk to him that day?
Yes, I did.
Did you also go and talk to him on another day at his house or his mom's house?
Yes, people kept calling and turning in their names to us, all 4 of their names. So we went back to Jason's house. I'm not sure when that was. I'm not even sure it was 2011. We went to his mother's house. The first time was August 2011.
So between April of 2011 and August of 2011, had you talked to all 4 of them?
Yes, ma'am.
And when I say you with Clint and or Dana?
Yes, ma'am.
There've been some questions and statements made about pressure put on law enforcement to solve this case. So let me ask you a couple of questions along those lines, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know who, I guess, the case officer or the chief investigator for TBI was in the beginning?
Yes, I do.
Who was that?
Terry Dykus.
And when this case started being investigated and as it continued the weeks and months, did you have contact with Terry Dykus frequently or infrequently?
Frequently. Daily.
Daily?
Daily, just probably sometimes multiple times during the day.
Do you know whether Terry Dykus wanted to close this case? Wanted
He
it to be done?
did. He did very much so.
Did he make certain promises to you?
Yes, he did.
And Your Honor, again, I'm not going to offer this for the truth. It'll become obvious. What statements did Terry Dykus make to you about your daughter?
He told me that he would have my daughter home before her 21st birthday, which was in October.
Guys, I'm really having a problem with this case now. Now, we didn't already started off on a bad note as far as I'm concerned, because I don't understand how is all this doggone hearsay coming in. And just so we all aware and how we able to catch this hearsay is it's of course it's an out of court statement. You don't have to go. I had to go look into a law something to figure this out. So what I found out is that is basically an outside courtroom, and a witness tries to report and repeat it in court, but whatever it was that was actually happening, right? So good key moments that we can tell is if a witness says, I heard, she told me, he told me, they said, he texted me, and basically, and they're trying to use it to prove the truth of something, right? But that's why they keep saying this is not for the truth of the matter. But the thing is that it's still hearsay, and these are still statements that other people are saying that are brought into this case. Now, I see where Jennifer, she did decide to stand up and object. I guess maybe she wasn't shuffling through the paperwork, because I shit you not, guys. When y'all look over there, whenever they're panning over there to that defense table, she looked like she is in a whole disarray over there. Look over there. She looked like she in a whole disarray. And the jury's hearing all of this. And even though you may tell the jury that this is not for the truth of the matter, everything that we hear in court as humans, we are taking. That's why it really ticks me off when judges say, hey, strike that last answer. Oh, and if I strike the answer, that's something that you're supposed to totally disregard. No. I don't know how to erase a certain part out of my head. That right there is a bunch of BS when we were talking about these courtrooms and setups. And that's exactly why when that officer got on the stand in our last trial with what trial was that with our where the officer got on the stand and caused the mistrial, and we was almost done with that case. He got on there saying something that he ain't had no business doing. The defense asked for a mistrial, and the mistrial was granted. What case is that? Because I know I just looked at it not too long ago. And we was almost done with that case. I can't think of the case name just this second. It'll come to me. But with that being said, yeah, we can't unring no bells. I don't agree with that. Oh, the Trey, it was a nah. Was it the Trey Kill case? I can't even remember. It probably was. Who knows? I don't know. Wait a minute. I did a short on it, so I'll be able to tell you. Wait a minute.
Knowledge or expertise in running a support group or a grief recovery? I do not. But there are certain things you're just not, right? Certain expertise you just don't have, right?
No, it was the New Hampshire, the William Kelly redrum trial. No, that was our New Hampshire one. The New Hampshire, the William Kelly redrum trial. Yeah, when Officer Brooks got up on the stand with his old cocky self and said whatever he said to cause a mistrial. Yeah. So just so we aware, mistrials need to happen, and it sounds like they need to happen more often, right? Because from what I'm hearing up in this, like, I just don't even understand how they do not give, like, she either ineffective, she don't know what she doing, or you know, I don't know how this is coming in. Yeah, Tanya, I think it's just too much speculation. And just from this part right here, like, I mean, it got, you know, I've never seen where the mom is the investigator. She the mom, the investigator. She testifying to the evidence that's coming in. Like, typically they'll have somebody, even though she may have given them the, you know, the purse, the underwear, or whatever the case may be, like, they actually bringing the packages up to her. And I thought they was gonna ask her to put some gloves on, get some gloves on, and open it up and show it to the jury. Like, they could have did that with photos. Like, to actually, oh, no wonder she passing out up there. All right, I'm gonna take us back in, but they didn't irritate my soul. All right.
And then when that date rolled around, he told me he would have her home before Thanksgiving. And when that date rolled around, he told me he would have her home before Christmas. And when that date rolled around and she wasn't home, he said he would have her home before Valentine's.
Holly didn't come home, did she?
No, she did not.
And do you remember a time, nearly exactly 3 years ago, September the 7th, 2014, did you receive certain information?
Yes, I did.
And who was the information from?
From TBI Jack Van Hoosier.
And was Jack Van Hoosier Terry Dykes' boss?
Yes.
And where were you when you got the information?
When I got the phone call that they had found human remains in northern Decatur County, I was checking out at American Eagle in the mall.
Go home?
Went straight home.
And then later on that evening, or the next day, did a group of TBI agents come to your house?
They did.
Is that when you learned that the remains that were found are Holly?
Yes, ma'am. I believe it was, that happened on a Sunday when they called and told us they had found human remains, and they said it might be several days, but I believe they came back Monday night and told us it was Holly.
Your Honor, I don't have any further questions.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. First, I'd ask for any Jinx material for this.
Okay. Anything?
We've turned over, as Your Honor knows, every statement and whatnot that we've ever.
I asked you, hopefully, to do that before we wouldn't have to take
Well,
after each witness breaks.
yeah, we did it during the course of discovery. I haven't turned over anything today because she has.
Weren't there some text messages that were going back and forth with the family? I thought there were some text messages. Are those for those also?
I have no idea what she's talking about. Maybe we approach text messages between who and who.
Some type of instruction to the jury about evidence that's been destroyed.
And for all we know, it could be text messages about I'm coming to your house.
I just say meet me at 3 o'clock at the shell station.
But we don't know because I can't.
They've given you everything they've got. Let's go. Bring the jury in.
Your Honor, I'd also ask for a curative instruction. They've allowed in things that people said. It wasn't for the truth of the matter, and like a curative instruction, just to tell the jury that whatever was repeated as what people said is only to put into perspective what happened next, and they're not to consider what they said as being truthful, such as the fact that the Austin family said if people were over there, there'd be full of drug people and drug
That's a legal issue. I don't think I've tried to explain hearsay to attorneys. There's 7 out of 10 attorneys don't know the definition of hearsay.
I believe that there's an instruction available that says that that's a limited use on what those statements come in as, Your Honor.
And a curative instruction with respect to what the lady at the Shell station told her, that's fine. It's nothing. A curative instruction with respect to Dylan saying, I'll give him the message, that's fine. A curative instruction as to what Zach told her, of course, would be inappropriate because that was all.
I can't,
I'm not talking about Zach.
I can't give a curative instruction on every time I rule on some type of objection.
Right, we could
You
have.
probably shouldn't have objected because as an attorney, you should know the definition of hearsay.
I do know the definition of hearsay, and until it comes out, I don't know if it's for the content of the matter. Simply because the state says I'm not doing it for the truth of the matter doesn't mean that's not why it's coming in.
I'll tell the jury, I'll take care of it. Bring the jury out. You all right?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Be seated, please. All right, let me say earlier there were some objections based upon hearsay. I'm not going to send you to law school, but I'm going to tell you generally that hearsay is an out-of-court statement made by somebody that is offered for the truth of what is being said. So everything someone else says is not necessarily hearsay by definition. If that is simply being shown to offer why someone did what they did in response to it, it's not hearsay, okay? Everybody kind of generally understand? And that's after first year law school that you learn that. Some attorneys never learn it, so you folks are up on it, okay? All right.
Good afternoon, Ms. Bobo. I'm Jennifer Thompson. You may have seen me at hearings, but I know we haven't talked before.
That's correct.
And I recognize that today is a very difficult day for you, and it's been a hard afternoon. I want to be very respectful of you, but there's some questions I wanted to ask you this evening that I think only you or you would be the person to answer these questions, okay? One, I wanted to ask you about, I found somewhere in one of the reports that you had discussed Janet Britt and the fact that she had worked at Joe's Video. Okay, that's the topic I'm going to go to. So in Parsons, Tennessee, there was a video rental store called Joe's Video. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And your family had a membership there, didn't they?
Yes, ma'am.
And as a matter of fact, you all would go there and rent movies regularly.
I wouldn't say regularly, but sometimes.
Okay. And a woman named Janet Martin Britt worked at Joe's Video.
Not April the 13th, 2011. No, she did not.
But at one point in the past, Janet Martin Britt had worked at Joe's Video.
Yes, she had.
Okay. And she, at one point, you had said that she recognized your family. When you
I had her son in school also.
Okay. And so when you would go to the rental store, she didn't have to look up your membership number. She knew what it was.
That's correct.
Okay. And she knew your two children, Clint Bobo and Holly Bobo. Didn't she?
I'm not sure. I did never discuss that with her.
Okay. Didn't you, in fact, at some point tell the investigators that Jan had known Clint and Holly their entire life?
I'm not sure. Do you have that where I can see that? I don't remember making that statement.
Okay. Well, I'm happy to pass this up.
Okay.
Can I see what you're passing forward? It's an IR.
It's not her statement, Your
It's
Honor.
on her statement. It's
Yeah.
a statement that was
If I
taken
can
by.
finish, my objection would be, it's not Ms. Bobo's statement. It's something somebody else has said, that she said. So that,
You can ask her if she said it.
right? And this
And
might,
if you've done it, you might have to call someone else that authored that statement if you intend to use it for impeachment.
yes, this might refresh her memory. So I was going to just pass it up to her and see if it would refresh her memory at all.
I do not remember making that statement.
Okay, that's fine. And the conversation that you had with Mr. Adams in July of 2011, you in fact interviewed lots and lots of people in Decatur County, didn't you?
Some.
You taped a lot of the conversations you had with people.
Yes, I did.
And you turned over dozens of interviews to the TBI, didn't you?
Probably.
And the conversation that you had with Zachary Adams that day was in fact recorded.
Yes, it was.
Okay. And that's a recording that you had turned over to the TBI,
Yes.
along with dozens of other recordings.
Not at that time.
But over the course of the investigation, you had turned over
Yes, ma'am.
dozens of recordings. Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Anything else?
maybe.
All right, step down this. Call your next witness.
State Officer Holly Bobo.
All right. Come on up here and raise your right hand, please. Solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Be seated. State your name for the record and spell first and last name for the benefit of the court reporter.
Clint Bobo, Clint Bobo.
Okay, proceed.
Friends, we met your mom, met your dad, we've heard about her sister. When I ask you questions, I want you to keep your voice up so I can hear you back here, okay?
Okay.
Can you do that?
Yes.
Maybe a little bit louder than that.
Yes.
How old are you?
I'm 32 years old.
What kind of job do you have now?
I am a social worker.
Do you have family now?
I do.
Wife?
I have a wife.
Y'all have kids yet?
No, no kids.
It's you and your wife.
That's right.
We're going back 6-7 years. We're going back to April 13th, 2011. Okay?
Okay.
Where were you living back then?
At that time, I lived at 681 Swan Johnson Road, Darden, Tennessee.
Who else lived there?
It was me, my sister Holly, my dad Dana, and my mom Karen.
You're a little older than Holly, is that right?
About 5 years.
Were you working back then?
I was.
Where were you working?
Well, I had a part-time job at nursing homes, and I worked at 3 different nursing homes at that time.
Were you going to school?
I was.
Where were you going to school?
University of Tennessee at Martin.
Working, going to school at the same time, a 25-year-old, right?
That's right.
Probably every bit of it.
Yes.
That morning, April 13th, 2011, is it a morning that you thought a lot about?
Yes, I have.
Is it a morning that you've been questioned a lot about?
Yes.
By your friends?
Yes.
By your family?
Yes.
By law enforcement?
Yes.
Attorneys?
Yep.
Well, we're going back to it again. That morning, how'd you wake up? When did you wake up?
I woke up to hearing the sound of our house dog Rascal barking.
What kind of dog is
He's a Shih Tzu.
a little thing?
Yeah,
He barks a lot.
he's pretty small. He barks pretty often.
That woke you up.
Yes,
And what'd you do?
I went back to sleep.
All right, so you're woken up by a dog barking, but you didn't get out of bed?
No,
Okay, so you wake up, dog barking, stop barking?
well, yeah, I waited. I guess I was awake.
Wait a minute. Hold up. Just, is that you? Wait a minute. Thank you, sweetheart. Thank you. Oh gosh. Yes. I'm like, wait a minute. I think this is her. Wait a minute, but I don't want to put it all out there for everybody in the world. Thank you so much. Just, oh, she just cashed out me some money. Thank you. It was some big money too. Oh, wait. Thank you, honey. Oh, thank you. I was like, what? Stop this mess. Thank you so much, Just Shamrock. She just did hit the cash app for $75, y'all. Oh, I surely appreciate it. I'm getting a tree this year. I'm getting a tree, and we are gonna decorate. So, thank you. Gotta definitely go to it. Because I got to start off from scratch because I don't have not one decoration. I don't have a ball. I don't have a nothing. so hopefully if y'all see any stuff that's going to be on sale for the day after Thanksgiving, you know how they had a little Black Friday sale, let me know so I can go out here and get some Christmas decorations. I surely appreciate it. Thank you so much, sweetheart. I just happen to be like looking because I don't get like an alert or nothing. Like it don't ding. These stupid text messages ding. I need to figure out how to get it to ding for these cash apps so I can know. I just happened to be looking at my phone at the time that the alert was coming down. But thank you so much. Leanne, what I wanted to say, you say I missed the brother and the father. So the father was the first testimony that we heard, Leanne. So we didn't have the father, the boyfriend, the neighbor, the mom, and now the brothers on the stand. So just so you know who we got here, because I don't want you to miss out on anything. But yes, thank you. Aw. Okay, let me take us back. I'm like, thank goodness this is a recording, right? I can stop this at any time. But this judge is off the hook.
For a few seconds, and then I tried to go back to sleep, but maybe he stopped barking at some point in time, then he started barking again.
And did something wake you up again?
Just the sound of him continuing to bark.
Okay, so the little dog's still barking.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do?
I decided I would get up, that he probably wasn't going to stop barking, so I would go ahead and get up and go to try to find out what he was barking at.
What did you expect to find?
I expected something to see a utility vehicle outside, like a water meter reader or an electric meter reader or something, or a delivery truck.
You expected something normal?
Yeah.
Normally the dog barks for something like that.
Yes, he does. Anytime someone comes up, or even if there's a loud vehicle sometimes that travels down the road, he would bark.
And what'd you do? Where'd you go?
Well, I got up and I walked into the den, or the at that time I walked through the kitchen into like the foyer, and I looked out the front windows that were next to the front door.
Are there some side windows?
Yeah, side lights is what we call those.
Y'all say that fast, it sounds like satellite.
That's right.
But side light?
Side lights.
I'm gonna show you, Clint, what's been previously marked as exhibit 19 and 20. It's gonna be behind you.
Okay.
Is that the foyer you're talking about?
It is.
If I show you exhibit number 20. I'm not good at that. What do you see in exhibit 20?
That's the foyer area with the front door open.
All right, you got the front door, you got those side lights?
That's right.
All right, you looked out there, what'd you see?
I didn't see anything. I didn't see any vehicles. Didn't see anything.
Okay, what'd you do next?
Well, I looked out. I walked over to the window that overlooks the attached garage or carport, and as I was approaching that, well, I didn't look at anything really, but as I was approaching that window, I heard voices in the.
So let me interrupt you. I'm gonna interrupt you a few times, okay?
Okay.
Is this a window that is in the house or is it in the door?
It's in the house.
Okay, so there's a window in the back of the house
Yes.
That looks into the carport or looks out at the detached garage.
It looks into the carport attached to the house.
So you're looking out of an interior window into the carport.
That's right.
Is that right?
That's right.
Are you able to see anything?
Well, I raised the blinds slightly, and I saw the silhouette of two individuals underneath that window knelt down.
Was it dark in that carport or was it light?
It was fairly dark.
There were blinds down in the window?
Yes.
Did you pull them all the way up or did you just?
No, I very slightly opened one of the blinds enough where I could see out.
Why'd you do it like that?
Because I heard the voices out in the carport.
At this time in the morning, you've just woken up, right?
That's right.
What information do you have? Did you know where your mom was?
I assumed that she was at school, at work.
You assumed?
Yeah.
You didn't see her leave?
No.
Did you know where your dad was?
I assumed that he was also at work.
But you didn't see him leave?
No.
Did you know where your sister was?
No.
So you're fresh out of sleep to a barking dog. The front of the house, there's nothing. So you walk to the back.
Right.
And you look in this dark carpet.
Right.
And you were describing it, you saw like the silhouettes peek. Did you see these silhouettes or did you hear voices first?
I was going by what I heard, and I was going by the voices. I heard the voices first, and then I raised the blind to try to look out the window.
Describe the voices to me.
Well, it was a male's voice and a female's voice.
Did you actually recognize either of the two voices?
At first, I didn't recognize either voice, but as I listened for just seconds, I could recognize my sister's voice and what I thought was her boyfriend Drew's voice.
And why did you think it was her boyfriend Drew's voice?
Well, because he was the only male figure in Holly's life besides myself and my dad.
So you were making an assumption.
That's right.
Did you know Drew very well?
Yes.
Y'all are good friends, actually, right?
Yes.
Did y'all go hunting together?
We did.
Ride four-wheelers together?
We did.
And you assumed it was his voice?
Yes.
How were the two voices talking to each other? In what manner were they talking?
The male voice sounded somewhat aggravated, and the female voice would just answer back and sounded upset.
Did you actually hear the words that were being spoken?
No, I wasn't able to make out what they were saying.
So were you going by the tone or volume or something like that?
That's right.
Voices?
That's right.
And is all this happening over the course, because we talked about it here, and it sounds like it's happening over the course of minutes, but in fact, it's happening over the course of what?
All of this is taking place just within a few minutes.
These voices, how long do you listen to them?
Well, I would say just less than minutes. I would say seconds.
So you're fresh out of sleep.
Yeah.
The barking dog, nothing out front, looking out to the carport, and you hear these voices.
That's right.
For seconds.
Yes.
And what do you see when you lift up the blind a little bit?
I see the silhouette of two individuals knelt down underneath that window.
Can you see their faces?
No.
Can you tell which one the male is and which one the female is?
By their voices, mostly I can.
What do you mean by that?
The female voice that I heard, which I later recognized as Holly's voice, was on the right-hand side, and the male voice, who I thought was Drew, was on the left-hand side.
What happens next?
I tried to call my mom, and I
Try to call your mom.
was going to ask her if Holly didn't have school today because I knew that she was still at the house.
Let me ask you, if you assumed that male voice may be Drew, and he's a friend of yours, why didn't you open up that door and check?
I don't know.
Have you thought about that question?
Not really.
You could have opened up the door, right?
That's right.
Were Drew and Holly having any sort of relationship problems that they'd be fighting in the morning?
Not that I was aware of.
Do you get involved in their relationship problems?
No, I stay out of.
Is that something you'd want to walk into?
No.
Until you try to call your mom?
Yes.
And why do you try to call your mom?
I was going to ask her if Holly didn't have school that day.
Were you able to reach your mom?
I was unable to reach her on the first try.
Were you able to get through to her?
Immediately after the phone call that I made, I also text her, call me ASAP.
Okay. Did you get a response?
She called back about 20 seconds after I sent the text.
So this is all still happening really fast.
Yeah.
As we're waiting for her to text back, call back, whatever it is, what are you doing?
I'm trying to kind of listen to the voices.
During this time, are you still thinking it's Drew and are you still thinking it's Holly?
Yes.
Does your mom reach back to you?
She does. She calls me right back after I sent that text message.
And what do you tell her?
I asked her, did Holly not have school today because her car is still here?
Did you tell her about the voices in the carport?
I don't recall.
What did she say when you asked about Holly not having school?
She said, yes, she has school.
She actually had tests even.
Yeah, I was unaware of that at that time.
Is that how the phone call with you and Karen, the first one, ends? Or do y'all talk some more?
Well, I forgot to mention, I did see Holly's car in the garage whenever I looked out the window.
When you look out of this window, the carport's right there.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
these figures would have been right there.
Yes, right underneath the window.
And her car would have been right there.
Right there underneath it as well.
So you heard the voices, you saw the car. You asked your mom, did Holly not have school? No, Holly does have school.
She has school.
And then what next?
The reason I ask is, at some point, briefly before this, Holly's car wouldn't start one morning. I think the battery was dead or something, so we had to, I guess, I don't know if my dad did it or somebody had to, jump the car off to get it started. So I thought that maybe it just didn't start and someone was coming to pick her up.
Sure, but what'd your mom say? I mean, what did y'all say to each other after it was established she did have school?
She said she did have school. And I believe at that point I said, well, her and Drew are out here in the garage.
And what did she say in response to that?
I believe she said, that's not Drew. Call all the neighbors.
Well, she knew. She was working with different information than what you had.
That's right.
She knew that wasn't true.
Right.
Because she knew where Drew was. Because she had talked to Drew that morning.
That's right.
Holly talked to Drew that morning. But did you know where Drew was somewhere?
I didn't. I assumed that he was turkey hunting somewhere, but I was unsure of where.
All right, that's not Drew. That's what she says.
Yes.
And what happens next?
She called back. I don't remember how much time had passed, but immediately at this time, I could no longer hear the voices. So I left where I was standing and I walked over to the back door, and that's when I saw a male and a female walking towards the woods. And I recognized the female as my sister, and at this time still thought the male was Drew. And he was wearing camouflage.
Did you see his face?
No, I couldn't see either of their faces.
Were they just a few feet from you, or were they many feet from you?
They were several feet from where I was.
You say several. In fact, later on, we're going to skip forward and come back to this minute and have you tell the rest of the story. But later on, did TBI get with you in that house? Have you look out into that yard and have people stand there as if they were this man and as if they were Holly? I think it's actually had your mom because she's the same height. Did that happen?
It did. We did that.
And we have you look at this picture. Tell me if you recognize that.
I do.
All right, what is that?
That is a viewpoint from the back door of our house up towards the woods where I last saw them walking.
Okay. And in fact, is this a picture from that, I guess you can call it a demonstration?
Yes.
Where you were standing at this window telling them where to be so that everybody could see what you saw.
It is.
I offer this as an excellent example.
Yes.
Terrible. The shut back window you're talking about?
It is.
So you'd be standing inside the house right here at this back window, right?
That's the back door.
All right. After you heard the voices, and now you finally see something, is that right?
That's right.
A figure here?
Yes.
It's impossible to see with these lights on, but this is it will be passed around. But a figure here? Let's try it. This seems a little bit better. The figure here, is that right?
That's right.
And if we looked a little bit closer at this picture, we'd see the figure's wearing camouflage. Can you tell that from where you are right now?
Yes.
And then a figure right here, a pink shirt, like Holly was wearing.
Switch right there.
That's right.
That's better. So here's the first figure with camouflage. And here's the second in blue jeans and a pink shirt. That's actually your mom.
Yes.
But for this demonstration, playing the role of Holly, is that right?
That's right.
Is this the view that you got that morning? The flash that you got of that man in camo?
It
your
is.
sister?
It is.
You told us before that you were several feet away, but that's, to me, that's more than several feet.
It's quite a ways.
It's all the way across your backyard.
Right.
This is the tree line, right?
That's right.
The playground area that your dad built and everything for y'all, that would be out this way, right?
Yes, it's just to the right of where they're standing.
That detached garage would be way over here, right?
That's right.
So this is as much as you saw of the man in Campbell
Yes,
and of your sister.
that's right.
What are you thinking when you saw that? What are you thinking that morning when you saw that? When you had a flash like this from all these feet away of the man and your sister?
Well, at that time I thought, why is Holly wearing a pink shirt if they're walking into the woods? Obviously he's wearing camouflage and she has on a pink shirt.
Did you think they were going hunting or something?
Well, I was unsure. I thought it's a possibility.
Is any of this stuff making sense to you?
Not really.
Did you still think that person could be Drew?
It was at this time that his size seemed to be larger than Drew.
When you say larger, what do you mean? You mean taller? You mean stockier? You mean both? What do you mean?
Wider and heavier, stockier.
This flash from all these feet away across this yard. You say he looks heavier, stockier, wider.
Yes.
Than Drew.
That's right.
So what were you thinking when you noticed that difference?
It occurred to me at that time, I thought, no, that's not Drew, that's Richie.
And who's Richie?
Richie is our cousin.
All right, y'all cousin Richie. Because you didn't see the face, did you?
That's right.
But you're going on like body type.
Yes.
Were you still trying to make sense of what you were hearing and what you were seeing?
Yes.
It doesn't sound like you're doing a very good job of it, though.
No, I was very confused.
Where did they go?
The last I seen them was about at the spot where they're standing in that picture.
Off into the woods.
I didn't see them enter the woods, but that's about the last view that I saw of them.
Why didn't you see him enter the woods?
I'm unsure. It could have been that second phone call from my mom came in at that time, and I looked down at the phone. I'm really unsure as to why I didn't see them enter the woods.
So they came to the woods, and then you didn't see them anymore.
That's right.
Is there anything in those woods behind your house?
Yes, there's a trail just in front of where they're walking, and that trail leads up to an old logging road.
Yeah, there's actually a road that's, I don't know, how many yards would you say it's off into those woods?
From the trail to the logging road?
From where they're standing right there to the logging road.
Probably going to be about 8 to 10 steps.
8 to 10 steps till you get to the trail.
The entrance to the trail. And then
How long down the trail to the logging road?
I think that we walked it was about 60 yards from the trail entrance to the logging road.
So about 70 or 80 yards into these woods, you get to the logging road.
That's right.
That you can have a vehicle and you can take off driving.
Yes.
What do you do when you see him disappear into the woods?
Well, I talked to my mom again on the phone. She called me back.
And how's she acting?
She's panicked at this point.
Panicked. And what is she telling you?
She said, "Oh my God, Clint, that's not Drew. Get a gun and shoot him."
That's not Drew. Get a gun and shoot him.
That's right.
You've woken up to something. Voices. Flash of this. Your mama yelling at you to get a gun and shoot somebody.
Right.
What do you do?
Well, I didn't do that. I was still thinking that it's either Drew or it's Richie. There's no reason for me to get a gun and shoot. I wouldn't shoot Drew. I wouldn't shoot Richie. I have not seen anything to indicate that I need to be trying to shoot anyone. So I didn't do that.
What did you do?
I think it was at this point that I was at the back door, or I went back to the back door. I think I was already standing there, but I opened the door up, I guess just to listen, or I'm not sure what I was about to do, go outside, I guess. And then I felt how cold it was that morning, and I was still in my pajamas. So I come back and
Let me interrupt you. We can tell at this point in the morning that you're confused.
Yeah.
Would you admit that?
Yes.
Confused by what you heard, what you assumed, and then later what you saw.
Yes.
Would you admit that you're also kind of scared of what was going on?
Just unsure.
So you open that door, and you don't run out and chase these two people into the woods, do you?
No.
What do you do?
I opened the door and I felt how cold it was, and I realized I'm in my pajamas, so I went and put on some pants and a jacket and some socks and a pair of shoes, and then I went out the back door.
Gun or no gun?
No, I also went and grabbed the .38 Colt revolver before I went out the door, and I also have my cell phone.
Got dressed, got a phone, you got a gun. Now what are you going to do?
I guess I'm gonna go and look and walk up to the logging road to see if I can see them or hear them.
What do you do?
I walk out and then I look to my left where they were knelt down under that window, and there's a pool of blood in the garage.
There's a garage and there's a carport.
Carport.
Which one is it?
It's a carport attached to the house.
It's the one that you were lifting up that blind and peeking into, right?
That's right.
And you were seeing the silhouettes of your sister and somebody.
Yes.
And there's a pool of blood.
Yes, just below where they were knelt down.
And what are you thinking at this point?
I'm even more confused because I'm thinking now, if it is Drew or if it is Richie, they've killed a turkey, they brought it up here to the house and laid it on the carport, and it's been bleeding. And
you're still not thinking that some man or some men came to your house that morning and abducted your sister and dragged her off in the woods?
Absolutely not.
Had that even crossed your mind at all?
No.
If that had crossed your mind, what would you have done?
The situation would have been much different. I would have probably not called anyone. I would just got a gun and tried to kill the person that was with my sister. It would have been either him.
Outside with the gun and the phone, and now you're dressed. What do you see, other than the pool of blood after that?
Okay. I will go ahead and close the back door, and I'll walk across the deck because obviously I don't want to walk down into the garage. So I take a right and I walk across the back deck and into the driveway, and I make a left and I walk up through the backyard up to the entrance of that trail.
Sort of like over to the left of that playground structure.
That's right.
To the edge of where they walked in.
Yes.
And what'd you see?
I stopped walking just in front of where they are in that photograph at the wood line.
Why'd you stop?
And I was just looking and listening, and I didn't see or hear anything. In fact, it was unusually quiet. I didn't hear any birds chirping. The wind wasn't blowing.
It's just real quiet.
Just
no man in camouflage anymore.
Right.
No voices anymore.
Right.
No Holly anymore.
Right.
How long do you sit there or stand there listening and looking?
I stood there for maybe like 30 seconds, and then I heard a vehicle coming up our driveway.
Okay. What happened then?
Well, I recognized the vehicle as Kathy Wise's Ford pickup truck.
All right. Who's Kathy Wise?
She was our neighbor at that time.
If you're looking at the front of your house, they live off to the right.
That's right. That's right.
Kathy and James Barnes.
Yes.
His girlfriend or ex-wife or whatever it was.
I was unsure, but.
Well, what'd you think when you saw Kathy Wise's truck driving up?
Well, I was still very confused because she never comes up to the house.
That's not something that normally happens.
Right.
Okay, but maybe it's something that could explain what was going on.
Yeah.
So did you talk to her?
Yeah, she parked her truck and then she got out and approached me, and she saw I had a revolver in one hand and cell phone in the other hand. So I was holding both the objects up. Well, I put the barrel of the revolver in my pocket just to indicate that I don't intend to harm, I don't intend any harm with the gun. And then she walks up and approaches me closer, and she says, "What's going on up here? My husband, Ed, heard screams about 15 or 20 minutes ago."
And Ed, same thing as James Barnes.
Well, Ed is actually Kathy Wise's husband, as far as I know.
But somebody had heard screams?
Yes.
What'd you say?
I didn't say any. I don't think I said anything back to her at that time. I had my cell phone, and then it was at that point that I went ahead and called 911.
All right. So at this point, we had heard voices. We'd seen a flashing man in camouflage. Her sister through the woods. Drops or a pool of blood in the car clutch.
Yes.
And now the neighbor talking about a scream.
Yes, which was new information to me.
Had you ever heard a scream?
No.
And so now what do?
I'll go ahead and call 911 as my mom had instructed me to do earlier.
Your mom had instructed you earlier to go out there and shoot whoever it was, right?
Right.
Your mom had instructed you earlier to call 911, call all the neighbors.
That's right.
But now you do.
Yes.
As you're talking to 911, does anybody else arrive?
I'm on the phone with 911, and they actually what happened was I called 911 and it went to Henderson County. Well, we lived in Decatur County, so they said, hold on the line and I'll transfer you to Decatur County. So I hold on the line briefly, and then they transfer me to Decatur County, and I talked to the individual in Decatur County. Tried to explain, I guess I've tried to explain what.
Tried to explain something you couldn't explain.
Right, basically.
What did you tell them?
I was still very confused at this point. I believe I told them that I thought that my sister was missing.
Did you tell them that you had thought that she was with her boyfriend, Drew?
I don't remember going into any of those details.
While you're on the phone with 911, other policemen arrived. Is that right?
Yes, they must have already been dispatched, because I was on the phone with 911 briefly, and then I heard an engine of the car speeding toward our house.
Policemen get out?
Police car pulled up, and a deputy got out, asked me what's going on. You know.
Did you tell him?
Yes, I think I told him what I had saw, what I had heard that morning, and he told me that he needed me to write out a statement. And so he handed me a statement, and I don't remember him handing me an ink pen or a pencil, and I don't remember him handing me anything to lay the statement on to write it, just a piece of paper.
Some paper.
Yeah.
And he says, write down what you just told me.
Yeah. So I went back to his patrol car and laid the paper on his hood and asked for an ink pen, and I started writing my statement.
All right. So you started writing your statement about what you saw that morning.
That's right.
But other people started coming.
Yes. This was
more police?
Yes. Another Decatur County, this was a Decatur County officer that arrived first. Another Decatur County officer arrived, who is someone that I know. He arrived and got out, asked me what happened, kind of the same scenario.
You talked to him?
Yeah, briefly.
How about your mom and Miss Brumley? Did they get there?
I remember my mom and Miss Cherry Brumley arriving shortly after the second deputy.
And tell us about your mom.
They got out of the car or the vehicle, and then my mom approached me, and I think that she grabbed me by both arms and kind of shook me and said, "Why didn't you do something?" Very upset.
And you understand she was just upset.
Yes.
And what'd you say?
I don't think I said anything at that point.
And then more police?
Yes.
How about people from the community? Did they start showing up?
Yes, a deputy from Henderson County, I believe, showed up next. And I'm not familiar with the exact order, but policemen continued to show up. People from the community started showing up in large numbers, and everyone that showed up walked up to me and asked me what happened. And I would try to go through just briefly, what I saw and heard. And I was unable to write my statement because of all of the people coming up and talking to me. So I decided that I would stop writing the statement on the hood of the patrol car, and I would get in the back of the patrol car and try to write my statement there. So that's what I did.
She was gone.
Yes.
She never came back.
Right.
Your mom told us how she searched, and your dad told us how he searched.
Yes.
How about you?
I searched with him as well.
This changed your mom's life and your dad's life. Did it change yours?
Yes.
Did you ever know Zach Adams?
Not until after this happened.
I'm talking about as of April 13th, 2011.
No, I
didn't know Zach Adams.
No, I did not.
Did you know Shane Austin?
No, I did not.
Did you know Dylan Adams?
I knew of Dylan Adams. I think I had seen Dylan Adams at my grandmother's house on possibly one or two occasions.
Had you ever hung out with him?
No.
Under what circumstances would he have been at your grandmother's house?
He was friends with my cousin Brett Cornett.
Did you know Jason Autry?
No.
Since April 13th, 2011, have you seen him? All four of those people?
Yes,
Your mom told us how y'all went and interviewed people,
we did.
right?
We did.
Now, as that man's walking into the woods there, and you're noticing that he's wider or stocky or whatever it is than your cousin Richie. Oh, no,
Then Drew.
than Drew.
Yes.
That he's about the same size as your cousin
Yes.
Richie. Would you agree with me that, well, what height and weight would you assign that if you had to?
The man that I saw, I would describe as about 5'10", 5'11" in height and about 200 pounds in weight.
Would you agree with me that that is not the same physical size or stature of Zach Adams?
I would.
That it's not, correct?
That is not.
That's not the same size because he's real tall of Jason Autry. Is that correct?
That's correct.
How about Shane Austin?
When I first seen Shane Austin, that does fit the description of size and weight of Shane Austin.
Do you know if the male voice you heard in the garage is the same person as the camouflage man?
That is something that stood out to me because the voice I heard in the garage sounded a certain way, and then the man that I saw walking away with Holly looked a certain way, and I don't know if anyone would understand this, but the voice didn't match the body type.
You don't know how many people were out there, do you?
I don't.
At least one.
Yes,
But the voice could have been a different voice.
it could have been.
There could have been people you didn't see and you didn't hear.
That's right.
But you're here today telling us what you heard and what you saw.
That's correct.
And you've given this account. A lot of people have asked you to tell them what you saw and what you heard.
Yes, many times.
In fact, would you acknowledge that there have been some heated conversations between you and TBI and law enforcement?
There have been.
They've confronted you, correct?
They have.
They've told you we don't understand why you didn't go out there.
Definitely.
They told you they're frustrated that you couldn't identify the person.
Yes.
But have you always told the truth?
I have.
Do you regret what you didn't do that morning?
Yes, I do.
If you had had more information, if you had known for certain that Drew was out hunting, if you had recognized that voice as a stranger's, if you had seen not just a man walking into the woods, but another man and another, what would you have done?
I would say that everything would be different and we wouldn't be here today.
But that's something you live with.
If I had had more information, I would have definitely reacted to the situation differently.
Did you love your sister?
Yes.
Pastor.
Mr. Bobo. My name is Jennifer Thompson, and I represent Zach Adams.
Okay.
I'd like to ask you 3 questions.
Okay.
You've given multiple statements in this case,
I have.
and you gave a statement on the same day that your sister disappeared,
I did.
or multiple statements actually.
Several statements that day.
One of the statements you gave was to FBI Special Agent Art Viveros. Do you remember Mr. Viveros?
Yes.
And so that was a statement that you made very close in time to when the event occurred,
I don't recall.
when your sister disappeared.
Yes, I don't recall the time of that, but I did sit down and talk to Mr. Arthur that morning, just after my sister was taken.
And at that time, you said that initially you had received a call at 7:33 in the morning from Chad Marshall. Do you remember?
I remember Chad calling that morning. I don't remember the exact time, but I was asleep, and I just simply picked my phone up and silenced the call and went back to sleep.
Okay. And it wasn't until about 7:40 that you woke up because your indoor dog was barking.
Sometime around that time, that's correct.
Yes. And you were up for a few minutes. You said you were up for about 10 minutes when you heard the voices from the carport. Do you remember saying that?
Not really.
Okay. You told him that at first you thought people were trying to break into your house.
I don't remember telling anyone that.
Okay. Do you remember telling him that you walked to the windows that face the carport? You pushed out the Venetian blinds. You pushed them open and observed 2 people squatting down.
I do.
Okay. You could only see the tops of their heads. Is that right?
The tops of their heads and maybe the top portion of their shoulder, I think is what I told them.
Okay. And the female had blonde hair.
Yes.
But you weren't sure who they were because you couldn't see their faces.
Right.
One of them sounded male and seemed to be giving orders to the female.
That's right.
They both sounded white.
Yes.
By that, I'm assuming you're just talking about kind of the intonation in their voices.
Yeah, Mr. Arthur and some of the other FBI agents and TBI agents asked me if I knew the ethnicity of the person that I heard.
The female seemed to be agreeing with what the man was telling her to do.
That's right.
Okay. And you thought it was Holly, but it didn't quite sound like her.
I don't remember saying that.
Okay. And you assumed at that time that the male must have been Holly's boyfriend.
Yes, I did.
Even though you didn't go outside, it was an odd enough situation that you called your mother.
Yes.
Okay. And you then, when you couldn't reach her, you texted her.
That's right.
Okay. When you couldn't hear the voices outside any longer, that's when you looked out the kitchen window and saw people walking towards the woods. Isn't that right?
The kitchen door, that's correct.
Okay. Okay, the glass window in the kitchen. If you said glass window in the kitchen, you would have meant the door with a window in it.
That's right.
Okay. And as you looked at the woman, it looked like the size and shape of Holly. Is that right?
That's correct.
And do you remember what she was wearing?
She was wearing a pink t-shirt and blue jeans.
Okay. And again, you assumed still at that point that the male was Drew.
I did.
Drew Scott, the boyfriend. And you thought that the reason that they were going into the woods was because Drew had shot a turkey and he was taking Holly to go see a turkey.
I thought that was a possibility at that time, yes.
Okay. And so there was nothing about the way they were walking that alarmed you at that time.
That is correct.
There were some perhaps reports that she was being dragged into the woods, but you didn't see any evidence that she was being dragged into the woods.
That's right, and those reports were false.
If you had seen your sister being dragged into the woods, you would have jumped into action.
That's correct.
Okay. And the man you said had on camouflage pants,
a camouflage shirt, and a hat.
To the best of my memory, I think that he had on a lot of camouflage. I know I reported full camouflage, but he did have on camouflage.
Okay. Do you happen to remember what the camouflage pattern was?
At first, I remember it appeared to be Mossy Oak Breakup.
Okay. Because actually, there's different companies. Mossy Oak is a company of camouflage,
Mm-hmm.
and each company has different camouflage patterns that they use.
Right.
Okay. And Mossy Oak, you said Mossy Oak Breakup.
That's correct.
And that would be a camouflage pattern you might use if you were going turkey hunting.
That's right.
Okay. And you said at first you thought that. Upon further reflection, did you decide it might be something else?
Yes, I did say that it could have been leafy wear, which is something that turkey hunters wear.
Okay. Was it just that it was too far away for you to really determine?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And you said you thought that you saw in the person's right hand something that looked to you like a turkey call.
Yes, I think I described it as maybe a deer grunt call.
A deer grunt call?
That's right.
And what would that look like?
It's a black pipe, plastic pipe that's about 7 or 8 inches long, and it has like a flexible end on it.
Okay. And how do you make noises with it? Do you move it around?
No, you blow through it.
Okay. You'll excuse me just 1 minute. I get nervous too and I get a dry mouth. Okay, and so
I'm sorry. I don't mouth well enough. I tried mouthing it. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. There. All right, thank you.
now that morning, you had parked your car in the garage that day, and that was somewhat unusual. Is that right?
I had backed my pickup truck in the detached garage, and that was somewhat unusual because that parking spot was unavailable for a few months prior to that night.
It had been full with things.
Yes, my dad had a project car that he was working on, and he had the car on one side and parts and tools on the other side.
Okay, so if somebody had been that was the first night you had parked your car in the garage for a while?
That's right.
So if somebody had been observing the house, on other occasions, they would have seen your car outside.
Yes,
And that night, the garage door to the detached garage was closed also, wasn't it?
that's correct.
So you wouldn't have been able to see your truck,
That's right.
right? So if somebody had been watching your house for a while, they might have assumed that you were not there.
That is a possibility.
And on Tuesdays and Thursdays, that spring of 2011, you were gone before Holly in the morning. Isn't that right?
On some days I was.
Yes. Now, do you remember also telling law enforcement that the person's hair, that you could see the man had dark hair sticking out from under his cap?
At some point in time, I do. Yes, remember that.
And you had said that the dark hair was long enough that it appeared to be touching the man's collar or down on his collar.
To cover his neck. That's correct.
To actually cover his neck even.
Yes.
Okay. And then, in fact, you had also described the man's voice.
Yes.
You described it as a very deep, low voice.
Yes.
Didn't you? Okay. And at some point, Terry Dykes brought you voice samples of different people's voices.
He did.
And you were able to narrow the voice samples down to 2 different voices.
I believe that's correct.
And to you, the 2 samples of voices sounded identical.
Yes, they sounded very similar.
You couldn't distinguish one man's voice from the other.
Yes.
Okay. And one of those men's voices was Terry Britt's voice, wasn't it?
That's what the TBI indicated, yes.
Okay. At some point along the line, you retained an attorney to represent you, didn't you?
Yes, as well. It was a family. We attained an attorney to represent our family to give us some family guidance because our family's never really been involved in any kind of court issues.
Yes. And it was a new and different situation to you.
Yes.
But he actually accompanied you when you were questioned by law enforcement, didn't he?
He later did.
Yes. And law enforcement put great pressure on you to change your story, didn't they?
They did.
They continually accused you of lying,
Yes.
and they continually said that you were somehow holding back on some kind of information.
Withholding information, yes.
And they again stressed again and again that they would never be able to solve the crime unless you would come forward and tell everything you know.
That's correct. To me, that meant that I was the one that could solve the crime.
Right. And you can't solve this crime, can you? No.
No.
I mean, it wouldn't have mattered to you in this situation if in the beginning you had told some kind of fib. In order to get your sister back, you would have admitted to that right away, wouldn't you have?
Admitted to if I had previously lied?
If you had previously lied or if you had been confused initially.
Yes, I would have admitted the truth, yes.
You would have done anything to get your sister back, wouldn't you have?
I would not have lied.
No, but you would have admitted fault on your own.
Oh, yes.
You would not have tried to protect yourself and kept yourself from getting in trouble if it meant hindering the search for your sister, would you?
That's correct.
Okay. If I can have one moment. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Anything else?
Just real quick, just about law enforcement pressuring you to like change your statement or something. Do you understand the difference between somebody confronting you about what you said?
I do.
About telling you that if it was them, they would have rushed out there and either they'd be dead or that man would be dead.
I heard something like that numerous times, yes.
Again and again, they confronted you with that.
Yes.
And again, you've told them the truth.
Yes, all that I know.
And every time you tell them what they know, what does law enforcement do? They write it down.
Yes.
They write it down. They ever try to change what you're saying?
No, they didn't change what I was saying. They just wanted me to add more and give them more and give them more.
They're doing their job.
Yeah.
They confronted you and confronted you and confronted you. And then they wrote down or wrote memos or recorded or whatever it was every time what you said.
Yes.
They never made up lies that you said.
No.
They never had you sign statements that weren't true.
No.
You saw a black, what'd you call it again? I don't hunt very much.
The
Did you see it in his hand?
The object in his hand. It appeared to be a deer grunt call.
Because it was black?
It was black and it looked like it was just kind of a matte black and it looked like it was about 7 or 8 inches long, like a pipe or a tube.
Did you make any assumptions that's what it was because he was in camouflage and he was walking in the woods?
Yes, I believe that's good. Of course, he was a pretty good ways away from me as well.
A very good ways. You saw the picture.
Yeah.
Could that have been a gun?
It could have been.
Your Honor, I object to this speculation. I'd ask to strike that.
No, he said, could it have been? He said it could. That's not speculation. It's just voice of opinion. There's no room. Done.
Passwords.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right, step in. Let's take a recess. It's our last evening recess. Violence, let me know when everyone's finished reckoning, and then we'll go a little further into the evening yet. Oh, you're next.
John Babb.
Very good. Raise your right hand, sir. Solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Be seated. State your name and spell first and last name for the court reporter, please.
John Babb, JOHN,
Thank you, sir. All right, you can proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Babb.
Ma'am.
I'm going to ask you to speak up. You're a little soft-spoken, and it's sort of hard to hear in here, so
That mic is fine if you need to get a little closer to it.
not asking what your address is, but where do you currently live?
Collierville,
And where's Collierville?
Collierville, Tennessee.
And is that close to Memphis?
Yes,
All right. And prior to moving to Collierville, where did you live?
in Lexington, Tennessee,
All right. And prior to living in Lexington, where did you live?
Kansas City.
At some point in there, did you have a house or property on Swan Johnson Road?
I did. I did not live there. I just owned the property there.
And what kind of property did you own? A house, a lake, what?
150 acres, mostly woods, five lakes, recreational property.
And I asked you whether it was close to Swan Johnson Road. Actually, was it right off of Swan Johnson?
Right on Swan Johnson Road on the east side.
All right. Are you familiar with the family last name Bobo?
Very much so.
Karen Bobo, Dana Bobo, Clint,
Certainly.
and Holly.
And Holly.
Do you recall approximately when you met their family?
They were probably the first family I met when I bought that property,
And when was that?
2004.
And having bought that property in 2004, did you basically watch Clint and Holly grow up?
I did.
Did you ever do any business with Dana, or did he do some work for you or around your lakes?
A great deal. He had heavy equipment, and I needed a lot of heavy equipment work done on the lake property. We worked together for about 10 years.
And how much interaction did you have with Holly?
Every now and then, I would see her whenever I went over to their house. In fact, she rode her horse on our property from time to time.
She rode her horse with your permission, I assume?
Yeah, sure.
You said you didn't live there. Did you go there frequently or infrequently?
About 3 times a week.
Was there a place for you to spend the night when you wanted to?
There's a small cabin on the place.
And I want to draw your attention, please, sir, to April the 13th of 2011 and ask you, do you remember that morning?
I do.
Had you spent the night in your cabin there on Swan Johnson the night before?
No.
How specifically do you remember that morning?
I was to go fishing with a good friend of mine who had come in from Atlanta. We spent the night at my home in Lexington, came there the next morning. I remember we were running a little bit late, 30. Went down to the house. I had to rig up or put a boat on the trailer and then hook up the trailer, get our fishing gear together. I showed my buddy a boat that I had built over the winter. Then we went over to a lake, some 300 or 400 yards away from the cabin.
So all of the activity that you described, when you said at the time you went through the gate, that was on that property?
Yes.
The gate to your
Right.
cabin and to your lake, the ponds and lakes?
Yes.
Okay. You sort of have given us some specific timeframes. Are you the person that makes note of detail based on your history, your work history, your career?
I had to do that for many years, yes.
And just so the jury understands why you might be a person that pays attention, what was your career?
I worked for the U.S. Surgeon General. I was an Assistant Surgeon General and Rear Admiral in the Public Health Service.
And attained you were a rear admiral, weren't you?
Yes.
And when did you retire?
2010.
So this point, this April of 2011 was really shortly after your retirement. You're enjoying yourself, being able to go fishing in the middle of the week?
Indeed.
Okay. Now to go back to, you entered the gate, you said around 7:30?
Around 7:30, yes.
And how much time did you spend getting things ready, getting the boat on the trailer? And
I would say probably 20 minutes. Then we rode over to the lake. My buddy is a little bit decrepit, and as I had my stuff ready to go. He wasn't quite ready yet. He was gathering his stuff together. I was standing on the levee of the lake. He was down next to the boat at the lake surface there trying to get his stuff ready. And that's why I saw what I saw and he didn't see it.
all right. And so that the jury understands, I guess, the layout. If you were standing where you were on the levee and looked back towards the road, what did you see? Could you actually see Swan Johnson Road?
Yes, for about maybe a 50, 60 yard swath of road there, yeah.
And you said that he was not your buddy, and was that Mr. Williams?
Bob Williams, yes.
He was not able to see what you did because of where he was.
Right.
Okay. What did you see?
Well, first I heard something, a motor revving up loudly on the road. I looked over and a white truck came by extremely fast, probably faster than any vehicle I've seen on that road before or since, probably traveling 55, 60 miles an hour. And I turned to my buddy and said, man, that white truck was flying. Of course, he didn't see it. That was the end of that conversation.
Were you able, other than making the observation that it was a white truck and going fast, were you able to make any other observations about that truck?
I thought it was an extended cab truck.
Okay.
But I.
Did you think that it may have been a Ford as well?
I thought it may have been a Ford, but then it was 250 yards or so away, so I couldn't tell for sure.
When you reported what you saw, though, you reported those things, that you thought it was an extended cab and you thought it was a Ford.
Yes.
And Mr. Hagerman just reminded me to ask, I'm glad he did, was it a pickup truck?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
An actual pickup truck.
Yes.
Other than hearing the truck, and let me ask you which direction it was going, and we have a map.
The truck was going south. And just at the very north end of the Bobo property and my property, Swan Johnson turns into a gravel road. So I find it inconceivable that somebody could have been going that speed with that made any sense whatsoever after coming off that gravel road, unless they were in one heck of a hurry. That's why it drew my attention.
Got your attention. In addition to hearing and then seeing the white pickup truck, did you hear some noises shortly before that you thought were cats fighting?
I did. Two of the neighbors owned quite a few cats. And when I heard it, I thought, that sounded like a couple of cats fighting. And it was off towards the Bobo house. My buddy, who is actually a cat person, said, "Nah, I don't think that was cats," but that was all we heard, and we didn't figure that out.
Did you hear what you thought at the time were cats fighting, two cats fighting, before or after you saw the car speeding past?
Well, I heard that as soon as we got to the lake, so it was before the car.
So you heard was it screeching or yelling or crying or?
A screech or a squall like I say, I thought it was cats.
But your buddy told you it wasn't.
Right.
Do you remember when you were kind enough to let me come to your home and talk to you about what you saw and heard?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and in telling me, describing for me the layout of your property and the Bobos, did you hand draw a map?
Yes, I did.
Let me pass that forward to you. And Your Honor, the defense has it.
Yeah, Captain.
And do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
And does that map, to the best of your ability, truly and accurately reflect sort of the layout of the roads, the land, the Bobos that morning?
It's a crude map, but yes. Yeah.
Your Honor, ask this be marked as the next numbered exhibit.
Should be 36, I think, is that correct?
Yes, sir. I'm gonna pass you a pointer. If you'll look over your left shoulder.
Yeah.
Yes, please. Especially on this one, it's a little whole thing on there.
Just a second.
The writing.
Pretty quick study. It's 5 o'clock on Monday. We've already had to get the lights down.
Other way. All right, Mr. Babb, you have to tell me, is it focused enough for you to point out the writing or not? I can't tell.
It's hard to make out the writing.
Okay.
This point right here is the levee on the lake where I was standing. Right in here is where I saw this truck speeding, coming from that direction, and I saw the lake for that time period right in here.
Where do the Bobos live?
There.
And what distance have you had to tell us down the road from the Bobos to where you saw the car?
Well, from there to there, I would say 150, 200 yards.
150 to 200 yards. And the area on here where you believe you heard two cats fighting or screaming, where did that sound come?
Generally in this direction here. This lady here had cats, and there was a man that lived here who had 60 cats. 62 actually. So.
But the sound wasn't from where you live.
No, it wasn't coming from that direction. It was back over here.
Let me ask you and tell me if either way, is it a possibility that what you heard were voices or high-pitched screaming as opposed to cats?
It was.
I'm gonna object to the speculation.
The question's proper, overruled.
Let me ask that question again. Is it a possibility that the sounds you heard that morning was someone crying or screaming as opposed to cats fighting?
I didn't think of it in that terms whenever I heard it. I wish I had under the circumstances, but no, I didn't think of it that way, but it's certainly possible that it was.
Now, this information that you shared with the jury, at what point did you tell someone in law enforcement what you had seen regarding that white, possibly Ford extended cab pickup?
Well, the first thing that happened that I knew anything had gone on over there was that Dana.
Yes, sir.
All right, lights up.
Dana Bobo called me, I'm not sure, somewhere around 9 o'clock.
That morning or that evening?
That morning to ask me what the age requirement to report what's the Amber Alert, what the age requirement was for an Amber Alert. And I said, I think it's 21, but I'm not sure. And then he said, well, Holly's been taken.
I'm sorry, there was a thump. Holly's been what?
He said, Holly has been taken. And he tried to explain what was going on. And so, well, I said, he said, are you at the lake? And I said, yeah. And so I then stopped fishing, went to all of the buildings on the property there to be sure that nobody had come over there to our side of the road. And then I went directly over to Swan Johnson Road, walked up to his house. There were police cars, et cetera, all up and down the road. And I talked to the sheriff of Decatur County and the sheriff of Henderson County, who were together on the roadway there, and told them what I'd seen. And directly somebody from Homeland Security and the FBI came over to the cabin and talked to me. And then later on that evening, they asked me to come to the command trailer, and I spoke to them again there.
So from within, I guess, an hour and a half or so after you heard and saw this, you were taking steps to report it.
Yes, but I didn't know there was anything to report until Dana's telephone call. Right.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any further questions.
Cross.
No further questions. No questions.
Thank you, Mr. Babb. You're free to go, or you can be in the courtroom with us.
Thank you.
Call your next.
Tony Weber.
Raise your right hand, sir. Solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir, I do.
Be seated, state your name, and spell your first and last name for the court recorder.
Tony Weber, TonyWeber.
You can proceed.
Mr. Weber, we recall your attention back to April of 2011, okay?
Yes, sir.
Where were you working back then?
Decatur County Sheriff's Office.
And how long were you a deputy there?
In law enforcement in Decatur County, approximately 15 years.
15 years.
Yes, sir.
Now you got a new job though, right?
Yes, sir.
Got a new, better job.
Yeah.
Make a little more money.
Yes, sir.
April 13th, 2011, did you have occasion to respond to the crime scene on Swan Johnson?
Yes, sir, I did.
Tell me how that came about.
That morning we were leaving, or I was leaving the high school. I'd been working traffic patrol, just trying to deter speeders through a school zone. After that, I had went to 911 dispatch center and was made aware of the call. I then responded emergency traffic to the Swan Johnson Road address.
Did you respond to emergency traffic, is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
Does that mean fast?
Lights and siren, yes, sir.
Lights and siren.
Yes.
Was it just you or was anybody with you?
It was just me in my car.
Tell us what you saw when you arrived there.
When I arrived at the address, as I was pulling in the driveway, I noticed two people standing in front of a residence. One was later identified as Clint Bobo. The other was a neighbor. I believe her name was Kathy Wise.
Okay. So you pull up that long driveway at Swan Johnson, lights and sirens, and you see Clint Bobo and the neighbor, female.
Yes.
What'd you do?
I exited my vehicle. I went up and was kind of trying to determine what was going on, if a crime had occurred, or the nature of the call, what exactly had been going on.
This call was some type of kidnapping call, right?
They said that Holly Bobo had been taken, or a female had been taken into the woods.
That doesn't happen every day.
No, sir.
Did you talk to Clint Bobo?
I did.
He give you a brief version of what was going on.
Yes, sir. He said that somebody in camouflage had taken his sister into a wooded area behind and to the right of the house from where we were.
So what do you do in response to that?
We began to walk towards the area where he had said that his sister was taken into the woods.
Who's waiting?
Mr. Bobo and I. I don't remember at that time whether the neighbor had come with us.
Gotcha.
We started walking back through there and just generally asking him questions. Are you sure, this is what happened? Are you sure there's nothing going on? I actually asked him, I said, are you sure she didn't get a ride to school? Because I believe he had made comment that she was supposed to be going to college that morning. And I asked him, are you sure she didn't get a ride? He was sure she did not get a ride to school. Kept saying that she was taken into the woods.
Okay.
I asked to see where her vehicle was. At some point, we ended up over near her Mustang in the carport.
What did you see in the carport?
That's when I noticed there was blood spatter and a puddle of blood on the floor.
This is previously marked Stacy Civic number 27. Let me show you 28 first. You recognize that?
Yes, sir. It appears to be the carport of the Bobo's residence.
And was that car there?
Yes, sir, it was.
It's her car. Is this the blood you're talking about?
It appears to be, yes, sir. It's in the general location for sure.
And I got close up at least part of it. Is it 27? Right there in the base of the steps, right?
Yes, sir.
Things are serious.
At that point, I realized it was more serious than I was first made aware. Yes, sir.
Had first made aware or expected?
Expected, I guess. Well, I guess just the demeanor of the persons when I first encountered. I wasn't expecting to find a scene of that magnitude or that nature.
Around frantically.
No, sir, they were not.
Were other law enforcement there about the time you found the blood?
I believe I don't know exactly what time, but I do know that Deputy Jeremy Pratt had arrived sometime therein, and also Ricky Inman with the sheriff's office had arrived sometime at that point.
Did you stay there for a little bit there at the house?
Initially, I did. When I found the carport, I had actually, at that point, tried to get Clint Bobo to write me out a statement, realizing how serious, hey, I need to get something on paper. I need to get some facts. Tell me what you saw for sure. Write it down.
Did you give him some paper?
I did.
Where you could write it down?
Yes, sir.
Other officers get there.
Yes, sir.
These other officers have various responsibilities.
Yes, sir.
Other people get there.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember Miss Karen getting there?
Yes, sir, I do. We spoke briefly in the front driveway. I believe I was coming back from roping off the area around the carport with sheriff's tape and met her in front. Again, it was brief. I started asking her specific questions about Holly, trying to get a little bit more information. I believe at that point is when I realized that she had her cell phone with her still.
Okay. The fact that she has her cell phone with her, or at least it's not there,
Yes, sir.
Does that mean something to you?
Yes, sir. That means that there's a good possibility that we can actually start using that data off of that to triangulate some sort of location.
Try to figure out where her cell phone is.
Correct.
And maybe that's where she is.
Correct.
And maybe we can go get it.
Right.
So what do?
I contacted our 911 system and asked them to contact the cell phone carrier so they can initiate the tracking of the phone.
Under certain circumstances, can law enforcement make contact with the cell phone provider like AT&T?
Yes, sir. Life and death situations they can.
How was that process started?
Yes, sir, it was.
To complete that process, though, what do they need?
They needed a supervisor's signature.
So what'd you do?
I had to leave the residence and get to the 911 center so I could fax a copy of my signature and a letterhead so they would relay the information to me.
Lights and sirens again, or just plain old fact?
I'm sure I did, sir.
Did you sign that order, that paperwork, asking for this cell phone information?
Yes, sir, I did.
Now, when you ask for that sort of cell phone information, like from AT&T, how does it come to you?
They actually emailed it to my departmental email.
And in fact, AT&T that morning emails you several, what I'm going to say, nobody's asking about cell phone expertise or anything right now. They email you several pings of Holly's phone. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
In what sort of form? They don't send you a map with like.
No, sir. It's a lot of numbers. Looks a lot more like longitude, latitude stuff.
And is that stuff you're trained in or not trained in?
I'm not trained in that, sir.
So what do you do when AT&T emails you all these numbers that's a cell phone ping?
We were relaying them to TBI agents, and also I believe Highway Patrol or Jackson PD had a helicopter in the area at that time, and we were relaying that to them.
So AT&T starts sending you pings from her phone. You start relaying that information to whoever you can.
Yes, sir.
But including the TBI.
Yes, sir.
Do you actually go chasing these cell phone pings?
No, sir.
Okay, so what are your responsibilities once these cell phone pings start coming in?
My responsibilities at the time were to follow those until they stopped or until she was found.
Those pings stopped, and we'll hear testimony about it a few hours into that day.
Yes, sir.
Were you tasked later that day or during that day with going out and trying to investigate a little bit or trying to talk to people a little bit?
Yes, sir. After we realized that there were no more pings coming through on the cell phone, I was given a job along with Deputy Jeremy Pratt to go and interview our local sex offenders throughout the county.
In your travels that day, you had to drive from place to place, I assume.
Yes, sir.
In any of those travels, first, do you know Zach Adams?
I do know Zach Adams.
Do you know Shane Austin?
I did know Shane Austin.
In your travels that day, from place to place or wherever to wherever, did you ever encounter Zach Adams?
No, sir. Not that I recall. No, sir.
Would you recall?
I believe I would have recalled, but no, sir, I don't recall.
Did you ever encounter Shane Austin?
No, sir.
Did either Zach Adams or Shane Austin ever talk to you that day?
No, sir, not that I can recall.
Thank you, Mr. Weather.
Yes, sir.
Cross-examination.
Hello, Mr. Weber. I'm Jennifer Thompson. So you're the first officer on the scene that day.
Yes, ma'am.
And to be clear, you never walked back into the woods first thing looking for Holly, did you?
The initial thing? No.
Yes.
No, I did not.
Matter of fact, you had Clint Bobo come over and begin to fill out some paperwork.
We spoke briefly and walked around the house. Yes, ma'am.
So when you first got there, he was standing in the front of the house?
Clint Bobo. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did he tell you that there was some blood over in the carport?
I don't remember that ever coming out until we'd already made it around the house.
Okay. But you didn't see the blood yourself, did you?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Well, initially, when you made your first day report, you said you didn't see the blood but told Inman about it.
I don't
remember
know.
that?
No, ma'am, I don't. I don't know how I could have told him about it if I hadn't seen it.
Well, Clint told you, you told Inman.
No, ma'am, I don't believe that's right.
So you say you did walk over and look at the blood?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
So you walked all the way through the carport to look at the blood?
No, I stepped into the carport without seeing a picture. There's a breezeway, I guess you could say, from the back porch area going over there, and you could see down in through there.
Okay. And you weren't the first person to put up tape that morning around the crime scene, were you?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Dana Bobo had already put up some pink ribbon to block off the carport, hadn't he?
Ma'am, Dana Bobo was not there when I got there.
Okay, so it's your testimony that you're the first person that put up crime scene tape around the carport.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay. How long after you arrived did it take for Mr. Officer Pratt to arrive?
Ma'am, I don't know.
Can you give us a guesstimate?
The 911 log would probably show. I honestly don't know.
Okay. So at what point did you walk back in the woods looking for Holly?
I don't know. It'd have been after we, it might have been about the time that Karen and I had spoken up front, and I remember some of our last words. She hollered at me to find her daughter, so.
Okay, but she actually ran into the woods looking for Holly before you did, didn't she?
I don't know. I didn't see her do that, no.
You never saw Karen Bobo run into the woods?
No, ma'am.
Now, Karen Bobo got there after you got there, didn't she?
She did.
Okay. And so that's something you did not observe that morning?
No, ma'am, I did not see her do that.
Okay. So you think that you maybe walked into the woods after Karen Bobo arrived?
I don't know. I never saw her go into the woods, so I couldn't tell whether she did after I had been or not.
Okay, so when you walked into the woods, did you run through the woods or did you just
No,
walk?
ma'am. No, ma'am. It wasn't a run. We walked through the woods.
Okay, and what did you observe?
Honestly, we were looking for any sort of blood trail at that point because I'd already noticed the blood in the carport. I was looking for any sort of disturbances that I might find, potentially even her.
Okay, so when you say disturbance, what were you looking for disturbance-wise?
Disturbances in the leaves, drag marks through dirt, anything like that.
Did you find anything like that?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Did you take any photographs as you were walking through the woods?
I don't recall having taken any photographs, no, ma'am.
So when you walked through the woods, how long did you walk and where did you come out?
I come out on, it may have been Swan Johnson Road. I believe it cuts right through there.
And did you take any pictures of the logging road that was back in there?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Okay. So did you make any kind of observations about tire prints or tire tracks back in there?
No, ma'am, I did not.
When you were walking around in the carport area, did you have any kind of booties on or anything to prevent you from leaving footprints?
I didn't walk through the carport. I walked up to the threshold of the door.
How about when you were walking on the trail? Did you do anything to prevent yourself from leaving footprints?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Did you do anything to try to preserve footprints that were on the trail?
I didn't observe any footprints on the trail.
Did you put out any kind of information about getting a roadblock?
No, ma'am, I don't recall doing that.
Okay. Did you send out messages that somebody should go and start checking roads or intersections?
Not that I recall, no, ma'am.
Okay. So when you finally called and started to get the pings, you didn't call to get the first ping and get the paperwork in until just a few minutes before 9 o'clock. Isn't that right?
I don't remember. I remember calling Henderson County Sheriff's Office for some assistance. I believe they had a tracking dog. That was during the time I was at the house also, but to say at what point that was during the whole ordeal that morning, I couldn't specify a time.
So that's just a detail you don't remember today?
Excuse me?
That's a detail you don't remember today?
The time?
The time that you got you started to get the first ping?
No, I'm sure it's documented, the time of the first ping.
Do you have that documentation with you today?
No, ma'am, I don't. They collected all of my case file anything that I was involved with, the TBI picked up, so.
So you don't even have your case file with you?
No, ma'am.
In order to testify today, did you review the case file?
No, ma'am, I have not.
So when was the last time you reviewed the case file?
About the last time I was involved with it before the TBI took it, I'm sure.
And the TBI, did they take it that very day?
It was within the first early days of it, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you're saying it's been a good 7+ years since you reviewed the materials?
No, ma'am, it's 6 years.
Okay, 6 years since you reviewed the material, sorry.
Yeah, it's probably not been exactly 6, but it's getting pretty close.
Okay, if I were to tell you that the first ping came in at 8:56 and you actually got a no hit back on the first ping, would that refresh your memory on that?
It wouldn't mean anything to me, ma'am. I don't know anything about what all that data and what all that pinging is supposed to do. I know that they're supposed to be able to use that information to triangulate a location off of it. Somebody way smarter than I am.
If I were to tell you the second ping came in at 8:57, would that refresh your memory on that?
No, ma'am.
And that there actually was a hit on the 8:57 ping? You recognize that you're the person that told AT&T, you fill out a form and mail it into a fax number, isn't that right?
Yes, ma'am, an exigent circumstances form.
And it's actually a kind of a warrant saying we have emergency circumstances and we believe that if you can give us the location of this ping, we can stop a crime in progress or save a life.
Yes, ma'am.
Those are kind of the two exigent circumstances that they need to do a ping.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you're the person, you've already testified, that filled out the paperwork to get that ping and faxed it over.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you do remember that the AT&T call that you made was recorded on the 911 system, right?
I'm sure it is. All the 911 lines are recorded.
And AT&T actually asks you, how often do you want to get a ping back on the phone? Do you remember that they asked you that?
No, I don't remember the specifics of the conversation.
Do you remember you telling them you just would get one every 15 minutes?
I don't remember that.
Did you recognize it would have been possible to get one every 1 minute?
No, I did not know that.
Okay. So after this happened, you were assigned the job of going around and looking for the sex offenders that day.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have a memory that there's over 90 sex offenders that lived within a short distance of the Bobo home?
I remember there's several. To say a specific number, ma'am, honestly, I had a yellow legal pad and it was full of people that we made contact with, so.
Okay, but several is different than saying it was close to 100.
Okay, yeah, I don't remember the specific number, ma'am, but I know it was a lot.
Okay, and you were given, they actually kind of just set you up on a road and you kind of started on one road and started just going in order, isn't that right?
No, ma'am. Deputy Pratt and I decided that we would start closest to the Bobo residence and start working a spiral grid outward from that.
Okay, I'm sorry, but what I meant was you had a list of where everybody lived and what their address was, and you were going in address order when you were checking on people.
I was not going in address order. I was going in proximity to the Bobo home.
Okay. Maybe I'm not phrasing it. You weren't doing it alphabetically. You started at the Bobo home and you were kind of moving from house to house, getting further away.
I would say that's correct, yes.
Okay. And so do you have a memory now that one of the people that you were to check on was a man named Eric Christensen who lived on Jeanette Holiday Road, 2700 Jeanette Holiday Road?
I'm sure we did. I don't remember his specific name. No, ma'am.
Okay. So what you're saying now is you have absolutely no memory of that.
I remember speaking to a lot of people that day, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, Your Honor, if I could take a few minutes, I'd like to pull together some of the materials I have from his case file so that I can hand it up to him, see if it refreshes any of his memory. I didn't know that he was going to be called today, so I don't have my materials ready. I just got I was just told he was being called a few minutes ago.
How long will it take you?
It's probably going to take me about 15 minutes. I do have significant more questions to ask him once it.
So guys, y'all hear this? So do y'all hear this? This is one of the things that we heard her co-counsel say. She would not even know what witnesses were going to be called so she can prepare. And this is a prime example. Because she like, I got a whole bunch of more questions to ask him. But look, I just found out 2 minutes ago that he was going to be called today. So, I'm not prepared. So she just kind of like getting up there. And guys, we are talking about a DP case. Like, how unfair is this? Like, even if he is guilty, I want him to be guilty based off of all the evidence that is supposed to come in, comes in, it is done. Balls and strikes in the court. Like, this is ridiculous. I mean, and I'm just watching this and pulling out certain things that really like stand out in my head, like when we're doing the check marks, like, because I didn't see the first trial. So it's good to look at and be able to catch this information that we see that the defense is claiming in the post-conviction hearing, right? So, instead of us saying, hey, that attorney is lying, or that attorney is not being truthful, or that didn't happen in the case, we actually get to step back and I can pull out this stuff. Like, this is insane. Let's see what his response is. I don't know if he's going to give her 15 minutes or not. I know I asked this before, but what is the Nightbot? The Nightbot is a moderator, Barbara, that mods the chat. So they mod the chat so the mods don't have to do the mod, if that makes sense. In some shape, ways, forms, and fashions. Okay, guys, I'm gonna get us back into court. Yeah, this is crazy. Right, Leon, crazy. I think that they just need to give him a new trial because of certain things that happen. I'm not saying that he's not guilty, but the government, they all kind of messed this up and botched this. So yeah, if it costs them more money to do it, then more money you have to pay. I don't know. All this hearsay evidence, it's just a mess. All right.
I can get his memory refreshed on some of the materials.
Let's break for the evening at this point, then we'll continue tomorrow. I want you to be ready to go like that. Okay?
It is difficult when I don't know which witnesses are going to be called in advance, Your Honor.
The order in which they call their witnesses is up to them. If you call witnesses, the order in which you call is up to you. I want our bailiffs to be apprised so that they can kind of have them in waiting. Okay. 5:30. You folks are going to have to get settled in, so it won't hurt us to break for the evening. They'll feed you. Not going to identify by name, but we've got one of our jurors that has a birthday on Thursday. I want that juror to be treated very favorably on the birthday, okay? And like I said, I'm not going to identify who it is. The Sheriff's Department will know that.
We may have a birthday tomorrow.
Oh, there's one tomorrow? Maybe I had the wrong date. All right. Mine's Friday, okay? I'll still be here Friday. But the birthday's tomorrow. I want her to be treated special, okay? All right, your admonitions, don't just put this out of your mind as best you can, okay? Do not form or express an opinion. Keep an open mind on the case until you're instructed to do so. Do not discuss the case with anyone, not even your fellow jurors, until the case is submitted to you for your final consideration. Do not allow the case to be discussed in your presence. Ignore any news reports. Avoid conversations with parties, witnesses, or attorneys, and promptly report any violations of these rules to the court. The jury may now be excused. You can leave your notebook in the seat. Courtroom will be secured overnight.
Hey guys, so that's the complete day one testimony for the trial. So just to kind of recap, the last witness that we heard from, he was the first agent that was at the scene, right? A lot of things that I just really didn't care for with his testimony. How are you sending off a fax for a ping? You're requesting a ping from AT&T. You're not aware that instead of getting the ping for 15 minutes, you're able to get the ping for 1 minute. Like, why is this? Why are we delaying this? Why is that the case? So what I'll say, when we heard Clint Bobo's statement, right? He saw Hollywood a man in camouflage. It helps the state, of course, once again, establish the seduction that we know. But it also helps the defense, like, he never identifies that. The voice, the body, everything mismatched. The hair, all of this stuff is mismatched. It doesn't match him. And Deputy Tony, he just came and testified to the blood. We got our first one of our arguments that they are making in regards to filing for this new trial is just what we just saw. Like, the judge, like, I can't tell them how to call their witnesses or what order to call their witnesses in. But hey, Judge, they can have a list for the next day. Like, we don't need to know that they calling X, Y, and Z on these days, right? I mean, at these times. But you can at least tell me that you're going to call Susie, Billy, John, and Joe tomorrow. That would be nice. Just so they got bankers' boxes and boxes of information. You heard the guy yesterday when we were watching the post-conviction speaking. Hey, we had banker boxes of evidence all the way up to the walls. Like, unless y'all gonna tell me we can leave all this stuff in the court, this lady, Jennifer, has no way on how to prepare to even question the witnesses. I mean, this is really, really, really ridiculous. Yeah, but even with the judge only supposed to call the balls and the strikes, he's not calling the balls and the strikes. He's not handling his courtroom. And if she's saying that she needs to know what is who they're gonna call, I think that's fair. I mean, at least the next day, considering that he knows, unless y'all gonna give them information. And I get it that but he had not even calling balls and strikes. I mean, he back there watching football. Like, I can't do nothing else after they told me he was watching football. When you say the other side is not doing what they're supposed to be doing, are you talking about the defense or are you talking about the prosecution team? Because it seemed like he already pro prosecution team. And that's for the judge. I can't say that this judge is really calling balls and strikes. It seems like he's siding with the prosecution team and he has a little bias. So it almost feel like I don't care what the defense asks for. It doesn't seem like that's something that he's willing to do. Whoever isn't letting them know the witness lineup. Yeah, well, the prosecution team is not letting them know about the witness lineup. But what I'm saying is that the judge is not enforcing it at all. And and we don't need to know once they get there. I mean, we don't need to know what order that day they're calling them in. But can you at least, I mean, it's like trial by ambush in a way. Yeah, you sent us that y'all calling 200 witnesses. We got all this evidence and all this information. Yeah, I could be somewhat prepared for 200 witnesses, but hey, can you at least tell me out of these 200 witnesses tomorrow, who do you plan on calling? Like, this is so messed up. It's so disorganized. She is over there. You can see her like, she like, I got some more questions for him, but you know, I didn't have a chance to go through the evidence or the documentation. And the judge like, well, you know, I can't tell them to tell you who they call it. And what you mean you can't tell them that? No, because most judges, they do like their courtrooms to be in order. They do like for things to run smoothly, right? So we just seen plenty of courtrooms where at the end of the day, they like, hey, who you plan on calling tomorrow? You ain't got to tell me your strategy, but tell me who you calling tomorrow so I can plan out our day. What is this going on? He's so busy. I just don't think that he's doing good. I think that he's been on the bench so long that he at the point, I don't know when he retired or if he's still on the bench. I have no clue, but he is disinterested in this. Okay, guys, so we are going into day 2. We'll see how much of day 2 we can get through today. Y'all let me know when y'all ready to stop. And you know, I'm game for anything. Let me go ahead. I'm gonna start doing. Yeah, I just really think that they need to have another trial. You know, where it's even down, and then don't nobody want all these ifs, ands, or buts, or woulda, coulda, shouldas. A lot of stuff that I can find that's very distasteful. Leaves a nasty taste in my mouth. All right, guys. I'm going to take us in. We are on day 2, part 1.
Please listen to the entire message as the prompts have changed effective April 8, 2011. You have reached the APP Mobility Court Order Compliance Center of AT&T. If you're calling from the 911 Emergency Center, if this is a life or death matter, press 4.
This is Judy. I work at the 911 Center at Taylor County Council. I've got a missing 20-year-old female that was pulled away from her home. We need to try to put on her cell phone, please.
Okay, what's the phone number?
Okay, 731 549 7352.
Okay.
Her name is Holly Bobo, B-O-B-O.
Okay, that's 731 549 7352. Okay, one more. And how was the phone? Did she call 911?
No, so her brother reported her missing. She was pulled away from her home and she was outside into the woods. And my sergeant, Tony Weber, requested me to call you and put a trace on her cell phone, please.
Okay. Now, the brother called 911?
Yes, her brother reported her missing, She was in our home.
All right.
No, yeah, 118, X-ray,
What's the zip code of the station? The zip code of my station is 38329. Where is the code? Here, 911. And may I have your callback number and your fax number? Yes, my callback number is 731-852-3911. And my fax number is 731-852-3914. Is there Michael Town Road at Lincoln? Give you my I'm sorry. Any location on the phone right now? No, I don't have a location on the phone. But you need location? Yes, yes. Okay, I can go ahead and provide the information to you quickly. I just need to record the conversation. And you give the details on the party, the third party, and Okay, so the only thing I can tell you is she was outside, to my knowledge. Her brother heard her screaming. He looked out, there was a boy in camouflage clothing that pulled her into the woods. He heard her screaming, and I think a neighbor also reported her screaming. Okay. And it's around 8 a.m. this morning. Okay, no problem. I'm going to go ahead and put you on this briefly and we'll issue the recording. When I come back, I'm just going to ask a few questions regarding how the call came into your office again and provide the information. Okay? Cool. This conversation is being recorded and we stand that I have the permission to record it. Is that correct? Okay. Can you verify your name and your between the callback number for me, please? My name is Judy Wilkins. I work at the 911 Center, Decatur County, Tennessee. Phone number is 731-852-3911. Okay, thank you. We're going to receive a call from the second party. Referring that our customer with the telephone number 731-549-7352 is possibly kidnapped. Abducted, Can you imagine who the phone number the phone number of the third party? Okay, sir, the reporting party was a Holly Bobo, that is her brother, called the 911 center and reported his sister had been possibly abducted. Him screaming concerning a male with camo pulling into the woods. A neighbor also heard her screaming. Hold on, Sheila, what time is this call? Is it 7:59? 7:59, I get it. All right, because the phone show, I'm not getting a location on the phone right now, so not sure to power it on. So unfortunately, we're not running the location information on the phone right now. let me ask you one thing. So if you don't have a signal, what I call a signal in that area, will that affect it then?
Yeah, possibly, I just looked at a location, it's not a, it's giving me a pretty big radius here, but let me say that, pretty transparent, because I can,
Not I'm involved, but they're looking for it. Right now, that's in the time to take one, trying to say that that's $7,000 from this, I'm not understanding what you're saying, party.
Pretty sure this time, let me give you what I've got here. I requested a few times, I got
Some notes I have here. Your handwriting?
Some of it does appear to be my handwriting, yes, ma'am.
I think one of the problems with these notes is when they're copied, you can see a little bit of what was on the back of the paper also. But would you agree with me that it appears that these rough notes on the piece of paper I just handed you are the same, is the same information that eventually got transcribed into your supplement number 1 of your report?
I would say yes, ma'am. Some of them described into my report.
Would it be helpful if I passed you a copy of your supplement, of your report?
That'd be fine, ma'am. Described into my.
And yesterday you testified, you kind of started with the sex offenders that were closest to the Bobo home. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the first person there, John Turner, number 1. It's probably
His name is first on the list, so I would probably have to say it's.
and he lives on Eastwood. You know where Eastwood is. But I'm sorry, you located him at Melton Lane
Yes, ma'am.
in Eastwood. Okay. The second person is on Manus Lane. That's close to Bobo's house.
12350. Okay. 13375. That is a previous of 4,894 years. Okay, so I'll let you stick with us. Sergeant, hold on just a moment. I'm getting some, long information to your dispatch. How can I, well, we need a track if possible for some news or anything. Okay, if you could just give me an email address, I can set up and give me email in 15 minutes. Yeah, that's fine. T-W-E-D-E-R, okay, at NDT.net. To the net TV. Okay, so that's T-W-E-D-E-R.net. Okay, I'll get that set up for you. We're gonna initial, email and then, whatever, 15 minutes after. Okay, so you think this is taking off your towel? Well, it's understood. Last meeting that I took, has a location, that looks like it's 6-year, a tower or location by, Interstate 30. Okay, so sure, and I would say that we're not getting a real precise location right now, given about a 2-mile, okay. So, hopefully, yes, if there's a better signal, we're getting more precise. Okay. And then we're gonna keep hanging in 15 minutes? Yes, I'll get that set up for you in a couple minutes there, and, we're gonna have a number of questions after when we contact the cancel list. Yes, it's 800 635 800 635 6840 6840. Right, and when you hear our message, hit number 4 on the keypad, and then we'll switch over to one of our representatives. Okay, and then we're going to reference our file number, which is 916 916 870 870. Yes. Okay, that's the number. All right, I appreciate it. No problem.
Okay, so that was an accurate reflection of the phone call that day, is that right?
Sounded accurate, yes, ma'am.
And at some point, you heard the AT&T person give a location of Holiday Circle?
I heard him give a lot of locations, pings and numbers.
And the, I guess, the 911 operator was asking if they had an address, and he said, well, it was coming back with an address, and he was trying to give the closest address possible, and he said a Holiday Circle.
Okay.
So, and he also said at some point that the phone was pinging over by Interstate I-40.
Yes, ma'am.
And, but at that time, you did not send a group of officers up that direction, did you?
No, ma'am.
As a matter of fact, once you got these 2 readings, the latitude and longitude readings, you didn't send officers to those readings, did you?
I relayed the information that I was given to officers to try to go to certain locations. Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. But as you know, officers did not go to those readings within the first hour.
Ma'am, I don't know. I was clearly at the dispatch center and obtaining the information as to what officers or if any went there. I don't know.
Okay. And then let me. And since yesterday, you had an opportunity to review the report that you prepared in this case, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am. I looked at it this morning.
And as a matter of fact, you, as the first officer on the scene, were charged with making the preliminary investigation report in the whole case.
Yes, ma'am. I have to start a case so we can have a case number for follow-up things, just like the AT&T track.
Okay. And so in your report that you filled out on the very first page under the accused, suspect, other category, you actually put Clint Bobo's name in there, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
And then on the second page, you wrote out a narrative.
Yes, ma'am.
And a narrative is just a brief paragraph of kind of what had occurred.
Just a brief summation. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you wrote this. Do you remember what day you actually sat down and wrote out the report?
No, ma'am. A lot of that stuff was kind of running together. I mean, there was a lot of things going on during that time.
So you're saying it was all kinds of information coming in?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And because of it all, it's possible that it was several days until you wrote out the report.
There may be a timestamp on the report. I don't know.
Okay. And if there's not a timestamp on the report, then no telling when it was actually typed into a computer.
It would have been there pretty quick. It's not going to be a week later or anything like that. It would have been within the first day or so because other people are going to need that case number for their files also.
Okay. And you put down in your report that upon arriving at the scene, you spoke with the brother, Clint Bobo.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
reported the victim, Holly Bobo. Of the reported victim, Holly Bobo.
Sounds right.
And you're saying that Mr. Bobo gave you a verbal statement that he was asleep in the home and heard a scream.
If that's what I put down, that's what he told me. Yes, ma'am.
But it's possible that you got that part confused because it's the neighbor that heard the scream.
It's possible. It's in my report. Unfortunately, that's what I typed up, so that's what I have to stand by.
But you didn't have any specific notes from when you spoke to Clint Bobo first thing that day, did you?
No, ma'am. The statement form that I gave him, I don't know whatever happened to it.
Okay, so you would agree with me that whatever piece of paper you gave him that day to fill out has been lost at this point?
I would say that I never gained possession of it back at that day, no.
Okay, because you didn't review that paper in preparation for your testimony today.
No, ma'am. I have not seen that paper.
Okay. And so you also put down that Clint Bobo checked outside the home and he saw his sister in a pink shirt and light colored blue jeans walking into the woods.
That's the description he would have given me. Sounds right.
But he had also told you that he had seen his sister kneeling down, speaking to somebody outside the window. Didn't he tell you that?
I don't remember that.
Okay, so it's a detail you don't remember today.
Yes, ma'am.
And Clint Bobo advised you he didn't think much about his sister heading into the woods with her boyfriend.
Seems like that's right.
Okay. He explained to you that the boyfriend was a turkey hunter.
I do recall that, yes.
At some point, he realized what was happening and he called 911.
Yes, ma'am.
Upon the arrival at the scene, you put down that you did locate and photograph some blood inside the carport.
That's what I put. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So yesterday when you said you didn't take pictures, you did in fact take some pictures.
It says that. I don't know whatever happened to him, but it does say that. So I imagine I would have probably on my cell phone because that would have been what I would have had on me at the time. I don't carry around a camera with me, so.
And back in 2011, did you have a cell phone that took pictures?
It was a department issued iPhone. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That part you remember.
What?
You remember that you had a cell phone an iPhone that took pictures.
I remember that I had a department issued iPhone. We all had them. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then it says that you went inside this home. And you're one of the people that cleared the house?
No, ma'am. I don't remember ever going in the home.
Okay, so it was only Jeremy Pratt that cleared the home?
I don't know that, ma'am. I did not go in the home.
Okay. And you tried to get a dog up there, but they told you that there was going to be a significant time delay on the dog.
I do remember trying to get a dog up there, but I don't remember being told. I did read that in my report this morning, so obviously somebody did tell me that.
Okay. And did you stay in your office to get the emails, or was that something you could get on your iPhone? The emails from AT&T with the pings?
I believe I had to use a computer there at dispatch, but I don't remember. I remember them coming in by email. So.
Okay. And a matter of fact, you were able to get 4 pings total. Is that right?
I don't remember exactly how many, ma'am.
Okay. Well, and I take that back. The very first locate on the phone that we heard there, that locate, there was no hit at the time. Did you?
I heard him say that. Yes, ma'am.
And so then we heard 2 locates on the telephone just then.
Yes, ma'am.
And then they ended up sending you additional 2 more. Isn't that right?
Ma'am, again, I don't remember the number in total. I remember some emails coming through, but I don't remember how many.
Okay. And at that point, then, you did not have the means by which to use this latitude and longitude information they gave you to pinpoint it on the map, did you?
No, ma'am, I didn't have a GPS or anything to use that information.
Okay. And it never occurred to you when you were talking to the people on the phone to ask them to update the system every 1 minute?
No, ma'am.
You did hear the man say on the phone that he was constantly refreshing the data to see if it had changed.
Ma'am, he never told me that.
You didn't hear him on the phone just now say that?
I heard him on there say that, but he didn't say that to me. So no, ma'am, I was not aware that you could do that.
Okay. At the very last, when he said to you, I've been refreshing, and then he said, oh, it's just changed, I've got a new reading for you. Did you remember him saying that?
I remember him saying that.
Okay. And then you did a supplement to your report at a later date. Isn't that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And in that supplement, you added all the sex offenders that you had gone to visit.
Yes, ma'am.
And you went to see sex offenders with Jeremy Pratt.
Yes, ma'am.
You teamed up together to do that.
We did team up for some of them. I think John Reichard, one of the other road sergeants, assisted with a couple also.
Okay. And so in doing that, I'd like to pass to you some papers I have. I have some copies, and granted, they're not very good copy. Of some notes I have here. Can you tell me if that's your handwriting?
Some of it does appear to be my handwriting. Yes, ma'am.
I think one of the problems with these notes is when they're copied, you can see a little bit of what was on the back of the paper also. But would you agree with me that it appears that these rough notes on the piece of paper I just handed you are the same information that eventually got transcribed into your supplement number 1 of your report?
I would say yes, ma'am. Some of the information was transcribed into my report.
Would it be helpful if I passed you a copy of your supplement of your report?
That'd be fine, ma'am.
And yesterday you testified that you kind of started with the sex offenders that were closest to the Bobo home. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the first person there that you go see is John Turner, number 1. It's probably easier if you look at the typed report.
His name is first on the list, so I would probably have to say that's about right.
Okay, and he lives on Eastwood. You know where Eastwood is? But I'm sorry, you located him at Melton Lane.
Yes, ma'am.
At Eastwood. Okay. The second person is on Manus Lane. That's close to the Bobo's house. Is that right?
I'm not sure mileage wise, but it's within the city limits of Parsons, I believe. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that's Melvin Stegall. You checked on him.
Melvin Stegall. Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, Seagull. The next person is Timothy Wheat,
Yes, ma'am.
also on Manus Lane.
Yes, ma'am.
Then is it Michael Broughton?
Yes, ma'am.
The fifth person is James Riddle.
Yes, ma'am.
He's on Rawson Lane.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, then you move over to Jeanette Holiday Road.
Yes, ma'am.
And you know where Jeanette Holiday Road is located.
I do.
And it's close to the Bobo home.
Yes, ma'am.
It's certainly closer to the Bobo home than Adams Lane.
Yes, ma'am.
And you checked on Eric Christensen,
That's what it says. Yes, ma'am.
and he was home when you got there.
That's what it says.
And then the next person on the list is Terry Britt, number 7.
Yes, ma'am.
And he was at 3138 Jeanette Holiday Road.
Yes, ma'am.
He gave you his story of what he had been doing that day. He said he woke up at 6 a.m. Wife woke up at 8:30ish, and they left going to All Goods in Camden to buy supplies for remodeling the house.
Yes, ma'am.
And do you remember that upon arrival, they were unloading, Jan and Terry Britt were unloading a tub from a truck?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you say truck, you mean a pickup truck.
Yes, ma'am.
And so you got there sometime that afternoon after approximately 2 o'clock, didn't you?
I don't remember the exact time, ma'am.
Do you see a time written on your sheet? On your handwritten notes? I couldn't find a time, but
Ma'am, I'm struggling here. It's kind of copied over and it's hard to read, but not that I can tell. No, ma'am.
okay. And do you remember that deputy, you had just mentioned another deputy who was also doing checks on sex offenders. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And that other deputy, what was his name?
Jonathan Reichard.
And Mr. Riker, and he was paired up with a second person also, wasn't he?
Ma'am, I'm not sure. I don't know.
Okay.
I would say probably.
Okay. And so, do you remember that they had already been by the Britt home that morning and nobody was there?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And there's a list, a timetable that was included in all, well, I guess officers, when they came in, then began to try to form some type of timeline and keep a record of who was doing what.
I would hope so.
And you remember that you worked pretty late that day.
I'm sure I did.
Okay. So if at 8:38 you were still out there checking sex offenders, that would make sense to you, wouldn't it?
I'm sure. I don't remember getting a whole lot of sleep there for about a week.
Okay. And that day also, you said that you had gone, you initially were at the Bobo home, but you left sometime that morning to go back to the Parsons or the Decatur County Sheriff's Department.
The dispatch center, yes, ma'am.
And where is the Decatur County Sheriff's Department?
It's on Main Street in Decaturville. I don't know the numerical address.
Okay, so in order to get there from the Bobo home, you would have driven past the hospital, the Parsons Hospital. Is it Parsons or Decatur County Hospital?
Decatur County General Hospital.
So you would have driven past the Decatur County General Hospital going that direction?
That's one way to go, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that's the way you went that morning, isn't it?
I don't know, ma'am. I don't know which road I took. I would imagine I took that road just because it's the main thoroughfare.
Okay. If I can have one moment. No further questions, Your Honor.
For the director of the state.
Yeah, I have a few questions.
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. I did want to put that phone call in as.
I wondered, let's put this in, it will be 37.
Can we have his report put in also and his handwritten notes? If you recognize them as.
I'm sorry. Regard to that, I'd address the court with regard to inconsistencies report. I'm getting the distance, Mr. President.
This will be Exhibit 37.
I'll get it.
You want to be heard on that? Yes, no question. Yes, bring that with you. I'll tell the jury those two reports that have just been filed as evidence were introduced for purposes of him refreshing his recollection. They're hearsay and not to be considered for the truth of it. Okay? All right.
Which one is going to be 38?
The big one was, or the multi-page was on top, I think. And 39 is practically illegible.
Mr. Clerk, may I continue, Your Honor?
You may.
I think you told us yesterday you're not a cell phone expert.
No, sir.
That wasn't your job.
No, sir, it wasn't.
So I'm not going to try to make you one, okay? But did you hear what I heard on that phone call?
Yes, sir, I did.
AT&T guy couldn't give you an address, could he?
No, sir.
He couldn't tell you Holly's phone was here,
No, sir.
at a place or on a road or anything like that.
No, sir.
Object to the leading.
No, sir, good enough.
I'll be mindful of it, Judge.
Okay.
Instead, what did he tell you?
Latitude and longitudes of possible locations.
And did you hear him mention something about like a radius?
Yes, sir. 4,000 kilometers, approximately 2 miles, I believe is what I heard him say.
Approximately 2 mile radius.
Yes, sir.
So you're talking about a 2 mile swatch
Yes, sir.
and not a place or a road.
No, sir.
Did you hear him say anything about a city?
No, sir.
Did you hear him ever mention Holiday, Tennessee?
Not that I recall, no, sir.
Did you ever hear him mention Interstate 40?
Yes, sir, I did.
Do you know, you were asked where Adams Lane is?
Yes, sir.
And do you know who lives on Adams Lane?
Yes, sir, I do.
Who?
Zach Adams and his grandfather.
Adams Lane near Interstate 40?
It is, sir.
It's right there, isn't it?
It's pretty close, yes, sir.
Adams Lane near Holiday, Tennessee?
Yes, sir, it is.
Right there, right?
Yes, sir, it is.
Now, even though you weren't a cell phone expert and they gave you these things, they emailed you things, right?
Yes, sir, they did.
Did you just ignore them?
No, sir. We gave the information to people that I thought would be useful to them.
Because that was your job.
Yes, sir.
Did TBI get them?
They did it. Yes, sir.
Highway Patrol?
Highway Patrol did also, yes, sir.
Other people responsible for trying to find her.
Other people that were trying to help us, yes, sir.
And you went about your job.
Yes, sir, I did.
There's a list of sex offenders you talked to.
Yes, sir.
Is that right?
I object to believing.
Yes, sir, there is.
That was not legally overruled.
You talked to Terry and Janet Britt.
I did, yes, sir.
You saw them that morning. Is that right?
Yes, sir. At some point during that day, I did run into them.
And you're asked, you saw them doing something. Is that right?
When we,
I
Right,
object
that
to.
is legal.
What did you see when you encountered them?
when Deputy Pratt and I pulled up into the driveway of the Britt's home, they were outside unloading a pickup truck with some remodeling supplies to their home.
Okay. Previously, the word tub was used. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
What do you mean by that?
A bathtub.
Okay. Stuff for the bathroom?
That's what it appeared to be, yes, sir.
Okay. Not like a big bucket or something like that?
No, sir.
You did all that after you'd actually been at the crime scene where she was taken, right?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
We talked about this yesterday, didn't we?
Yes, sir.
Takes a second, Judge, sorry.
The light box, okay, here we go.
While we wait for it to warm up, did you describe for us that one of your things you did out there was put up some crime scene tape?
Yes, sir, I did.
Now, were you the crime scene officer?
I was the initial officer on scene, sir.
You know what I mean by that? That's when I say crime scene officer?
A tech that examines.
Absolutely.
No, sir, I'm not.
You weren't doing that?
No, sir.
You weren't taking samples of blood?
I was not.
You weren't walking every step of the crime scene, putting tape and everything?
No, sir.
I object to believing.
No.
Just name.
Did you put some tape up though?
I did at one point, yes, sir.
Okay. If we just resume the lights, Judge, I'll pass him this and we can, we'll figure it out over the next break.
Okay.
My pass you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 7.
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you see the tape that you put up?
I see some crime scene tape, and that's the area that I put it up. Yes, sir.
Okay. Can I my first witness, Your Honor? My first witness. Can you show me the tape in the area that you put on?
Yes, sir. Over here next to, there's an alleyway going down the carport. All right. Over here would be the door walking down into the carport where Holly's car would have been. Just to the left of that, there was some sort of decoration, and then the door going into the main entrance of the home on the back side. I tied the tape between there, strung out through here, and back over to a brush, small tree on the back corner of this right here.
Okay. And would you agree with me that you put tape that stretched from the porch or from the carport, I guess it's more the porch than the carport, all the way across this back area to a tree or something?
I did carried it all the way across to the shed back here where you can see Clint Bobo's truck. I was trying to preserve this area just in case, because we'd already observed the blood on the carport, or in the carport, I should say, and then the spatter on the wall. So I was trying to preserve this area just in case there might have been some sort of indication of a trail of which way they had left outside of that area.
On the other side, it spans from some trees or something over next to the carport all the way across to the other trees.
That's correct, sir.
Okay. Would you agree with me that you didn't put any crime scene tape across the mouth of that carport?
No, sir, I did not.
If somebody put crime scene tape across the mouth of that carport, that would not have been you.
No, sir, it would not.
Might I display this to the jury room?
You know.
Just states exhibit number 7. You can see the crime scene tape going across the backyard, is that right?
Yes, sir.
On both sides of
It
the,
covers up a big section of that driveway there at the end of the carport.
but you can see that you didn't put crime scene tape actually on the mouth of the carport.
No, sir. Yeah, or yes, sir, you can see that.
So somebody later came on and did that, that wasn't me.
If it was there later, yes, sir, it was not me.
That's all my questions, Your Honor.
Further cross.
Mr. Weber, you did not put up that crime scene tape right away, did you?
No, ma'am. I put it up after I had noticed the blood in the carport.
First thing you did when you got there was you handed Clint Bobo a form to fill out, didn't you?
No, ma'am. I spoke with Clint Bobo first. And then eventually during our discussions, yes, ma'am, he was handed a form to fill out.
He was handed the form to
Your
fill out.
Honor, I would object this goes beyond the scope of recross.
It does, Your Honor, because
She can.
you gave him the form to fill out after Karen Bobo arrived, before Karen Bobo arrived.
I would say that was safe to say, yes, ma'am.
And the crime scene tape was after that.
After what?
You gave him the form to fill out.
At which time? No, it'd be hard pressed to say. It all happened pretty quick within the same moments therein. Once the blood was noticed, there was several things that happened. I realized the severity of what was going on and things started happening a lot quicker.
But once you realized the severity of what's going on, you still didn't go in the woods.
No, ma'am.
No further questions.
All right, sit down. You're free to go. You can remain for Charlie Dixon.
Your Honor, can we have a minute to see if we can get the projector working, because our next witness, we're going to use for that.
Well, let's just utilize that time. We'll take a morning recess. Follow the rules I gave you at the outset, please. No discussion. The things that are on page 4 of your notebook. Do your notebooks with us, and we'll take 15 minutes. I said there would be no placards, no T-shirts, no stickers, things like that, in support of the victim's family. I instructed the sheriff if they saw any, that they were to cover those. There were some yesterday, there were some today. I don't think it's the family. I think it's well-wishers from outside. One car was Chester County, one was Madison County. So just be aware. Please cover anything that would indicate support for anyone. If you don't, the sheriff will cover it. I don't think it will be an issue because this jury is very closely guarded. They're on a bus where they can't see out and they come directly in the courtroom. But please, if you would, be cautious about that. You folks can be seated until the jury comes in. Thank you. All right, be seated, please. I won't say anything else. Mr. Shaw, birthday yesterday.
Thank you, Judge. I
All right.
appreciate that.
I'm Friday, and we're not going to sing, okay? All right, call your next witness for the state.
The state called Special Agent Warren James.
She'll be going in, okay? Raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir, I do.
Be seated, state your name and spell first and last.
My name is Lawrence James. Lawrence, Lawrence, James, James.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Governor. Good morning, Agent James.
Good morning.
You also go by Lauren, Loren.
I do.
Where do you work, Mr. James?
I'm employed with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
What do you do at the Bureau of Investigation?
I am a Special Agent Forensic Scientist Supervisor in the Memphis laboratory. I supervise forensic scientists as well as forensic technicians in the evidence receiving unit.
Agent James, how long have you worked with the TBI?
I've been employed with TBI since January of 1999, so a little over 18 and a half years.
Both as a special agent and as a forensic scientist.
That's right.
When did you become a supervisor of the forensic scientists?
June 2013.
Agent James, I want to ask you about your education and how you came to be a forensic.
Let me coach just a minute. Stipulate.
Yes, sir.
All right, stipulate that he's an expert in the field of forensic science. You can go into whatever you want to, but I'm going to give them the opportunity to board here if they weren't going to stipulate.
I'll shorten it up.
Okay.
Thank you, Bob. Agent James, tell the jury, please, where you went to college.
I went to Union University.
And you graduated with what degree?
A Bachelor of Science degree in biology.
What year?
1997.
With honors?
Yes.
And have you worked in the area of science and law enforcement pretty much since that time?
Yeah, there were a couple of years when I was flirting with grad school, but started working at TBI when I was 25.
One of the areas that you're involved in is forensic biology and DNA.
That's right.
Tell the jury how you have experience in those areas.
Yeah, my background is in forensic biology or DNA testing. I trained for approximately a year and a half under the supervision of other qualified DNA analysts at TBI. During that time, I had hands-on experience with approximately 300 cases. I also spent a lot of time in the scientific literature. I had to prepare presentations for my peers to establish my grasp of the material. And at the end of my training, I had to complete a simulated case and defend my work in a simulated court environment. Also, during my training, I completed the TBI's Forensic Scientist School. This was basically, it was a 6 weeks course that gave me an overview of all of the disciplines provided by TBI, specifically within the context of applying those at crime scene processing. And so when I completed that course, I was qualified by TBI to participate in the violent crime response teams for West Tennessee. So I have a slight working knowledge in some of those areas, such as microanalysis or latent print analysis. My specialization is DNA. I still do some DNA testing on a good day if I get lucky and have enough time to do some of that. I'm also required to attend a certain amount of continuing education every year. Generally, that takes the form of attending forensic conferences, or sometimes we'll bring training in-house within TBI and train our analysts within the discipline. Besides that, I've completed training. I've completed the FBI's DNA auditor program, which qualifies me to audit DNA laboratories. So that's kind of an overview of it.
Thank you, James. How many number of serological and DNA examinations have you conducted over your time as a special agent forensic scientist with the TBI?
I stopped counting a long time ago. It's at least thousands, if not tens of thousands of tests.
Have you ever been qualified as an expert in courts in Tennessee in forensic serology and DNA analysis?
Yes, sir, I have.
How many times?
I believe I'm at about 95 times right now.
You know, there's been a stipulation as to his qualifications, but I would tender him as an expert this time.
He's 96 now, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor. Agent James, you talked about the violent crime response team. Tell us some more about that.
So TBI provides, we offer the service of violent crime response team for West Tennessee. Generally, that entails responding to obviously violent crimes. Over 90% of those, I would guess, are either homicides or officer-involved shootings. Essentially, what we do is we go into the scene that has been made secure by the local agencies. We document in various forms, such as video, photography, things of that nature, sketches, and we'll also collect evidence, search the scene for any evidence that we can find, package it, bring it back to the laboratory for testing, things like that. And then after the scene is over, the team leader generates a narrative of what we did and provides that to the investigators.
Agent James, I want to take you back to April 13, 2011. Were you one of the leaders of the violent crime response team on that day?
I was.
And were you dispatched to the Bobo home at 681 Swan Johnson Road in Decatur County, Tennessee?
I was.
Please tell the jury what you did that day.
The laboratory supervisor at the time called me that morning. He told me that to get in contact with Brent Booth, one of our TBI agents. I called Brent. He told me that there had been a young lady who had been abducted and that they had already done some searching of the scene, but they wanted specialized forensic assistance. And so I got 3 of my co-workers and we drove to Decatur County.
What did you do when you arrived at 681 Swan Johnson Road?
I was briefed by Terry Dykes. He gave me an overview of what he knew, of what they believed had happened. And he told me that my team's job was specifically to focus on the garage area. That was where Holly Bobo's car was, and there was believed to be some probably important evidence in that area. He told me that her brother had observed Holly being led towards the woods behind her house with a man in camouflage. And Terry told me that they had already searched that area for footprints. And of course, my team, we still went back there and looked for anything. We were looking for blood. We were looking for shoe prints, anything like that. But we were primarily we were concerned with the area of the garage, and later did some work inside the house as well.
Were pictures taken of the surroundings, so to speak?
Yes, photography and video were both collected.
I approach the witness.
Yes, I'm on the
I want him to look at it first. Agent James, I'm going to pass you what's been previously marked as exhibits 3 through 13 and ask if you can identify those. Recognize those?
I do.
What are those?
These are photographs of the Bobo property.
I'll put these on your overhead now. Agent James, I'll tell you that the jury's already seen these, but I want to run through them if I could. Ask you to identify exhibit, first one's exhibit 3.
Shoot, we're getting good with these lights.
Once I got the projector for everybody.
I'm not talking about you, I'm not in here.
What is that?
That's a photograph of the Bobo home taken from approximately the road leading up the driveway.
Next exhibit, please. What's that?
It's a photograph of the front door, the entrance to the Bobo home.
These are as they look on April 13, 2011.
Yes.
Next, please. What's that, Agent James?
This is a photograph taken from behind the house on roughly the north end, taken from a bird's eye view, looking down at the garage floor. You can see 2 steps up at the top of the frame that are steps leading between the back door of the residence and the garage. And basically, you can also see the Mustang over in the lower left-hand corner. It's our car. So these were presumed blood drops, later confirmed to be blood.
I want to pass you forward 12 pictures and ask if you can identify them as well. How much is it? I'm sorry. The next one, please. Let me, before you look at that, James, this is another, what is this? Exhibit 20.
This is another photograph taken from the south looking north. The steps leading up to the back door are at the far end of the frame. Obviously, Holly Bobo's vehicles in the frame. And it basically shows, at least it gives an idea of the proximity of various where blood evidence was located at the scene.
Okay.
You can see. You have a laser pointer.
I do.
So basically, these approximately right here is where the blood drops are, end on the south end of that carport area. And there was blood droplets going. There was a fairly large pool right here, and there was some up on the step as well. And so this photograph just kind of gives an area, a representation of the area where the blood was contained.
Thanks, sir. Now we'll turn to those additional pictures. You recognize those, Agent James?
I do.
What are those generally?
These are photographs that were taken in the carport area.
I was taking ask those be admitted into evidence as separately numbered exhibits as we have done with the other pictures.
All right, it'd be 40 through 51.
Your Honor, I did share those with the next as well. Commissioner Bubba,
Is that correct, 351?
Yes, sir.
okay. I publish wrong. I publish those
You
exhibits.
may.
Thank you. Agent James, we're now looking at exhibit 40. Can you tell us what we see here?
This is a photograph of Holly Bobo's vehicle as it was when I arrived on the scene.
And again, you took pictures of a number of areas of the house and the outside and what you believe to be the crime scene.
That's right.
Next, please. Let's turn that. This is exhibit 41. Agent James, what do you see here?
This is a photograph again of Holly's car parked in the carport, and basically just giving kind of a proximity of how close it was to the walls.
Were you interested in anything about the surface of the carport?
Well, yeah, definitely. We were the carport had a good bit of dirt that had blown in, and so it was potentially a good surface for shoe prints, and that was definitely something that we wanted to be mindful of. And also too, just the fact that it's close to the walls. You know, when you're working crime scenes, you work with what you've got. You make intuitive decisions. There was also definitely an aspect that as close as that vehicle was to the walls, you know, someone may have brushed up against the vehicle or brushed up against the walls. Maybe left a handprint or, put their hand on the car. I mean, obviously the fact that blood is there indicates there was probably some sort of struggle. And so all of that kind of factors into our decision making is when we're looking for potential evidence.
Next, please. What do we see here?
This is a photograph of Holly's car taken from the far side of the carport or garage area.
Next, please. This one, sir.
That's a photograph taken from the front driver's side corner of the bumper. It was relevant because there was a good amount of dust on the car. I mean, the car had some dirt on it, and which was good for us because we could see where contact had been made to it. And so there was an area on that corner where the dust had been brushed off, where something had obviously made contact with it. And so hopefully, it could have been anything. It could have been the side of someone's leg. It could have been a hand as well that knocked that dust off. And so that ended up being, I ended up taking a swabbing of it in the hopes that someone had put their hand down on it or something like that.
Next, please. Agent James, this is exhibit 44. What did you see here?
This is a photograph that was taken of a partial shoe print that we located in the garage. It's got a ruler in it because the idea is that before we try to lift shoe prints, we try to photograph, with high quality, high resolution camera for the purposes of comparing if we have any shoes that become submitted later so that we can make a comparison whether to eliminate or include as a possible source of that shoe print.
The fact that there is a ruler there, trying to get a more specific or precise measurement.
That's right. Yeah, it's the ruler is in there. It is placed in the photograph so that there can be a one-to-one comparison if you actually get a shoe submitted at a later point. I said we earlier. I'm referring. We have a specific unit in our Nashville laboratory that specializes in micro-analysis and items such as shoe tracks or tire tracks.
Is this picture taken with the camera on a tripod?
Yes, it is.
Next, please. What do we see here in exhibit 45?
This is another some sort of print that I thought might have been a shoe. We saw this pattern. There's kind of like a crosshatch pattern, and I saw that pattern a couple of places on the garage floor.
You're showing.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Yeah, so I believed that this was a shoe track that I observed on the garage floor, and this was, I believe we saw this in a couple of locations, and so it's just an attempt to photograph it, hopefully obtain something of for comparison purposes.
Do you have any observations, conclusions here about the condition of the floor?
Well, just that the floor of the garage was quite dirty, for better or worse.
Yes, please. This is exhibit 40, I can't say 46? 46. Please tell the jury what you see here.
Again, this is a photograph of a possible shoe track.
Look like pebbles or rocks or little stones on the floor.
Yeah, you can see dirt. I mean, obviously that track appears to be in dust.
Next, please. This is exhibit 47. Tell the jury what you saw here.
Again, this is a photograph, and I'll be honest with you. Just looking at the photograph, I'm not sure if there was any part of a shoe print there. It definitely looks like something went through that dirt or dust that disturbed what was there. But ultimately, just looking at the photograph, I couldn't tell you right now if I think that's a shoe track or not. I think it's ultimately just documentation that somebody was moving through there was movement in and out of the garage.
Again, what conclusions do you have about the condition of the floor?
Again, there were areas where there was a lot of dirt.
Next, please. This may be a little bit similar to what you saw earlier in one of the other exhibits. This is exhibit 48 with what is that? What are we seeing here?
So again, this is a slightly zoomed in photograph of what I showed you earlier. You can't see the stairs very well anymore, but it's basically a photograph that contains most of the blood evidence that I observed around the vehicle.
That's the front of the car.
Yes, this is the front fender on the left.
Where are the steps?
Or the bumper, I mean.
Where are the steps?
The steps are, that concrete is the bottom, and I guess that's the first step right there.
Okay. Next, please. Agent James, this is exhibit 49, and there's some Post-it notes on there. Are those yours?
I did add those Post-it notes.
They weren't in the original picture.
No.
What was in the original picture?
So this is a photograph taken slightly from above. This is the step right here. First step. Holly Bobo's car is right here. It's the bumper, and this is the wall of the house. And so basically, I was trying to give an overhead shot again of the blood evidence that I observed at the scene.
This is looking down on the other side of the car, still at the front, kind of on top of the step.
Yes. It's a little bit awkward. It's definitely not parallel with the ground, but I was doing the best I could standing on the stairs.
And those groupings have some importance with respect to your scientific testing later, or not.
That's right.
I'll come back to those. Let's see the next. Let's see the next. This is exhibit 50. Again, those are Post-it notes you put on there.
That's right.
Tell the jury what this view is.
So this is the stair going up to the back porch. The wall would be on this side of the photograph. The vehicle would be on the left side of the photograph. This is a zoomed in area. There was a pool of reddish brown stain that was close, within a couple of inches or so of the stair, a few inches of the stair. And there are also some other blood stains in this view. This one became, it caught my eye, and I can explain that later.
Well, let's go to the next.
Okay.
Is that the one that caught your eye?
It did.
We're looking at exhibit 51 here.
That's right.
What is that? That's again, you're supposed to know.
Yeah, that's it ended up being reported out on my report as Exhibit 1E. Basically, it's a blood stain that it appeared different from a lot of the other stains. Many of the blood stains appeared to be drops that were on the floor of the garage. This one looked like a smear. There were also, I don't know how well you can see it. This photograph is pretty, focus isn't the best, but there was one spot down here, and then this kind of an extended. It's almost like that. The stain together looked like an exclamation point. But the thing that stood out to me was that there were like striations or lines that were observed. They looked as if some sort of pattern had been impressed on that stain. I don't know. I called it ridge detail because I've got that terminology in my head from latent print examination, but ultimately it looks to me like striations from fabric, like denim or I don't know. I think my khaki pants that I wear to work most days tend to have striations in them that are real subtle, but they look like that.
Striations is a big word. Is that kind of like pattern?
Yeah. Just parallel lines.
We're going to come back to the blood in just a moment. I'm going to ask you two more. I'm going to ask you a question about two more photos. My standing approval to approach.
Yes.
Okay. I'll show you two more pictures. And ask you.
Yes.
What are those?
These are photographs that were taken of Holly Bobo's car.
Do you recall if these were taken the next day?
They were taken the next day.
The state would ask that these be admitted into evidence as the next two.
52 and 53.
I published those, Your Honor.
You met.
This is Exhibit 52, Agent James. That's the same Mustang
It is.
in the garage, the carport the next day.
It is.
It was in the same spot.
Yes.
Yeah, what are you doing here? What were you trying to do?
So I've been called back to the scene around involving a possible what appeared to be a latent print on the hood. And so this is a photograph of the front passenger side fender near, the area of where the hood kind of curves down onto the side of the vehicle. And I think the next photograph will explain it.
Next week.
It'll be kind of self-explanatory. So there were.
Is this the hood?
This is the hood. You can see the wheel well down here. And this line right here is the hood. And there was a smear area right here that you can see. It's not small. It's large. And likewise here, you can see where the dust kind of, like on this side, the dust was totally wiped off. On this side, it was just disturbed a little bit, and there's a smear in there, and it very much looked to be like a palm size smear. There was even ridge detail that was observable in it.
I guess to say it the easy way, you responded to the scene that day, and the next day took pictures, took samples, and did crime scene investigation. And you also acted as a scientist after that, correct?
That's right.
We'll go back up, exhibit 49. Exhibit 49 has these posted notes that may not be entirely clear, but when the jury gets it in the jury room, they'll see. Tell them what will they see.
Okay. So, obviously, blood evidence can be a valuable tool in terms of, examining crime scenes and examining evidence. There was a good amount of blood here at the scene. My approach generally.
What I don't understand about this, and I'm just stopping this for now, guys, I don't know. Like, okay, we got a lot of blood going on in this garage. So the brother says that he's seen her and somebody talking. It must have been, their voices must have been raised. All right, we can agree upon that. Then he saw them kind of like walking in the woods. Not she was being pulled into the woods, not she was being dragged into the woods, not just kind of like casually strolling off. But I guess my question is what happened in the garage? Because apparently there was some type of struggle, some type of something that went on in this garage prior to them going out into the woods. You say, how are you coming back? I don't know. Like, I guess they decided that they were not going to do anything with the house at that point in time, Leanne. I mean, it's like, I don't know. I got so many questions. And I know that I did notice that, when she told the judge about that last witness for day one, that she was unable to question because she didn't know that he was testifying. I see that she was allowed to, get her notes and, finish her cross-examination the way she wanted to. So I guess maybe the judge did help her out in that way. And what I mean is by Jennifer Thompson, the attorney. Oh, my heritage. So right now we're listening to Lawrence James, who's the forensic investigator who doesn't come out to the scene till the next day. We got all this blood. I'm assuming that this is gonna be her blood. I don't know. We'll see. So we have about maybe I think like an hour and a half left. Look at about an hour left, guys. About a little bit over an hour left of his testimony. We'll finish listening to his testimony and we will close it down for today as far as the Holly Bobo case. And we will get started with day 2, part 2 tomorrow. Looks like we can get through maybe a day and a half within 8 hours, close to 8 hours. So we should get through this case pretty quickly so we can move on to our other rewatch case that we want to try to get through this week. Hey guys, I'm gonna take us back in. So about another hour and a half or so. But at least we get to see some photos. I mean, and we don't have a cameraman that got this whatever the heck he had up there on day one. Maybe somebody told him on day one, look, God, you're not doing great with this camera. You have to actually, take the camera and look at the screen versus to have something in front of the camera. Like I said, I think she went and had to leave school and whoever called her in the carport. Oh, you think she went to go leave for school and whoever called her in the car? I can agree with that part too. So yeah, but even if she was in the carport, right? My problem is that we have a lot of blood in the carport. So something happened. If that's her blood, then she got injured. Something happened right there. So why is she walking away into the woods? So much so that her brother was thinking it was just her boyfriend. So much so that he was not even panicking. So much so that it was not even an emergency to him. Okay, but so she gets a gas. Okay, so are y'all thinking that she got a gash in the back of her head? Whoever, whoever attacked her, like told her something like, "You better be quiet, or we gonna go in there and hurt somebody else in your family," and that's why she walked away. Because I don't get why she would walk away. Like, why would she raised her voice at some point in time? She was screaming at some point in time because neighbors heard her. So is she screaming and she's away from the house at this point in time? And then if that, I just don't get it. Which is like, you don't believe nothing that the brother just said. Like, I just really don't get it because they talk about this is a lot of blood here. Okay, we'll continue to listen, but yeah, I'm just not really buying all of this. I don't know. I don't know. I just have so many. I don't know how they come with a conclusion, especially when we're talking about none of Zach's DNA is in here, y'all. Like, there is nothing. All they have is a bad reputation. They were the outlaws of the little town, and whatever you may have thought about them. We have concluded that if the mom was the fourth grade teacher for one for Zach, it was the second grade teacher or somebody's sister, brother. Like, this is a very small community. These are very intimate people that know each other. Like, it doesn't even make sense to, when we do certain things like this because it's such a small community. The mom was like, when she got to the house, she seen such and such that, he works for the police department, but he's also a church member. Like, everybody know everybody. And so you definitely know who the bad people are in your area, right? Now, do they want to see the bad people go to jail for the rest of their life for certain things? Yeah, everybody knows everybody. That's what I'm saying. Like, I just really don't. And then when we talking about all of a sudden, and we can go back to maybe the boyfriend's testimony. He's like, well, all of a sudden he decides that he's going turkey hunting. Turkey hunting on the grandma's property, assuming that they were able to alibi him with the cousin or whoever saw him on before he got permission. But that, I mean, it doesn't sound like that was something that he regularly did with going on the property. It sounds like this is the one time that he decided to go over there. So, yeah. Your sound with me messing up or your sound with something else, therapist? Because it's just me really talking at this point in time. You think it was a setup? Okay, guys, I'm gonna take us back. Let's see what else we see. Some photos. Yeah, I just can't call it with this one.
I'm speaking for myself and most of the people that I work with. We don't process every blood drop we see. We don't swab them individually. I might have had 50 or 60 blood drops here. My approach, number one, I'll just give you my mindset. The importance or the significance of blood evidence is to establish who was at a crime scene, who was bleeding at a crime scene. Obviously, if you've got a victim of a violent crime, a reasonable assumption is your victim is very possibly going to be bleeding at the scene. That's the case in the vast majority of the crime scenes I respond to. At the same time, my goal is to seek to put someone else, a possible perpetrator, at a scene using DNA evidence. And so my approach here was to group these blood droplets, the blood stains, into manageable group sizes that would allow me to cover most of what is represented here, to test most of it, and at the same time, not spend the next 6 months analyzing blood drops on the garage floor. So what I did was group these into 5 different areas and collect a representative sampling of blood droplets from those areas. I told you earlier about the shape that looked like an exclamation point. It looked like something had been pressed into it and left the striations or the pattern in it. I've sampled that one separately just because I thought it was interesting. My feeling was either somebody knelt down onto a blood drop and smeared it a little bit, or it was already on somebody's clothing and they knelt down and transferred it onto the ground. Either way, it was a different stain than most of the drops that I observed.
Now, which one is that?
So you can't see it very well in this photograph, but it's roughly in this area, right? Actually, I can't see it. It's right there.
Is that 1E?
That's it. That's 1E. Yeah. I called it swab number 5 in my original notes. And when it got submitted to the laboratory, it became exhibit E. And I believe my report says area with ridge detail. It's a swab from the floor of the garage. It says area of ridge detail. There was another area. The first stain that I collected was roughly this area right here that encompassed this large pool right here. I mean, that was a fist size approximately blood stain. So not just a couple of drops.
That's 1A.
That's 1A. And I called it a large stain on my report for just to clarify. There was another grouping. The second swabbing that I took was a grouping of what appeared to be blood drops that were over close to the wall. Again, thinking maybe if 2 people are scuffling in this area, maybe if both of them are bleeding or whatever, maybe one person's blood might be over here versus right here. And so I took a sample right here that became exhibit 1B in my report. It says swabs from floor of garage near wall. The third grouping was this far. This is the grouping that's the furthest south. It roughly lines up with about the middle of the hood. I mean, that license plate on the front of her vehicle is a pretty good estimate of where those fell in the scheme of that area. And so I called that swabbing ended up being exhibit 1C, swab from floor of garage, south end of the pattern. And then the fourth stain, there was a grouping that was kind of in this middle area, and you can't see it very well. I was kind of disappointed how the photographs came out, but there was a stain up here on the step as well, a good sized stain. And so I swabbed that area along with those. So that was my fourth grouping, and I called that swab from floor of garage stairs.
So let me see if I can summarize. This area is the area that had the plaque with number 1 on it.
Right.
You took 5 different swabs, 1A, B, C, D, and E.
That's right.
Tell the jury what it means to be taking a swab.
Well, we use cotton swabs. They're glorified Q-tips on a wooden stick. Swab on one end, just put some sterilized water on it to wet it, and then swab the surface of the area. In this case, blood droplets.
Pass you a. Turn the lights back on.
Okay.
Pass you a pick a bag and ask if you can identify this. Need those. Need some scissors?
You want me to open them? Yeah, that'd be great. I do recognize the package.
What is it?
This bag contains the swab samples that I collected from the floor of the garage.
Those are the samples you collected and then ultimately tested.
That's right.
In the same condition that you took them in.
That's right.
Are those samples?
Yes, they are in here.
What's those five?
Yes.
No, stay with us. The bag and its contents be marked and admitted as evidence as the next exhibit. Agent James, let me go ahead and get that marked and then we'll proceed. Your Honor, may Agent James just hold these up and post them. Sure. Told you keep gloves on. Just pull them out and show them to the jury.
It'll be all right. So basically, what I did was I've broken the sticks off of them, but every one of these contains a pair of swabs, and some of them still have a good bit of sample left, and some of them are, I believe they're mostly consumed on one of them or something like that. But basically, every one of these little plastic petri dishes contains a pair of swabs, and most of them have some reddish brown stain on them.
So you've been to the house, you've taken pictures, you've obtained these swabs, and you've obtained the panties that you exhibit 26, correct?
That's right.
What was the purpose for getting all that?
So the panties specifically, or the other things, or?
Well, all of them. Let me ask you this. What were you ultimately trying to get to?
Well, ultimately, like I said earlier, we were wanting to hopefully establish a link with a suspect, whether through shoe prints or through blood drops, grazing against the bumper of a car, things of that nature.
You're ultimately going to do a DNA analysis.
Yeah, absolutely.
Tell the jury what DNA is.
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It's a chemical that's present in most cells in our body. Basically, it's a chemical blueprint for everything that goes on in our body, from how we process the food we eat to how our body transmits nervous signals. There's also a component that DNA is inherited from our parents. We get half from our mother, half from our father. And so even physical characteristics, the fact that we look like our siblings or we look like our parents, it's attributable to DNA. It determines those characteristics as well.
Do individuals have different DNA?
Yes, much like fingerprints, DNA is unique to each individual, with the exception of identical twins. So for my testing purposes, identical twins would not be distinguishable by DNA testing. But besides that, as far as we know, we've never seen any two individuals have the same DNA profile.
And how do you go about your DNA testing? What do you do first? Or you got these samples. What did you do first to start down this path?
The first thing that I do is called serology. Serology is just the identification of body fluids. Most of the samples that come into our laboratory undergo some degree of determination of, is there a body fluid here that might be relevant? And so in this particular case, I did testing to determine that, yes, indeed, these stains that I've swabbed off of the floor of the garage, they are blood.
So, let me interrupt. You thought it was blood.
Sure.
But you did a test to determine that.
That's right.
And that test generally came back with blood.
That's right.
Okay.
Once I determine that a stain is blood, for example, I'll proceed with DNA testing at that point. DNA testing it's a 4-step process. The first step involves extracting DNA out of everything else. In this particular case, I showed you that I've got cotton swabs. So what I would do is take a cutting from some of that stain and run it through a process where the DNA is removed from all the substrate or the cotton swab, as well as the other biological debris that's present in that stain. I run a second step that gives me an idea of how much DNA is present in that sample that I extracted. The third step is called amplification. Basically, it focuses or specifically isolates. In 2011, we were looking at 13 specific areas on DNA. When I say that, I guess a lot of people think that maybe DNA analysis consists of sequencing or something like that. We don't do. The testing that we do is we're basically looking at about 12 pages out of War and Peace novel. We're looking at a very small amount of the DNA, but there are 13 specific areas that are known to be highly variable in the human population. And once I've done amplification on the sample, in other words, I've made lots of copies of what I've already got. The last step is just putting it on a genetic analyzer that separates out DNA fragments by size and then attributes a DNA type to those DNA fragments. Once I have a profile that I've obtained from an item, then I'm able to compare it back to DNA profiles that I've generated from reference samples from individuals in question.
Talk about a few pages of War and Peace. Let me see if I can understand that. If you're looking at DNA attributes, so to speak, there's many of them, correct?
That's right.
But at the time, we're looking at 13 specific ones that can distinguish different people. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is that what you did here?
Yes.
Is that what's typically done?
Yeah, we've since 2011, we've gone from 13 to 15, and now I believe it's 24 areas that we're looking at But that was the standard in the forensic community at the time, and still is pretty representative of what's done.
And that's to be able to see if a profile matches someone or doesn't match someone, correct?
That's right.
That can be a suspect or a victim, could it not?
That's right. It may also be a mixture. So we may have multiple people present in a profile.
The TBI has protocols for this.
Yes.
Those followed in this instance.
Yes.
And pass forward to you, document and execute. Recognize it.
This is a copy of the report I generated.
You know, I'm saying that this be admitted into evidence as the next number of exhibits.
I see a copy of that, just so I know.
Yeah. This is the report you prepared.
Yes, sir.
Has the application number on it, the same as on the swap you took earlier.
Yes.
So you have these 5 swabs, and you have this this pair of underwear. I want to switch for a second and talk about the underwear. What did you do with the underwear?
The underwear was collected in lieu of, because I didn't have a reference standard from Holly Bobo. Generally,
What's a reference standard?
Yeah, reference standard is a sample that's collected from a person of interest in a case. And generally, that's done by a cheek swab. It's quick, easy, but that's assuming you've got the person of interest available to collect a sample from.
So if I was a person of interest, what would you do to get a reference sample from that?
Well, law enforcement would, we actually provide kits for, they're called buccal swab kits. And it's just a pair of swabs, and they would ask you to open your mouth, and they would swab the inside of your cheek and then package that up and send it to me.
It's one of those fancy Q-tip type things?
Yes.
That's a reference stamp.
Yes.
Sample.
Historically, they've also collected blood for that, but the cheek swabs are just less invasive and don't require a nurse. And so that's where most of law enforcement has transitioned at this point.
At this point, you didn't have any reference.
That's right. Yeah, both. I use them interchangeably. Standard is kind of the word that implies this is an item of evidence that's specifically collected for generating a profile as a reference.
So you didn't have that here, but you did have Holly's underwear.
That's right. Yeah. So obviously Holly was missing. We didn't know. Ultimately, I had to find something personal of hers that would generate, that I could obtain a profile from that would reasonably attribute to her. I looked at toothbrushes, and from what I remember, there were several toothbrushes in there. I believe it was a shared bathroom, and the investigator was out. Ultimately, she was the only young lady living in the house as far as and using that bathroom. And so just from many years of experience with underwear, I expected to be able to get a profile out of it, and I did.
What did you do to get that profile?
I just took a cutting of the lining and
Disgusting. So he's saying that, okay, so we thought that he might have got the profile. We thought that they might have needed the pen for the dogs. But can you believe that her undies were for I see you to type it in the thing. Oh my gosh. Ew. I'm about to choke myself. Disgusting. Like, I cannot believe that we can't get nothing off a toothbrush. Just nothing. I thought it might have been for the dog thing again. But if you're telling me that you took the undies for a DNA sample, like, really? OMG. It's not like I'm sitting in the courtroom. Nah, I'm just over here eating these seeds. I eat my seeds. That's the first thing I need to tell you. So sometimes when I catch a moment and I'm trying to catch a moment, the seed has not traveled in its appropriate place. Yeah, like I just don't know about the whole panty thing. Now, I was gonna go for it if we was talking about the doggone dogs. Your sound is messed up. Is it? I wonder what's wrong with my sound. Is it better now? I don't know why my sound would be. Yes, it's messed up. Your sound is messed up. Why is your sound messed up, Sweet Pea? I have no clue. I don't know. Okay. Well, as long as they sound good, I guess maybe it's clear here. I know. Like I said, for fuck's sake, get this mess together. Here, I'm gonna put us back in the courtroom. But I don't like this. It just sounds weird. I wonder what I did. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, that's loud. Let me see. I don't know why why it sound like I don't know what happened. Is that echo for you? I'll put it back in court. That way we ain't gotta worry about it. Here we go.
Ran it through the same DNA process that I did with the swabs.
That same 4-step process.
That's right.
And after you took the cutting, you actually cut a piece of fabric out
Yes.
and then ran your tests on it.
Yes.
And did it produce a profile?
It did.
Now, with respect to the blood, there were 5 different samples. And each of those tested, they were in fact blood, correct?
That's right.
Let's talk about 1A. We got back up on the screen. We don't have to darken the lights, but 1A is there at the bottom left.
That's right.
Okay. Tell us what you did with respect to that. Did you run that through the process, the DNA process too?
Yeah, I generated a DNA profile from that sample.
And what was your conclusion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, scientific certainty?
The profile that I obtained was partial. In other words, there was indication that there was, and I'll just go on and tell you what my suspicion is, but dirt is known to be, and it is known to be something that interferes with the DNA, specifically the amplification process. And so it became an issue on several of these samples. But ultimately, I got a partial profile, and that profile matched the profile that I obtained from the Bobo, the underwear that I assumed to be Holly Bobo's.
And her mother identified, well, you don't know that. That's exhibit 26 that you looked at earlier.
Okay.
So you have a profile, a partial profile, correct?
That's right.
You got a partial profile off 1A. Correct?
That's right.
It's fair to say just because you see what you think is blood, but test presumptively to be blood, you don't necessarily get a complete DNA profile from it. in certain instances, correct?
Sometimes it doesn't. Yeah. Sometimes, yeah. Like it's my feeling and opinion that the dirt interfered on this one.
You did get a profile from this underwear,
Yes.
and that was based on using these 13 specific markers on DNA.
That's right.
All right, so we talked about 1A. 1B, which is point that out to the jury again.
There she go. I found her, y'all. There's that SD girl. I'm like SD in these YouTube streets. She up here commenting on videos. She not in the live. She out here looking at videos, old videos and shorts, making comments. I'm glad you found us. All right. Well, welcome in.
1B is the area that's up close to the wall up here.
What was your result of the testing on 1B?
So the profile that I've got there, I actually ran that sample 3 times. The first time I got data that was below my reporting limit.
And I tell the jury what that means. Data below your reporting limit.
Yeah, so the DNA profiles that I obtained, there's kind of like, we set a point. This is hard to explain, but I would, if I could make an analogy, I would liken it to radio signal for those of us who use radio, where if you've got a little bit of signal, sometimes you can, if you're rolling through the stations, you'll hear some stuff, and you can pick up enough to know that it's a talk show or it's music or this or that, but you can't really hear lyrics. That's kind of, there's a range where my instrumentation is similar to where we acknowledge, yeah, that is human genetic data that's being generated. But when you start getting down in these low levels of sample, you get interference, you get data that drops out. Ultimately, what I would say is that data is, we've decided through our own internal studies that below a certain point, that data is questionable. It starts to get gray. It's a gray area where we're hesitant to use it. We certainly won't use it for inclusions. We might use it to exclude people if that's the case. But this sample fell in that range where it was just low level. Again, my suspicion is the dirt was interfering. And ultimately I ran it 3 times. 2 of the times I got data below the point where my laboratory allows me to interpret it. And one of the 3 times my DNA ended up in it, which I think has happened twice in 18 years. So,
Sneeze or tear or something?
I don't know. There was a period, we wear masks these days because we've learned the hard way that, yeah, if you talk over something, you're liable to show up on a piece of evidence or on an evidence profile. But my DNA showed up on one of those 3 examinations.
Let's go to 1C. You did the same sort of test on it?
That's right. Same test.
Minute. Can y'all hear me? How does it sound now? Okay, great. Okay, it was by Beats headphone. I guess it was coming out of my. It must be some interference when I had my Beat headphone just sitting up here. So I'm assuming that's something that that was interfering with it. So guys, I don't know. I stopped it right here in the middle of his testimony because I need y'all to explain to me. Did he just say that some of his DNA got mixed in with the mixture? So if it's not a problem with you guys, I just want to rewind it just a little bit because I need to understand. I know he's not saying that he was testing the DNA of the blood and somehow his stuff got mixed up with this mixture. I can't tell if he said that or not, but I was like, I know he didn't just say what I thought he said. Okay. So let's go back just a little bit.
That data is questionable. It starts to get gray. It's a gray area where we're hesitant to use it. We certainly won't use it for inclusions. We might use it to exclude people if that's the case. But this sample fell in that range where it was just low level. Again, my suspicion is the dirt was interfering. And ultimately I ran it 3 times. 2 of the times I got data below the point where my laboratory allows me to interpret it. And one of the 3 times my DNA ended up in it, which I think has happened twice in 18.
Because I'm fussing. Oh my goodness. So his DNA. So the first 2 he couldn't interpret. And then the last one he had, his DNA and got into it. Now, what is going on here? Now, how does DNA get in it? Now, they supposed to have gloves and stuff. Like, you don't want your stuff touching on the blood. Now, how his DNA get in it? Is he the killer? Is he the one that was in the garage? I have so many more questions now. How we know he wasn't it? Why we know it wasn't him? I don't know. I don't want his DNA to be in the sample. I don't want his DNA to be nowhere. I want him to have on the proper gloves, the proper material, and make sure that he's collecting evidence, testing evidence right. Like, to get up here on the stand and have to admit that your DNA got mixed up in the last part. So that basically made that last one that he was trying to test no good. Unless I'm just missing something here, because now we are at the point where, okay, we got blood in the garage. We didn't cut her panties up. We're trying to compare everything, right? Remember, we didn't went all the way to the panties. The toothbrush is not good enough. So we know what her DNA is, right? So whose blood is out here in the garage? Or are we just assuming because mom said that, hey, there was no blood in our garage before? Brother saying, hey, there was no blood in our garage before. Do we know whose blood was actually in the garage? I guess that's where that's leading me up to. We don't even know. We don't know whose blood was in the garage. Is that what they're about to say? So maybe what we're assuming, thinking that something happened in the garage, maybe nothing happened in the garage. Maybe that was blood for some other time. I don't know. Keep an open mind. Good for y'all. All right, here we go.
years. So,
Sneeze or cheer or something?
I don't know. There was a period we wear masks these days because we've learned the hard way that, yeah, if you talk over something, you're liable to show up on a piece of evidence or on an evidence profile. But my DNA showed up on one of those 3 examinations.
Let's go to 1C. You did the same sort of test on it?
That's right. Same test.
What were your results for degree of scientific certainty?
The profile that I've got was a complete profile, and it matched the profile that I got from Holly Bobo's underwear.
You were able to get a complete profile that matched all those important markers.
Yes.
They gave you the result on all those markers.
Right.
And it matched the profile that you obtained from Holly's underwear.
Yes.
Can you use the laser and show us which that was? It's B.
1C.
C.
C was the grouping that's on the far south end.
What about 1D? Same sort of analysis?
Yes. 1D is the area on the step and immediately below it, kind of in the middle between the wall grouping and this large pool grouping.
What was your conclusion to the degree of scientific certainty?
Again, I got a partial profile from that area, and it matched the profile from Holly Bobo's underwear.
And lastly, 1E, one that had those striations, you call them.
That's right. The one that kind of resembled an exclamation point that was right in the center, roughly. But yeah, I wasn't able to generate a DNA profile that met my reporting limit.
And again, that's because of, what do you think?
Again, just, and I will say there wasn't as much sample on, it wasn't like droplets, like some of the other 4 samples. I still would expect to get a DNA profile from it. And I believe, it's my opinion, that the dirt played a factor in that.
Dust and those stones and other things we saw on the carport floor.
Yes.
Have you experienced that? Have you experienced that during your work at TBI and other cases?
Yeah, it's not uncommon. There are several things that we know of that we encounter on a regular basis. Leather gives us problems. Blue jean dye, the blue dye in denim gives us problems. Ultimately, and I guess one of the frustrating things is that, we've developed tools to cope with these issues that arise since then, but that's where I was in 2011. And so I didn't go back and retest.
So with respect to 1C, you said the DNA profile matched the profile from the underwear.
That's right.
What is the probability of an unrelated individual having the same DNA?
Which exhibit are we on again?
1C.
1C. So the probability of obtaining that profile, if I were to go out and randomly select out of the population, I would expect to find that profile approximately once in 812 trillion, 300 billion individuals from the Caucasian population. I would expect to find that profile approximately once in 1 quintillion, 260 quadrillion individuals in the African American population. In the Southeastern Hispanic population, I would expect to find it approximately once in 3 quadrillion, 595 trillion individuals. And in the Southwest Hispanic population, I would expect to find that profile approximately once in 62 quadrillion, 660 trillion individuals. Point. Yeah, it is a lot.
It exceeds the world population, does it not?
Yeah, that's how we report it, just to summarize it concisely.
Just a moment, John. You may.
Why don't you kill that light unless you're gonna use it? All right. All right, cross-examination.
I'd like to pass that bag up to you.
Has it previously been marked or not?
It has not previously been marked, so you go ahead and identify it.
Do you need gloves?
I think I'm okay. Do we have some available? Are you gonna want me to cut into it? Okay.
Okay, so this bag, let's see, it's, I know it is Exhibit 5. So I'll
Okay.
pass it up to you.
But that's not our exhibit.
It's not our exhibit number, it's
Okay.
just the number
I'm
on.
trying to keep our records straight.
Right, I think that's the lab number. So I'm going to pass to you. Now, I'll tell you what I'm looking at. I'm looking at a report. Do you have all your reports with you?
I hope so. I'm not, I believe so.
There's so many reports.
Yeah, it's overwhelming.
At one, it's a microanalysis report, but it's dated 5/25/11. It's not a report you did, but this report's telling me, I believe you collected this bag.
Okay.
Is that your writing on there?
It is my writing.
Okay, because I couldn't identify the signature, it was a little scratchy.
Yeah,
Okay,
Did we have scissors earlier?
I have them.
Okay.
can you go ahead and open that bag for me? I think there's a pair of shoes in there.
I believe there may be.
There might be other clothing, but I was interested in the shoes.
Okay.
Okay, and can you pull out the two shoes in there for me? They're gonna be D and E.
All right, there's E. Here's D.
Now, can you tell me where you collected these items from?
I'm gonna have to look at my notes.
These clothes were collected from Fluff Bobo, weren't they?
They were collected out of his room.
Okay. And weren't they the clothes that he was wearing that morning?
I'm not sure if I was privy to that information or not. We just found clothing in his room. I don't remember.
Clearly, you didn't take all the clothing in his room.
Definitely not.
I mean, these, as far as you remember, are the only clothes that were collected that day.
Right.
And you would have collected clothes that would have been relevant to the investigation,
Sure.
not just any clothes that were laying around.
Right. I remember looking through his clothing for bloodstained items.
Okay.
That's one of the waiters were collected.
Sure. In case somebody's changed before you got there and they had blood on their clothes.
Right.
And these shoes, can you go ahead and open the two shoes? They're left and the right crotch, weren't they?
I believe so. Actually, there are two pairs. So I've got, this is Exhibit 5E, and these are Crocs.
Okay.
They don't look like it on the top, but they're Crocs.
Okay. The 5E was the one that I was interested in anyway.
Okay.
And tell me, can you look at them again? Tell me what size do they say they are? No, Crocs have a size on them.
9.
9? Okay. It's not necessary we open that then.
Okay.
So Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to ask that we put these into evidence. Since they're all packaged in one bag, I don't know if we need to put the whole thing in. Just do the, put the whole bag in. Okay.
Okay. The entire bag and contents will be moved into evidence exhibit 56.
Now, Mr. James, did you do any of the crime scene investigation when the state of Tennessee searched Terry Britt's home?
I did.
Okay, and you're familiar with that also, aren't you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you have your reports with you from that search?
I do.
Okay. So, what's the first date on one of those reports?
I'm not sure if I'm, okay, because I'm going to get confused.
I want to go by the first date. What's the first date you pick up?
The first,
Reports from the same day?
I'm a little bit lost because we weren't generating reports on crime scene responses at that. We weren't issuing violent crime response team reports in 2011 or 2012. And so
Okay.
I may have done work in the laboratory on stuff that was collected, and it's going to be in a different location from my actual violent crime response notes.
Okay. So are you saying you didn't bring it with you or?
I think I've got it, but I've got a lot of paperwork that I'm going to need some direction.
Me too. Okay. Well, we'll just start with the search of Terry Britt's house. You remember that this is a home that's owned by Janet and Terry Britt? Yes?
Okay. I remember the property.
And they're a husband and wife. Do you
Okay.
And they lived there and close to the Bobo residence. Do you remember that part?
Well, I no, because I got there from an airport. I drove from an airport to the residence, and I
Okay.
couldn't get there again. But
Okay. So when you searched their home, some of the things that you searched there were cars. Do you remember that you searched, there were 5 cars there?
what I remember is that we had numerous teams and numerous agencies involved in that, and my entire day was spent in one house.
Okay,
I don't believe I ever looked at vehicles.
vehicles, okay. Which part then did you participate in?
The residents.
Okay, and there were multiple buildings there. Do you remember that there were multiple buildings and then a big,
I believe there was like a semi-trailer or
Yes,
a storage
semi-trailer.
container or some a
There was a-
shipping container may have been out there.
there was a semi truck trailer that was a refrigerator trailer, had very thick walls. Do you remember that part?
Yes, and I didn't go into it.
Okay. And then there was like a mobile home trailer that had a lot of items stored in it. Did you go in there?
This is not the residence.
Not the residence, no.
I don't believe I may have stepped in there, but I really don't remember much about it.
So you did go in the residence.
Yes.
And do you remember finding some cell phones that were hidden in the residence in the bathroom under some personal hygiene products?
I'm sorry. I'm refreshing off my notes.
It's no problem. Take your time.
I have in my notes that there were 3 cell phones that were collected, but they weren't collected by forensic personnel,
Okay.
or at least when I say forensic personnel, I mean my team, my coworkers.
And
There was one TBI person, I believe from Nashville, and there was an FBI employee who was involved in those.
and there were some blonde hairs collected there. Were those collected by the forensic team?
I don't remember. I do have in my notes that there was a possible hair collected.
Okay. And where, in your notes, where was that particular hair collected from? Can I ask you right now, what is it that you're looking at?
I'm reading my narrative that contains an overview of
I guess, Your Honor, at this time I'd asked for Jinx material. I know I'd asked yesterday and understood I had everything, but I don't believe I have that narrative he's looking at. I'd like to have copies of his notes and narrative, which may help me narrow my questions.
It's the state's understanding everything's been turned over on multiple occasions. In fact, at the end of June, there was a whole nother run. So the CBI left information that was brought to Nashville, copied and made available to the court.
And that is what I have, Your Honor, and I don't believe I have a narrative from the Britt House. I know I would have read it and studied it and had it right here.
I think there's
I
absolutely
can help.
no objection on the part of the state for her to look at whatever she wants to. We stand by the fact that we've turned over everything we've provided.
Okay.
She
Well,
can look at it.
let's hand it, the bailiff, hand it to her, and you can examine it. If you haven't been able to find this, we'll run copies.
If it helps, that narrative is actually an extension of the original crime response from April 13th, 2011.
Okay.
So if you've got the narrative for my original response on April 13th, then the Brit portion of it starts on page 5.
I thought you said that you didn't used to do narratives from 2011 from a crime.
We wrote narratives and we turned them over to the investigators but about 1.5 or 2 years ago, we actually started issuing reports that are accessible in our LIMS system. So it's actually in a report. It's not just a Word document as it used to be, essentially.
Okay.
Let me find what I have here.
Okay, what I have that I thought was from you was simply, it's Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, and then it's a brief crime scene description. It has a lot of drawings in here, and measurements of the home, and some notes from that day, like what time you arrived, what time you went into particular rooms, but I don't see anything at all in here from the Britt home. And I don't see any typed narrative in what I have. I have handwritten notes. Because it looks like you were there the next day also. And this is at the Bobo home.
That's right.
So if I could just see those papers then, and maybe that'll help me. So it says that you found one possible blonde hair in the portion that you searched, but you aren't the person that tested that blonde hair, are you?
Definitely not. I've got mention of it. Ultimately, what I have in my notes is that one of our agents, Mike Frizzell, was designated as an evidence custodian for that day in relation to that specific search warrant. And so I've got that all evidence was turned over to him. So I don't even have an evidence log from that day,
Okay.
which we would normally complete as part of VCRT responses. And so,
So he's the one that might have that evidence log.
And
He's
it's-
the one that would have done it.
I think so.
Okay.
And what I would expect is that the bag would probably contain more information on where it was collected.
That would contain what?
More information on where it was collected.
Okay.
It's
very
just kind of a
good. And
typical.
do you remember collecting a photocopy of a yearbook with a young woman's picture on it, and somebody had highlighted her name and then rewritten in highlighter her name out to the side?
That does ring a bell.
I'll pass this back to you.
You should have a 10-minute witness.
I don't think our witness, I don't know how tall he is, but I don't think he'll be.
I said 10 minutes. I didn't say a short witness.
I didn't want to tell you short, but I think he'll be across the way.
All right, let's call the next one.
Warren Rainey.
Raise your right hand. Solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
So help me God.
Be seated, state your name, and spell first and last name for the court reporter, please.
Warren Rainey, WarrenRainey.
And you just will tell them, I stole your ink pen 25, 30 years ago, but I did give it back, right?
No, sir, that is incorrect. He stole my ink pen and I did not get it back, but he bought me one.
Okay, okay.
That's the truth.
Some people never forget, I'll tell you. That goes back many, many, many moons ago.
A long time.
Where you work?
Tennessee Highway Patrol,
How long have you been doing that?
31 years.
31 years. What area of Tennessee do you live in?
I live in Carroll County in Huntington.
I want to ask you about April of 2011. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Did you take part at all in the search and investigation to try to find Holly Bobo?
For about 18 months.
Just you or other members of the Highway Patrol?
In the beginning, it was anywhere from 12 to 15 members. And in the end, it was just a couple of us.
When did y'all first get started?
The very day.
The day it happened?
Yes, sir.
Y'all out scrambling and running?
Yes.
After that, still scrambling and running?
Every day.
At some point, did you have occasion to focus on one Zach Adams?
Yes. 2 occasions.
Did you have an occasion to visit his home?
Twice.
What brought you to his home?
Very soon after Holly was taken, I began asking people for anyone who lived north of Parsons, who'd been in trouble, drug user, sex offender, which I could look that up on the internet, which I did. And I would ask anyone, and one of the names that came up was Zach Adams.
I object to the hearsay coming in, even though he's not saying.
This is not being offered for the truth, it's to show why he did what he did, okay? And once again, the jury won't consider it in any way for the truth, it's just explain the officer's actions.
Why in the world of Parsons?
I had mapped where Holly's cell phone had went, what direction. I knew where the evidence was collected. And when I drove those routes from their house on Swan Johnson to get to this area on Yellow Springs Road.
Now, where's Yellow Springs Road?
It runs right beside the interstate, right beside I-40.
Is that in Holiday, Tennessee?
Yes.
Okay. You drove those routes?
And went to the last area in that area where a credit card receipt that she had signed was found in a man's yard. So in my mind, this someone knew exactly where they were going. They knew these roads because I've worked in and out of this area for 25 years. And I don't know that I could drive through there today without having them out.
You were looking out for a tourist or somebody who knew these roads.
They had to know it.
Someone in the area of Yellow Springs and Holiday.
Yes, sir.
An area that you have been in years and years and years.
Yes.
So what men did you go to? What men near Holiday did you go to?
Sometime around the second Saturday, I had been speaking with FBI and the TBI, and I decided that I was going to go to Zach's house, see if I could find him at home.
And you said second Saturday after what?
Second Saturday after the abduction.
Which was on Wednesday?
Yes.
So this would be about a week and a half after the abduction. Is that
Yes.
correct?
To the best of my memory, it was.
To your knowledge, was Zach Adams a local?
Yes. My troopers knew of him well.
To your knowledge, does Zach Adams live near Yellow Springs Road?
Not very far.
North of Parsons?
Yes.
Near Holiday, Tennessee?
Yes.
Well, why'd you go to talk to him?
His name kept coming up.
What was your purpose in talking to him?
Matter of fact, just knock on his door and see if he knew anything about this.
So is that what you did?
Yes.
Tell us what happened.
Knocked on his door, took a trooper with me. It was fairly early in the morning, not real early. The door opened up and Zach came to the door, opened it up. He looked like he had just woke up, just got out of bed, had on a pair of blue jeans, some kind of shoes, no shirt. Asked him to step outside, asked him what his full name was. He said, Zachary Adams, what's this about? And I said, well, just let me ask you a few questions. And I said, do you own a cell phone? He said he did. And I said, well, give me the phone number so I can put it on here. And he said, no, my girlfriend's already gave that to him. And I said, what gave what to who? He said, gave my number to other agencies. And I said, well, just give me your number so that I can have it in case I want to talk to you. And what's your address? And he said, wait a minute, I need to get a shirt. So he starts into the house to get a shirt. Well, I'll go in right behind him. We take about 3-4 steps. And he stops and turns around and he says, what are you doing? And I said, well, we're coming in here to get a shirt. I'm not going to let you walk in here by yourself. And there was a shirt laying on a pool table, I believe it was. And he got it out and he wanted me out of the house. So we went outside and he put it on. And he kept telling me that he didn't have anything to do with it. that his girlfriend had turned him in. I could tell he was just visibly shaking. He was scared.
Why do you come to the conclusion that he was scared?
Because he was shaking.
Shaking so much that you noticed it?
Oh, yes.
A lot or a little bit?
A lot.
So guys, this is another point of contention in regards to why they're asking for a new trial. I got so many different things okay, so this officer comes to his house. He says he wants to talk to him. Zach only has on a pair of pants and no shirt. He said it looks like he just woke up, right? So Zach turns around, goes into the house, and says that he's going to get a shirt, and the officer just walks in. Now, I don't know how this really works in law. Like, does he have a warrant? You know, I know he's on the stand and he's saying, well, you know, I wasn't letting him just go in there by himself. Well, I mean, how does he go into this man's house? Is he like got a warrant to arrest him? Did he say his Miranda rights? And if Zach doesn't want to give him his phone number, he doesn't have to give him his phone number. You know, and Zach said the reason why he was so nervous when the officer came is because he had all the marijuana plants in the bag, which, yeah, you want them out of your house immediately, right? You don't want them in there at all. So I'm just trying to figure out, how does this officer, like, he didn't ask him to come in. He didn't tell him that he was up under arrest. What is going on here? I wonder if the defense is going to pull this stuff out of this guy, because this seems very, very unfair. It doesn't seem like this is the way the law should work. And I'm telling you, I'm thinking that they thought that Shane, Zach, their whole crew were like outlaws, like, you know, the drug dealers, you know, the meth heads, like they were doing these things, right? So just because they are bad people, it's like what they say may be bad people. It's like they didn't put them in this little bucket. And so, you know, like they tired of them. That's what it sounds like in their community, which they probably are. Like, no harm, no foul, but we got to do stuff the right way. And I just don't know if this is the right way. But I'm no legal expert. I don't know if any of his rights was violated. As far as I'm concerned, no, you can't come into my house. Like, you trespassing. Do you have a warrant? But let's finish listening.
How long did that meeting last?
It was pretty short. I went over to talk to his grandfather because I knew from looking on the internet, but I wanted to know where their property line was in the back of the house. His grandfather, very nice man, was very helpful. And then we left.
Okay. And did you leave and just forget about it?
Nope.
Tell me what you left and did.
When I drove down to the end of the driveway, I was doing more driving, looking out my left rearview mirror than I was looking where I was going. They live on a road. Their driveway is very long. We was left from the grandfather's house, which is next door, and I saw Zach in my mirror and even keyed the radio up and told the trooper behind me, look out your mirror. Zach ran, I'm not talking, a little jog, a little sprint, wide open back to his house.
Ran wide open. What did you think about that?
Why does he need to get back to that house? Something's up.
You've been shaking? Is that right?
Yeah.
And now run.
Yes, sir.
So what did you do next?
I went and hid up the road.
You hid up the road?
I went up the road by the CB shop and hid. I wanted to watch. Told a trooper to go back down 641 toward Parsons and stop somewhere. I called, I'm going to say a command post, someone there, told them, you need to get someone up here because I'm very suspicious about Zach Adams. Okay. There's something here. And about that time, a pickup truck pulled out and headed toward Parsons.
Pulled out of where?
Out of their driveway.
Who was in that pickup truck?
Dylan.
Dylan Adams?
Yes, sir. I did not know that at the time, but he left out there so reckless, well, I had probable cause to stop him. So we had a trooper stop him before he got to Parsons.
So he took out driving fast out of that place.
Oh, yes. And took back roads to get to Parsons.
And he was stopped later.
Yes.
All right. And what'd you do?
Just continue to watch the house. And at some point in this, I'm not sure it was that afternoon, but I described to the agents, and they could be TBI agents and FBI. But anyway, they came and talked to him. Someone did. I know Sheriff White was one of them, and someone in a suit, from what I could see in my binoculars, was with him.
So you're literally you're head out with binoculars watching this place.
Oh yes. So I assembled either that afternoon or the next morning, and I've been told it's the next morning. 3 K9 teams.
He can't testify to what he's been told.
If I asked you for an exact date when what you're about to tell us happened, well, what would you tell us?
I have absolutely no idea. I took reports, wrote reports, and I don't know what happened to him.
Was it close in time to when you had encountered him and he was nervous and he was running and
Yes.
Dylan took off driving?
Yes.
Within a day or 2 or 3 or weeks? Which one?
The day.
Okay, so within a day,
Yes.
either that day or the next day.
Yes. I think it was the next day.
What happened the next day?
I assembled a search team at 3 K9 units with cadaver dogs and sent them, showed them where the property line was, and I sent them all behind the house. There's hundreds of acres of county property back there, and told them to go search.
And how about you? What did you do?
I think I went back around while they were searching I know I did, to the front of the house where I'd been parked.
In front of whose house?
Zach's just down the road.
Okay. Did you, this next time where we got dogs and searchers in the woods behind, did you encounter Zach at all?
No.
At this time?
No, I did not.
Okay. We're going to hear from one of the searchers. Okay? So
Yes.
I'm not asking you to, you can't testify to things you didn't, do.
Right.
Okay. As a result of any of the searching, the information that was conveyed to you, did you take any other step? What did you do next?
I went back. I had to go back to the house, to his house.
Back to Zach's house?
Yes.
All right. What did you do at Zach's house the second time?
Told Zach and his grandfather that a searcher saw something behind the house.
I'm going to object to the fact that he's talking about what he's learned from another person.
Now, he can say what he said to Zach.
Well, not if he's saying somebody told me and then he starts to say what somebody
Then
told
the
me.
jury will not consider that for the truth.
But it is for the truth. He's telling Zach something.
Well, he can give Zach's response then.
Zach's response?
I asked Zach and Dick Adams for permission to look at an area behind Zach's house.
On the way to that area, did you notice anything that you thought was odd?
Absolutely.
What did you notice?
I went around the north side of the house, headed in the direction where this area was that I needed to look at, and I noticed a mattress leaning up against the house on the northeast corner.
Okay, and why did you find that odd?
It looked like a decent mattress to me. I could describe it. I just don't know why. If you would put, why you would lean a mattress upside the house like that and leave it.
So it didn't look like an old mattress.
No,
It looked like a decent.
yes,
Leaned up against the house that Zach lived in.
yes.
Did you ask him about it?
No, I didn't.
What'd you do next?
I walked down the hill behind his house, turned the corner, and this is right on the edge of the county property. I noticed that someone had cut a tree up high and had felled it, and it was over a dirt area about half the size of that table. I'm going to say 6 foot by 8 foot spot that was bare dirt with no grass.
Had somebody been afraid or something that this was a grave or something?
Yes.
But did you check it out?
Oh, yes.
Did you dig?
Yes.
I'm going to object to that leading question about the grave.
Well, to establish that it wasn't. I mean, I'm attempting to be fair.
He can continue.
You
Yes.
established that it was not,
Yes, I needed a shovel, and I asked Zach, and he went and got me one.
and you dug.
Yes, I
There
knew
was
that
no
it
grave.
was no grave. It was roots on top of the ground. There was no way.
You saw the mattress, you dug, it's not a grave. So do you just leave and forget about it?
I spoke with him and his grandfather briefly, then I left. And called a TBI agent.
Did you tell them what you saw?
Absolutely.
Did you still have people in the woods?
Yes. All but one had to come out.
You still have one person in the woods?
No, I
You had
had
everybody in the
6, 8,
woods.
10 in the woods. One had to come out.
Still watching?
Yes.
It's on.
We'll take lunch as soon as we finish cross-examination.
So, Mr. Rainey, did you know Mr. Adams before Holly Bobo disappeared?
No.
So you basically went around town asking who's a bad guy.
Yes.
Okay. And somebody, based on what they said, you decided you were going to focus on Zach Adams.
Yes, because his name had come up several times.
Okay. So, were you aware that he was involved in methamphetamine?
I'd been told that.
Okay. So you show up to his house on, what day of the week was it?
I do honestly believe it was a Saturday morning.
Saturday morning, you show up at his house, and this person who's involved in meth looks like he's been asleep that morning, right?
No, most definitely.
And I see today you're wearing a highway, is that the highway patrol, Tennessee Highway Patrol uniform?
One of them. Yes.
And when you showed up at his house, would you have had a Tennessee Highway Patrol uniform on?
Yes, as a utility.
What do you mean as a utility?
It's a lot cheaper uniform than this one because we've been doing a lot of searching and it tears them up.
Okay, so you had your
BDUs.
outdoor uniform on.
Yes.
Maybe is what you caught. Okay. But it still would have clearly indicated you were law enforcement.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. And you knock on his door, cold call.
Yes.
Okay. He opens the door. He looks to you like he's sleepy.
Mhm.
And he doesn't have a shirt on, just has on some pants.
Correct.
And you say, first thing you notice about him is he's looking nervous.
Oh, yes. His eyes came well. He was not asleep anymore.
He opens the door and here's the police standing there, and his eyes are big, you said.
Yes.
Okay. And you said at some point as he's talking to you, he begins to shake.
Immediately.
Immediately. Police are at his door and he opens the door. You've got on a uniform. Do you have a gun when you are in your uniform?
All the time.
So you have a gun strapped to your waist
Mm-hmm.
and
Yes,
he begins to shake.
Yes, ma'am.
And so you're next thing you're asking him for is, and you don't have notes of your activity that day with you, do you?
I turned them in.
Okay. So the next thing that you ask him is you say, well, you want his telephone number.
I think something to that effect. His full name, his address, his cell phone number.
And he begins to get nervous when you ask for his telephone number. Is that right?
Now, he was nervous when he opened the door.
He begins to object to giving you his telephone number.
Yes, he did.
And he says that it's already been provided to law enforcement.
He said his girlfriend had turned it in.
Okay. Now, when you were there that day, had you been specifically told to go talk to Zach Adams?
Absolutely not.
So this is kind of what you're doing as a searcher, an assistant. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And I mean, you're doing this out of the goodness of your heart because you're wanting to help find this missing person. Is that right?
I'd have done anything to found her.
Okay. And so you say you want his cell phone number.
Mm-hmm.
And he does not provide it to you at that point. Is that right?
Not at the beginning.
Okay. And he eventually provides it to you?
Yes.
Okay. He says, well, wait a minute. I need to go get a shirt.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so he turns around and he starts to walk back to get a shirt on.
Right. Correct.
And you, without invitation, step into his house.
Absolutely.
And you recognize you have absolutely no legal right to be in his house.
I wasn't going to go all the way through his house, but I was not going to let a man that I did not know step in a house and obtain a firearm and shoot me.
Okay, but that's a position you've put yourself in.
Absolutely.
Okay. And so you took it upon yourself to step on into his house.
Yes.
Now, if somebody wearing a gun showed up at your house and began to walk into your house, you personally might, let's say they're not wearing a uniform, they just are standing there with a gun on. You might find it offensive for someone with a gun on to step into your house without invitation.
It would probably cause me some concern.
Yes. So he turns around and says, wait, what are you doing?
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am.
And for all you know, no telling what he had in his house, right?
I have no idea.
So you're certainly trying to imply here today that your suspicion is he had something to do with Holly in his house.
When I went in the house, it had nothing to do with Holly in his house. It had to do with him obtaining a weapon.
You're implying to the jury here today that the reason he was so nervous was there's probably some kind of Holly evidence in his house. Is that what you're trying to suggest?
No, ma'am.
No.
I stepped in door.
I'm not talking about why you went in the house. You went in the house to make sure he wasn't getting a gun to shoot you.
True.
But what you're saying is the reason he was so nervous, the reason he didn't want you in the house, you suspect the reason he didn't want you in the house was because there could have been, or you suspect there was, either Holly's body in the house, Holly alive in the house, or some kind of evidence about Holly in the house.
Any of the above.
But that's your suspicion.
Yes.
Okay. And that's what you're clearly trying to indicate to the jury here today.
Yes.
Okay. But you would agree with me, it is just as likely that he could have had all kinds of drugs in the house, and that might be why he would be nervous.
Absolutely.
Because after all, you've already heard that he was involved in methamphetamine and other drugs.
Oh, yes, I know that for a fact.
Okay. So besides the fact that he might have been nervous about having Holly in the house, he could have had marijuana plants growing in the house.
He probably could have, but I know where they were.
Okay.
Hundreds of them.
What?
I know where hundreds were right behind his house.
Okay, so right behind his house, is it close to this cleared plot of suspicious land you saw out there?
Looks like the county property was used to grow marijuana.
Okay, so he has hundreds of marijuana plants growing right behind his house.
Yes.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're not to draw any inference whatsoever concerning the defendant's guilt or anything on this case based upon the fact that there might or might not have been marijuana plants on the property. That's not an issue before us. That's why I told the police just leave that.
And then you say that there's this mattress that's outside that you thought looked like a perfectly good mattress.
Yes.
Now, it's very possible that that mattress might have belonged to his girlfriend.
I have no idea who it belonged to.
Okay. And did you know at the time he had been living with a girlfriend on and off?
I have no idea.
Okay. So it's possible that that mattress might have been on its way to be moved out of the house.
I find that highly unlikely.
Highly unlikely that it's on its way to be moved back to a girlfriend's house?
Highly unlikely.
Why do you find that unlikely?
The mattress was leaned up against the house on the northeast corner. The carport is on the south side of the house.
Okay,
The front door is on the west side of the house.
right.
This was near nothing.
But the master bedroom is off the back and it has a deck back there.
Ma'am, I don't know. It was at the far north corner of the house.
But the far north corner of the house would be where the deck and the master bedroom are.
If it was going to be moved, why not leave it on the deck?
Would
know,
you agree with me that people that use drugs don't always make the best decisions?
Oh, I know thousands of them that hadn't.
That haven't made the best decisions?
Correct.
Okay. But you would agree with me that, so you're also indicating here that you think that mattress was outside the house because it might have had some kind of evidence about Holly Bobo on it. Some kind of Holly Bobo evidence related to the mattress?
When I saw the mattress, it gave me the gut feeling of something is not right.
Okay. And so you're thinking that somebody that has evidence to hide might hide that evidence outside?
Could.
Okay.
Yes.
If I can have just one more moment. Dylan Adams' truck was stopped. You're aware of what came from that, aren't you?
Yes.
It turned out that there was no evidence related to the disappearance of Holly Bobo in Dylan Adams' truck.
Not that I know of.
Okay. And were there any drugs in that truck when it was stopped?
I don't know, ma'am.
If there'd have been giant drug bust related to that, you would have heard about it.
Yes.
That's all you're.
Any other questions? All right. Take a lunch recess. We'll take 1 hour to bring the lunch in for you. So we'll confine it to an hour. Council, be ready to go at 1:20.
Well, at least the judge brought him lunch. I mean, he was very personable, but I mean, the stuff that he's talking about, I just can't get there. Like, I think that it's very unfair of all these assumptions that they are making. So what? There's a mattress on the side. Just like she brought out, like, okay, are you aware that there is a deck on the side and the master bedroom is like, it can be numerous of reasons why the mattress is on the side. And then furthermore, even if we're talking about this old mattress thing and we're trying to put, did y'all take the mattress? Did y'all get any evidence from the mattress? Did you call somebody right away and get a warrant? Like, what are we doing here? Okay, and you saw the marijuana plants behind the house. So why can't it be that he's just nervous? I kid you not. Like, if law enforcement knocked on my door, I would be nervous trying to figure out what if I did something. Like, that doesn't mean anything to me. And he had to be especially nervous considering that he is the county's outlaw. Hey, Katie, how are you, hon? Welcome, welcome, welcome. I am like really floored on how this went down. Let's say that. I'm really floored about it. I don't know if hey, Barb. Hopefully he'll stay in prison. You think that he's guilty? I don't know. I think he's guilty of some things. I just don't know if he's guilty of this. You say, and they high all the time. Right, Leanne. Like, I just can't. I just can't with this. Like, I think that this was a very, you say you think he's very guilty? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if he's guilty of this. I haven't seen any evidence that really makes him guilty of this. All I've seen so far, and we're only on day 2, part 2. I don't see anything that shows that he is concretely guilty. What I see is that he was a very not so good person, right? Hung around a lot of not so good people. You say this isn't his first trial. When you say this isn't his first trial, what you mean? He has done some other stuff in the past before the Holly Bobo? Oh my gosh, this guy here. If he don't find a life. Okay, so you talk about the first trial that we watching right now? We watching his first trial right now. Ooh, look at that. Only been 4 months and counting. Back to sleep for me. Thank you, OnlyFan. I appreciate you. 4 months. It's been 4 months. Gosh, time go by so fast. So when you say you watched the first trial, are you talking about the trial, the trial that we currently watching? Barb Murray. I better say that. Barb Murray, because I got a Barbara in a Barb Murray. I'm just curious, only because I did not see the first trial. We currently rewatching it all together, considering all the post. Okay. Yeah, so I didn't see the first trial, Barb Murray. What I can tell you is that I can see a lot of different things right now as we're listening to it. That it don't put me to, say that Zach is the person. I can also see why they are asking for a retrial. I think that if he's guilty, I think that they can, if he's truly guilty, they can retry this case and they can get the same guilty verdict. Right? If he's truly guilty. I just think that there's too much reasonable doubt here, especially with this guy recanting his story. I think that a lot of this case was based off of that guy's testimony who recanted his testimony. And then we got to remember that they did not let his brother Dylan testify because of his disability, right? So his brother didn't testify. He did testify outside of the jury's presence, but this judge right here that we're looking at decided that he couldn't testify. I mean, not to say that I think that is biased there. Don't get me wrong. The brother doesn't really do anything. Like, I think it's biased because you're not going to say your brother did it. But I just think that it's too many. And unfortunately for her, that you do want to get justice for whoever did the unaliving. But it just seemed like it's too many people. Like, they got all these SA offenders. They have a person that was allegedly accused of trying to kidnap somebody a couple days before. So yeah, like what, like it seemed like it could have been many and plenty of people that was doing some stuff around there. So that's why we definitely watching the second trial. I mean, the first trial, so we can kind of understand why the jury convicted him. Maybe something else gonna come out that we ain't seen yet. But I can tell you right now, on day 1.5, I got questions about everybody. I want to know why this officer walked in his house without permission. I want to know why the DNA from the DNA forensic specialist, how his DNA got mixed up with the DNA that they collected. I got a whole bunch of questions. I got questions in regards to how the mom collapsed on the stand and has a medical emergency and the mistrial does not get granted. Like, I got a whole bunch of questions about this case at this point in time. But like I said, you know, we only on day 1.5. I do believe that he probably is guilty. I just don't know if he's guilty of this or if they proved it. But we'll see. We'll see how it turns out. Like, I mean, and not only just this, it's giving us a good idea because we did watch the and I'm not sure if you watched it. We did watch the post-conviction hearings. We did watch some parts of it. And this is just giving us the idea because when I was listening to him, I'm like, okay, I don't really know what they're talking about. But now that we're going back, I can actually see where their defense is. Yeah, they having problems because of certain fact that maybe his counsel was not very effective. I mean, she seemed like she okay so far. She asked some very good questions of this last officer. So we shall see. So tomorrow morning, we'll do part 2 of day 2, and then we'll go on to our day 3. Want to kind of move us along this trial only because we do have our Melody Ferris trial that we want to get to, where she burned her husband. That's going to be a rewatch for us too, since we really don't have any new trials or anything starting this week. So we'll be doing rewatches during our Thanksgiving holiday week. Other than that, I think that, and then we can also have some panel discussions if y'all want to discuss this and come up here and kind of tell me what your thoughts are. We can do that tomorrow. Ooh, coconut cake. I don't like coconuts, but I believe you. I believe that they're gonna be good. The burn pow, yes, Lynn. We gonna watch that one. I've never seen that one either. Melody. Yeah, I don't know how that's gonna work. Yeah, so we'll watch that once we get done with this one. That's why I'm trying to, like, at least if we can get through like a day and a half each day, we can get through that, and then we can start watching the next trial and do that one. And then that way next week we kind of like starting off fresh. When does our wash trial start? Let me see. Yeah. So our Brian Wash trial starts December 1st. Oh, look at there. They're gonna film. Y'all must have did it on the same day. Check it out. Film say, hey, I've been a member for 4 months strong and still going. This trial is so messed up. It's so hard to tell, in his opinion. Thank you so much, Film, for being a member for 4 months. Thank you. All right, Baka, thank you so much. Have a great evening. Rachel said, justice for Melody. And I got to figure out what bag Rachel coming out, because she say Melody is in jail and she shouldn't be. So I need to see this trial, because she got a whole man buried on her property, baby. And our doctor is saying that she is in prison unjustly. So I got to see this trial so I can understand. Look, Lynn says she guilty. Oh gosh, Dr. Rachel say break her out. I need to know. Oh gosh. I need to see. I got to see this because I got to understand this. So this is going to be great for us because we start our Brian Wash on December the 1st, right? So next week we'll do our rewatches of these 2 trials, and then we'll go fresh off with our doctor with Brian Wash. Yeah, Leah said she even threw the kids up under the bus. All right. I can't wait till we watch it, because I'm like, well, if Rachel said somebody did it and she not guilty, then I really need to understand where she coming from, because Rachel like break her out. Oh boy. Oh, y'all know we should listen to our songs. Let's see. Y'all know I can never get this. I'm trying to figure out how to get them on my little stream thing so I can get it. So shout out to the therapist that we know, that I know, that you know, that everybody know, and our Dr. Rachel that put these tracks together for our beautiful chat. And as we go through this, like, it's gonna be so awesome, because when it comes to our party, or if we, do anything, we'll have our music on. So that's awesome. So we'll start off with our first track here, and we'll end out on the Take It to Trial thing song. So we'll play 3 of the tracks, okay? All right, here we go, guys.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yes, ain't my bird.
Yeah. Here comes Barbara in the chat, girl, she right on time. Sweet P got the trials rolling, Barbara dropping the lines. She's a mama to 2 boys, gives them love every day. Autism warriors in her home, and she leads the way. And her husband's been through storms, but she's holding them down. A caretaker with a halo and a medical crown. With that nursing background, baby, she knows the game. First aid on the timeline and receipts on the frame. She's looking for the missing kids, like a mission from above. Heart big, feet moving, she's a justice power dove, and generous as heaven, giving spirit on display. Barbara lives this whole community in her own special way. Cause Barbara don't play. She's calling out lies in the courtroom hallway. She thinks P. Diddy's guilty as hell, okay? And she don't take crap from any man, no way. She's riding with Sweet P every single day. And take it to trial, she forever gon' stay. And when therapist, starts acting up, Barbara busts chops like, boy, that's enough. Yeah, she be laughing in the chat, cracking jokes left and right. Keeping spirits lifted even in the darkest night. A supporter of the channel, honey, loyal and true. If Sweet P goes live, Barbara's there too. She brings fire to the panel, brings fun to the fam. Typing fast with that says, girl, she don't give a damn. If a troll tries to flex, she just swats him away. Not today, sweetheart, that's the Barbara way. When the courtroom drags, she keeps the vibe alive. When the mind squad's hard, she helps the tribe survive. She's the kind of chatter every channel hopes for. A legend in the chat room, say no more, cause Barbara don't play. She's calling out lies in the courtroom hallway. She thinks P. Diddy's guilty as hell, okay? And she don't take crap from any man, no way. She's riding with Sweet P every single day. And take it to trial, she forever gon' stay. And when therapist, starts acting up, Barbara busts his chops like, boy, that's enough. So here's to Barbara, our queen of the screen. A hero, a mama, a courtroom machine. For the missing, for justice, for family, she stands. And she gives with a heart bigger than the whole damn land. Take it to trial, loves you, girl. Now drop that gavel in your hands. Estoy en la casa, baila conmigo, San Diego to the courtroom stream. SD walks in like she owns the scene. Pelo multicolor shining in the sun. She cracks one joke, chat laughing as one. She throws preguntas bien chidas, sharp like a blade. Cross exam queen, nunca tiene afraid. And that dance so spicy, Cali Mystics close. She brings the fuego, everybody knows. Cuando Jason llega, ay caray, she flirts poquito. He just says hi, sweet pilas. Aquí vamos otra vez. SD drops the fuego and the chat says yes. She's fuego, fuego, lighting up the show. Tex-Mex in the chat, everybody knows. Con su risa, su vibra y su pelo tan cool. She turns the live stream to a cumbiata pool. Fuego, fuego, SD's the queen. Spanglish magic en la chat screen. When she pops on camera, we all say que show. Latinas sparkle with that California glow. Los mos la quieren, they hype her name. She adds flair y sabor to the game. ¿Qué onda, gente? And here comes the fun. El chat se enciende like under the sun. When she teases Jason, boy, behave. But without a chaos, this chat ain't the same. Bailalo, mija, with your Tex-Mex vibe. Bring the cumbia flow, keep it alive. SD with the groove, don't ever stop. Shake up the stream till we're all on top. She's fuego, fuego. Let her on the show. Tex-Mex in the chat, everybody knows. Con su risa, su vibra y su pelo tan cool. She turns the live stream to a Latin dance floor. Fuego, fuego. SD's the queen. Spanglish magic in la chat screen. Beach girl sparkle, courtroom delight. SD keeps the chat shining bright. Sweet pea on Mars, we all agree. Take it to trial, it's the same without SD.
And y'all know we have to end with our song.
Take it to trial. Take it to trial. Welcome in, grab a seat, hit the like and subscribe. The Sweet Peas on the mic with that spicy little vibe. Got the courtroom streaming in the chat, going wild. We're debating heavy topics, but still laughing like a child. From objections to confessions to the judge's side eye. If it's justice and it's messy, we gon' talk about why. Every day's a new case, every moment's a ride. And when Sweet Peas in the building, we be learning with pride. My eyes on deck, keep the room running smooth. Film free therapist, you know, keeping everyone in the groove. Like to with the facts, pretty brown girl with the sass. Moreldia and Fowler keep the peace in the chat. But Jason walks in and the ladies collapse. Chocolate, take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet Peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial, trial, trial. Morning shows are sharp, afternoon is on fire. And we catch every moment that the court might inspire. From witnesses whispering, the lawyers trying to hard. You know Sweet Pea breaks it down like a legal tarot card. Chats cracking jokes, dropping theories on the fly. We're serious when it counts, but we still testify. Minds hold it down when the trolls try to play. If you write a line, court adjourned for the day. But when Jason logs in with that deep hello sound, the ladies in the chat, man, they all fall down. Take it, 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 take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the last run wild. Sweet Peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial, trial. When the sun goes down and the cases get deep, after dark gets spicy, no secrets to keep. Taboo topics, big laugh, slap, happy crew. Sweet Pea says behave, but we never really do. It's opinions, confessions, stories untold, but we handle it with heart like the chat made a goal. Take it to trial, from day to night and every wild mile. Sweet Peas, million strong with her trademark style. And the fam in the chat always makes it worthwhile. Turn it up, show some love, hit the like on sight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial.
What a way to end a Sunday fun day. Be like, boom, break it down, break it down, break it down, break it down, break it down. Oh, guys. Yeah, soon we gonna have a whole playlist, right? We gonna have a whole playlist. Yes, SD. I gotta remember to send y'all the stuff. Oh gosh, y'all know I'm so ratchet. I ain't gonna call myself ratchet. I was told that I'm not allowed to call myself ratchet, but what I can say is that I'm very forgetful at different times. So, you know, I will remember to send these to you guys. Wait, let me see. Sometimes I just gotta stop and do stuff. Yeah, but I will get those to you guys so y'all can have your songs. And anybody that wants the theme song, yeah, we need to we need to get a song with all our family, especially like our regulars that's here all the time. So that way everybody can like be in the song, right? And then when you out here being a street cat, as Marilda would say, or if you treat me like a side chick, we'll just cut you out the song. We'll have a song and it'll have lyrics in when your name come in. Choo. That means that you out here like a street rat, street cat. Don't you call them street cats? Street cats. Or when you treat taking the trial like a side chick, then you can't get no play over here. Is Lynn still here? I don't know how you tag people. I don't even know what you're talking about. Yeah, so you just some upbeat tempo music, you know. We got our Take It to Trial theme song for At the Dark. Yeah. So when we get we need to Take It to Trial like holiday song. Like up on a raindrop. I'm like with I saw mommy kissing Santa Claus. Oh, I can't wait to do the tree. Oh, and shout out to Just Shamrock. She with her Cash App donation to the tree fund. I didn't even expect she said this is for the ornaments. for you and your family for the holiday. I'm like, I gotta start off from zero. Oh gosh. So I am going to be looking for ornaments to put on the Christmas tree, and we're gonna put on some Christmas music and do the Christmas tree sometime. Look at SD talk about she beyond in the chat. She was up dancing. I know as soon as her song came on, y'all weren't gonna be able to hear from her because she was dancing. Okay, so we're gonna be in here tomorrow early in the morning. We'll be up early, start our trial, get us another day and a half done. We'll get us another day and a half done. Then that way, we can get to the melody trial, right? Right? That's where we want to be, right? We want to get both of these trials in, and then we start off with Brian Wash. I don't know what to think of that. I don't know how that makes sense. Like, I don't know how I gotta wait and see. He got to be talking about he panicked, and that's how he ended up getting rid of her. But I just don't even understand his POV. But we gonna find out next week, baby. All right, guys. Well, you know you were in the right place today. And we should have a panel discussion about this case, because I think some people should come up here and we should talk about this, because I think we all got different perspectives on why he might be guilty and why he may not be guilty. So keep that in mind. So in case you want to come up, or if you want to talk on the panel, because I know sometimes, you know, the chat, you know, you want to type and get your thoughts out. All right. Well, you know, you were in the right place today, where there's no filters, no fluff, right? Just facts, so you can be the judge. All right. Look at that. We going to she deep into this melody case. Okay. I can't wait to get in that case. I can't wait to see why you think she is so not guilty. Have a great evening. Thanks for spending your Sunday time with me. You could have been anywhere, but you were here. All right. See y'all in the morning. Peace.